Alrighty, this is the timer again. How are we doing, guys? How long time is the timer by today? Thought I was gonna get back in time. Thought I timed it well. How are we doing, guys? Feliz anniversary de paseria. Happy birthday. Oh, partner anniversary. Big day. Twitch is so weird about this. I guess some people like celebrate these things. I'm just like, partner anniversary? I'm like, who gives a shit? So it even gave me a pop-up to congratulate my... It's like, do you want to congratulate the streamer? And I'm like, I'm the streamer. I was like, Twitch, you don't need to push this, man. That's so funny. I guess for some people it takes a while to build up, but I was lucky. I was there in the early days. I became a partner when I asked to become a partner. I was like, yo, can I be a partner? And they're like, yeah, of course. And later I was like, wait, I still don't have a sub button. Can I get a sub button? They're like, yeah, sure. Back in the days when Twitch was so small, you just messaged gun run stuff. Ah, the good old days, man. You're like, hey, I have a problem with my stream. You just send gun run a message and he'd sort your shit out. When it was a proper startup. Pig, ever explain why he chose the nickname Pig? I like pigs. Why do you spell it with a capital P and G? Because I named myself Fat Pig Sucker when I was like 11, 12 maybe. And then my Warcraft 3 clan said that name was embarrassing. And they asked me to change my name. And I eventually gave in and just changed it to Pig. Pig.random, technically. I played random in Warcraft 3 a lot. But why the alternating capitals? Because that's what gamers do, man. Any gamers in the chat with alternating letter names? That's like, you had to have like alternating caps and random symbols, numbers instead of letters. That's like what the cool kids would do back in the day. Rufflemal, thank you for the 3-month resub. How you doing, Rufflemal? Thanks for hanging. Yeah. Pigs are great though. How old am I? 37 in 5 days. 5 days I turned 37. I wonder if there's a way to turn off those partner anniversary messages. Makes it feel like it's a bigger deal than it is. I don't like that Twitch pushes this. Because the chat for the whole day is just going to be people clicking that button. Which is, I mean, it's not bad. I don't mind it. It just feels fake. I'm like, I don't care. I don't know. Just like, imagine like, you go to work one day or school and everyone keeps going, happy backpack day. Oh, this is the day you bought this backpack. And you're like, what? Oh, really? Why do you guys know the day I bought my backpack? But everyone's like acting like it's a big deal. And then they fucking pull out a cake or something at some point. And they're like, we got to cut the cake for your backpack. You bought your backpack a year ago. Woo! And you're like, oh, this is so weird. This can be managed in your stream event setting on your creator dashboard. Aha! There's a stream events settings. Where's that? Content? Community! Roles manager activity. No, I don't think it's that one. Viewer awards. I don't think there's a... Why do you lie to me, AI overview? Let's go to the actual Twitch article on how to do this. How you doing, guys? I was worried we wouldn't have enough series today to cast because a lot of players hadn't sent me replays. So I begged CLEM and Solar this morning to send me replays of their recent series because they had 2 bangers in the last week. And Solar answered the call at 6 a.m. Korean time, the absolute legend that he is. For those guys who didn't see, we did take yesterday off, even though I wasn't planning to. The reason, it was 42 degrees, about 110 in freedom units, and I decided to go to the beach. Me and Dot did instead. Again, what's this? No problem. I have to look at. No, you sent it. That's so funny. That was about salt mines. Minus 24. Where the fuck does Dave live? So this is the beach I went to. There was a lot more people there. This is a photo I grabbed off Google. I didn't take a photo while I was there. The sand was fucking hot though, man. Dude, it was like feet burning levels. The water was beautiful though. It was down at Chinaman's Beach. The only time I'm allowed to say it. There's a lot of guys, if you know what's funny? I think there must be at least 100, maybe more, Chinaman's beaches in Australia. How many Chinaman's beaches are there in Australia? Like, it's the most common beach name. Yeah. Oh, come on, no. There's 253. Oh, this is place names, not just beach names. Over 250 Australian spots use this derogatory name. Yeah, there's honestly, anytime I've been to a beach called Chinaman's Beach, it's been frigging beautiful. So good shit, good shit, good shit. But yeah, super worth taking the day off. Was really nice. Drove out there, chilled at the beach, checked the beach tent up, read some book. I've been reading. I started reading Lindsay Ellis's book, which has been good so far. Not far into it. I almost never read. And if I'm lying at the beach, I'm like, you know what? I'll actually bring a physical book, like I'm from the old days, and have a read of it. Did Solo wake up at 6 a.m.? I don't think any Korean pro gamer ever wakes up before midday, and they don't go to sleep until like at least 8 a.m., usually later. Korean pro gamer sleep schedule is like 2017 Petite Drogo. Petite Drogo, for those who don't know, at that time, he was like the mascot of the EU Wastemen, where basically like you don't have a sleep schedule, you just stay up like later every night until you're like staying up until like 8 p.m. and then you're like, hey, this is almost a healthy sleep schedule. You're like, I'm going to sleep at night again, but then you immediately ruin it again. My neighbors with Tim Minchin. Oh, I wish, dude. That guy's a legend. Oh. -3 where you are? Wish it was half 110 here. Yeah, weather's pretty nice. I was thinking today, I'm like, I have two options for working out. I was thinking this morning because I was like, I want to go exercise again today. I was like, where do I go, man? And then I was like, oh, I guess I just go walk around the shopping center because it's really hot today as well. Then I was like, oh wait, I forgot. I haven't been to my my friend's gym. They have a little gym in their building, so I'm gonna go there, crank the aircon up there. Haha, they have to pay for that with their strata fees. Yeah, use their gym in their building maybe. Good shit, good shit. All right, guys, so let me see if I can turn off this partner anniversary celebration. It says, okay, setting up your event, disabling your event. Aha. Stream events. Okay, there's a button. I don't care about partner anniversary. I'm gonna turn. It won't let me untick it. Is it because it's too late? Oh, I think I needed to turn it off. Oh, actually, do I get like a discount? Do you guys get discounts on subs or something for my partner anniversary? If there's like a discount or something, that would be cool. Oh, weren't we meant to? Oh shit, you know what? I actually think I can get you guys sub discounts. Maybe I'll do it for my birthday or something, or some other day. Maybe we'll run like an event, or maybe the next viewer tournament. That's fine. I don't really care that much. But I do remember someone telling me like, hey, apparently I might be able to arrange with Twitch, with my Twitch partner, to like give you guys a discount on certain days. It's 30% off at the moment. Or maybe they did it automatically. Because I meant to follow up on that, maybe. Or who knows, maybe Dot went and did it, but didn't tell me. Dot's like an amazing admin helper person, but she also doesn't tell me anything she admin or helps with. So sometimes things just happen and I'm like, we didn't do that, did we? Oh, we did? Apparently we did. Twitch discount. Okay, I'm just gonna, I'll message my Twitch partner / ask Dot what the hell we've done. What we've done later. Alright guys, by the way, we've got CLEM versus Solo. Should we get into the game soon? I usually like to spend a few minutes just chatting, letting people tune in and kind of see what's going on for a few minutes before we start. Otherwise, everyone misses the first games. There's a Winter Drops Fest. Oh, is that what's going on right now? Well, it's not winter in Australia. Oh no, did they fuck it up? Did they not have a special event for the Southern Hemisphere? They're fucking hemispherists. Disgusting hemispherists. They hate people from the South. They hate people from the South. Oh, this is just for drops? Okay, never mind. Cushburn Slow, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, ladies and gentlemen. You know what to do. My bacon is extra excited after being at the beach relaxing all day yesterday. It was so nice, man. It was so hot. I am kind of surprised I'm not, like, destroyed in terms of, like, sunburn or anything, by the way, but, we're doing it. By the way, slap your bacon down. Madge slapped some bacon down on YouTube as well, but I can't see your message in my join chat. Or Madge, or someone in YouTube chat. Can you guys just type something in the YouTube chat again? Let me see if it shows up in my... It's not going to show up here on the screen for you guys, but it'll show up for me on my little combined chatty thing that I have. Anyway, let me just unzip this bacon one sec. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's some super moist bacon. Okay, Madge just said, yeah. Yeah, it's showing up now. Cool. Awesome. I know it's not showing up there, but I've got a thing here I can see. Toss OP. Nice. Bacon. Thank you, Linda. Thank you, Madge, for joining us over there on YouTube, as well as the other 20 people. We'll be opening some casts momentarily. Pig, I'm going to be spending a couple days in Sydney in 2 weeks. Do you have any suggestions? How long are you in Sydney for, Vapor? Where are you from? You know, I feel like I actually know nice places to eat better in Melbourne than Sydney, because I feel like I go explore more things when I'm in Melbourne because it's not my own city. But I do have a few suggestions for sure, depending on how much time you've got. And also, do you enjoy the outdoors? Do you enjoy the I mean, in 2 weeks, it's going to be probably very hot. Wait, you're coming here for Christmas? Or just before Christmas, dude? Is it expensive to holiday in Australia? Well, it depends what your currency is. I mean, if you've got US dollars or pounds or euros right now, you'll be fine. Generally, the cost of things are quite expensive here. However, if you're from the US, I've seen costs in your... If you come from a major city in the US, I don't think anything... Like, you guys' cost of living, I think, went up even worse than ours, I feel like. Everything seems to be crazy expensive in the US and Canada these days. US especially is pretty pricey these days, I feel like. So pretty much everywhere is expensive. So I don't think anywhere is cheap. If you're in the big cities in Australia, especially if you're at tourist traps, things can be pretty pricey. I don't think it's too bad if you've got US dollars or euros or pounds, because our exchange rate is really bad right now. So that would be good for you guys. If you've got foreign currency, you'll be doing okay. Yeah, you'll be doing fine. From the USA, spending 5 days in Sydney and a couple in New Zealand, food, outdoors, walks. Is it just for a holiday? Are you one of these people, Stealth Vapor, who just, like, works really fucking hard? You're gonna go to Dosa Hut? Nice. You know, I've never been to Dosa Hut. It's meant to be really good. It's on my list. That's so funny. How'd you find out about Dosa Hut? In bloody, Northmead, right? Or Harris Park. That's meant to be really good. Yeah, I would recommend the best way to spend a day, Stealth Vapor, is the Spit Bridge to Manly walk. Because you don't need to go out of the city. Do you know where you're staying? What area? So Spit Bridge to Manly is one of the best walks, because you are not far out of the city at all, and yet it feels like you're going through all these little... I mean, it's a pretty busy trail, especially if you go on a weekend. If you go on a weekday, it's a bit quieter. But it's beautiful, and it is basically you are just walking through bits of what feel like bushland and stuff. And bring a backpack with, like, you know, bring picnic food with you. Basically, bring picnic, bring water... wear your swimmers on your hike, have a towel, and there's just all these little beautiful isolated beaches along the way. Like, it's all these little beaches like this that you can just go off the track and just have a swim at any point. You go past some of Sydney's nicest beaches, bushland, little almost rainforesty feeling bits, and it's basically in the heart of the suburban city. It's very, very nice. I really recommend this walk. I've done it 2 or 3 times. It's always a winner. Me and Dot love it as well. I don't want your AI bullshit. Fuck off with your AI bullshit, Google. Yeah, it's not short. It's 10 kilometers. But it's really good. I'd recommend it. No, I don't surf, Nickea. I wish I did. Seems like a very enjoyable thing to do. I body surf very poorly. I do enjoy catching waves. You know, you're just trying to swim with it. Much harder to ride a wave for a long distance when you're swimming as opposed to on a surfboard, but if you get it just right, you can carry them in pretty deep, which is cool. Spitbridge to Manly. Konji to Manly? I think you meant Coogee to Manly. There's no way. Coogee to Manly is like a ultra marathon. That's like 60 Ks, isn't it? Oh, it's only 22. Okay, I was thinking of one where they looped it, right? Because I had a friend who was doing it wasn't really, it's like this, it was like a double marathon. They were going like around there. That's 22. I guess that wouldn't be too bad. That's a pretty hectic one. That's much more hectic. This is like, man, yeah. That's, I mean, you do go across the harbor bridge there. That's definitely like a much more intense day. Whereas Spit to Manly is like, you can, you know, if you've got a lady with you or a friend who just wants to stroll, that's much more chill. And you can stop at any point as well on that trail on Spit to Manly. I mean, any of these, you can just get off and get an Uber. Pretty much any point you can go access streets. I added Spit to Manly, I brought back, wrote down Manly to the spot. What's that? Manly to the spot? Maybe you typoed Spit. Yeah, I don't know what the spot is. I have no idea. Yeah. In terms of food, I mean, I doubt you'd be anywhere. If you are in the north of, or if you're in the northern suburbs for some random reason, put this on a star. That's my favorite pizza. That pizzeria and that specific pizza. If you happen to be nearby, don't go out of your way for it just because it's in the middle of nowhere. But that's up at Macquarie Park. But I do think that pizza is like the goat of pizzas. Spicy salami, mushrooms, truffle oil. It's very good. It doesn't have a tomato base. No, I don't think it has any base. But it's top tier. Megalomania says Uncle Tetsu's cheesecake. Guys, not so hot to take. Not so hot to take. The cheesecake is overrated. If you love Japanese, you know, egg cheesecake, go for it. It just tastes like eggs. It's okay. It's not amazing. Get the cheese tarts. The cheese tarts from Uncle Tetsu's, god tier. Absolutely god tier. Definitely go Uncle Tetsu's. Yeah. So, for those who don't know, Japanese cheesecake. This thing, lovely texture. It's an enjoyable experience. I don't think it's bad. I just think it's overrated. I do enjoy it. It's not bad. It's texturally very enjoyable, but flavor-wise, it's very understated. You know, it's very simple. It's nice. It's not bad. But their cheese tart, oh, this thing is rich and delicious. I love rich cheesecakey things. The cheese tarts are so good. They're making these fresh all day, every day. It is fantastic. Don't go to Rain Aries, Stealth Vapor. It is good. I'm near from Rain Aries. Only go to Rain Aries if you're going to get there early on a not busy day because the line is just so long. There are good sandwiches there, though. I do enjoy, like, Rain Aries, good, big, delicious focaccia, but it's so popular. No, I wouldn't, definitely don't go there on a weekend unless you enjoy just standing in lines. But if you can get there at like 10 a.m. on a fucking Tuesday or something, get there. But otherwise, just like, it's good and it's cheap. It's $15 for a giant sandwich you could split between two people. It's more than, it's crazy. Like, Rain Aries is good, but you've already got good recommendations. Yeah, it's these sandwiches, and you know, they put on like either the stracciatella or like the fresh mozzarella. It's like dripping over the rocket and everything. They're fantastic sandwiches. One thing that put me off a little bit was, oh yeah, this bloke here, he's very friendly in all the videos. He was full on swearing at the old lady, like the whole time we were there. They were like having a bit of a family dispute where, I don't know, I think they're both for two sides of the family. I was like, guys, calm the fuck down. He was being so aggro, and it like transported me back to working in an Italian family restaurant as a teenager and like watching them fight all the fucking time. And like the husband and wife like wanting to kill each other. And I was like, oh God, this is traumatic memories, man. I remember being around this, and me and the other people working that restaurant were just like, fuck, these guys, like, we were not going to be surprised if one day one of them was going to kill each other. We were like, Jesus. Italian married couples or Italian family restaurants and delis, my god. But it is a really good sandwich. I would support it. I haven't been to Yamas Greek Tavern. Maybe I'll add that to my list, Stealth Vapor. Oh, fuck. Sorry, guys. This is a good thing. When someone comes to your city, it reminds you that there's good stuff you can explore in your own city as well. Yeah, we're not as known for Greek food in Sydney as Melbourne, but I'm gonna add that to my want to go on Google as well. Yamas Greek Taverna. You heard that's good from some reviews. Hey, Stealth Vapor. Down in St. Peter's. I'm gonna put that on my want to go, just so it shows up on my Google Maps if I'm nearby. As a point of interest, might go there. How wheelchair friendly is Australia? It's very wheelchair friendly. I'd Google it because I don't have a wheelchair. I don't have any friends in a wheelchair, so it's something where obviously I would have blind spots, but generally speaking, yeah, almost everything's built to you know, standard. The buses and trains, they very easy to get around by. Well, obviously it's not great. Public transport's not amazing, but like the buses will lower the thing down so you can roll on and out off. The trains have the guard will come and put a ramp out for you to get on the train. Yeah. Generally speaking, it's pretty good. And they've got a lot of wheelchair accessible taxis with the big thing you can roll in the back. Obviously, you got to order the specific one. But yeah, no, it's pretty good. There's lifts everywhere these days. What do you guys call a lift? Elevator? Lift, elevator, up and down thing? We call that the same thing, right? I don't know. We use every name for that in Australia. No, Australia's good. You guys should come visit. Ali Duong overrated. I don't know what Ali Duong is. All right, sorry guys. We're looking at places in Sydney. Ali Duong Ham. Oh, for Vietnamese food. Okay. All right. So the main pho place for pho in Sydney, if you can be fucked going out, would be Pho An. So this is like the biggest place. It's not 100% consistent, but it's one of the most consistently very good phos in Sydney. But you got to go to Bankstown. Bankstown is where the big Vietnamese population is in Sydney. There is enough Vietnamese. There's a massive Vietnamese population everywhere in Sydney, but that's out here at Bankstown. It's a bit of a trek out. So if you're not going there, I really can't recommend any pho in the city. But Marrickville's meant to be really good. Sorry, that's how they spell it, eat pho. But I haven't been there in years. I have no idea if it's still good. I eat pho is like one of my favorite two phos that I've ever had is this and it's the McDonald's of pho from Vietnam, Pho 24, which apparently opened some stores in Australia right before COVID started, and then they all instantly closed, which sucked, and I was very sad about. But yeah. Doxing himself live? Oh, I didn't show my address, guys. I purposely have other stuff on there. I hope I didn't. I did. GG. Usually I've got my old address up as my home address so that I purposely didn't update it, but we'll see. Maybe it showed something from a recent trip or something. The Eat Pho is pretty good, and I think they have a bunch of stores all around as well, so definitely check that out if you can. But I don't know. I wouldn't highly, like I said, I haven't tried it in a long time, so I don't know if it would be good or not still. Things change, you know. I feel like if you haven't eaten something in the last year, it's hard to recommend it with how much things change in quality. Anyway, guys, sorry for the huge wait there. I got excited. Stealth Vapor, you can have a great time. Manly's a nicer beach than... All the small beaches are generally pretty nice, and those small protected ones on like Spit to Manly, I told you. Manly, I think, is quite a nice beach because it goes quite far out flat, and because there's a sandbar, so it gets deeper and then it gets shallower again. So it feels like you're very protected when you're at Manly, and usually the water's quite nice. It's one of the most popular beaches, but I'd say it's pretty good. I think it's nicer to swim there than at Bondi usually. Bondi has an abundance of cafes and restaurants and nice places to eat and tattoo parlors and cool bars, and there's a lot of cool shit in Bondi. You're going to be here in the middle of summer, which means getting in and out of Bondi is an actual nightmare. Whereas getting the ferry, if you're staying in the city, you get to get the ferry across the harbor to Manly, which is like lovely. Doesn't cost that much. And it's doesn't get held up by traffic because it's the ocean and there's plenty of space going back and forth across the harbor. I mean, there might be lines for the ferry, but yeah, if you get there a little bit early, you shouldn't. It's pretty rare you miss a ferry from it being overcrowded unless you're like just there right before it leaves. So ferry to Manly is a nice way to go across the harbor. The ferries in general are pretty cheap and nice. I think, and they probably cost a lot more these days, but it's a nice way to just excuse to get on a boat for next to no money is always cool. Around then, Bam, thank you for the 8 months. Kushburn, Slow, Taxtic Extra, and Stealth Vapor. Thank you very much, Stealth Vapor. Have a great time here in Australia. Sorry, after yesterday going to the beach, and I'm kind of just in a excited mood to find some new places to eat, some new places to go. It's summertime here, which means we are getting into the season of just beaches and traveling around and eating nice food and all this sort of stuff. For you guys in the Northern Hemisphere, a lot of the time Christmas is a bit more of a like, let's put some Christmas lights up and eat this food because it's fucking cold outside. And for us, we're just like, everything happens at this time of year. You've got Christmas, you've got all sorts of holidays. Everyone gets lots of time off work. Most businesses shut down for several weeks straight around Christmas. Kids are all on school holidays, so it's a fun, action-packed time. All right, guys, we're about to start casting. One last question. Yeah, the zoo at Taronga, the zoo at Manly has a really nice view back over the city. Yeah, Taronga Zoo's pretty damn awesome as well. I mean, obviously, I think if you've only got 5 days, you probably don't have time to go to the zoo. A lot of people will say get the ferry across to Taronga Zoo, but if you just get the ferry across to Manly, you'll go pretty nice. Yeah, if you want really nice views of the city, I think there's a few spots in the eastern suburbs you can go to. I'm trying to remember. Oh, another cool place. Yeah, Spice Alley's good. I actually am going to be going there probably on my birthday, I think. I'm going to try and set up like a little bar / food hop with my brothers. Spice Alley used to be, they did a really good char kway teow at the Malaysian place in there. Best char kway teow in Sydney. Don't know if it's still there. Like I said, I'll find out in about 5 days as well. So if you go to Spice Alley, do that. Yeah. Should be good. Yeah. Can I fly off around the world to knock on the stream? Is Joey messed up? I gotta throw some bacon at him. My man. Hey, I played Final Fantasy 2 in beta and early wings Liberty, just coming back to it now, having a great time with it. Other than Born GM, what's the best way to learn and improve? Joining my Discord, Christopher. My Discord is the place to be. Why? Because there are nerds in there who, even when I have zero passion to play StarCraft, oh. Sola's like, why do you always ask me for replays? I'm like, I ask everyone, but you're the only one who sends them. Thank you so much. Okay. My Discord. Even if I'm passionless as fuck for StarCraft because I've been getting mauled on the ladder, even when I'm at my lowest passion, you can join my Discord and there are still nerds talking about StarCraft in these replay analysis threads, helping each other out. So you can always go in there, post a replay, and have a good time. You've also got Zerg discussion, Terran discussion, Protoss discussion, where you guys can shoot the shit, ask questions, theory craft, and it's a really good place to get involved in the community. Why? Because StarCraft is a vast game. You will always know less than what you don't know. There's always going to be more things you don't know than what you do know. As a result, being in a community where you can just ask questions and go, I'm confused, what the fuck do I do in this situation, is very helpful. Playing StarCraft as an island, as a person on your own, is hard, it's stressful. The highs aren't as high, the lows are lower, it's tougher. But when you play a competitive game, and you're learning from a community, it is so much more fun. So get in there and make sure you do that. Oh shit, Steadfast raided us. Sorry guys, I didn't even see that. Thank you so much, Steadfast, for the big raid. Sorry, we were just giving a whole bunch of tips to Stealth Vapor who's coming to visit Australia. Yeah. If you do want to come to get I guess last recommendation, Stealth Vapor. I'm trying to think. If you come to my neighborhood, which is Burwood, which is like the best Chinese food in Sydney, last recommendation before we cast this game. What do I want to recommend? Oh my god, there's so much good food here. Like, I live at the place which is like the Chinese epicenter of Sydney. I'm trying to think. Oh man, my two favorite restaurants in my suburb is is it called Apadim? The Uyghur restaurant is really good. I really love this place. So that place, I would get the two dishes I always order is the gosh yangyo, and the kuru lagman, of which I'm sure I'm butchering the pronunciation of these. That place and those are great. The other one is, I think, 1919 Lanzhou? Is it 1919? Yeah, I think it's 1919. Sorry, is it 1919? I'm trying to remember the fucking... Because they all have different numbers attached to them. I think it's 1919. One sec. Gotta look at this on maps to check, to confirm. 1915 is more popular, but it's shit. 1919 is the good one. 1919. Also, 1919 Lanzhou, it's a bit more fast foody in that you go in, you grab it, and eat pretty quickly, but like, holy shit, just the regular noodles there, just the standard order is fantastic. It's so good. But you got to go to that store. They've got other chain ones around Sydney, but they're not as good as that one. That one is every time my friends come visit when we do board games at our place, we go get noodles there. Oh, you can also grab some skewers from Love and Lamb. Lamb skewers from Love and Lamb as well. Fuck it, I've just given you like... there's too many recommendations. You're going to miss a lot of them. But yeah, good luck. You're gonna eat some really nice food here, man. Have a good time. All right, that's my food recommendations. PR Holy, thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. I hope you have a great time, Stealth Vapor. I think you're gonna love it. I just hope it's not too crazy hot. If you're lucky, there's a lull in the weather, and you don't get hit by the crazy heat or the crazy storms, and you get kind of like one of those. I'm hoping you get hit by the nice like 25 to 30 degree summer weather, but we'll see what happens. Grew up in the southern USA. I can handle the heat. Yeah. Yeah, southern US can get quite humid as well. It's just nicer when you get that beautiful, like that. If you get the dry 30 degree, 25 degree weather, oh, that's the dream. All right. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? We've got Falcon Gaming Solar in the top right. It's the grand finals of the Warty Mondays. Week number 63. Liquid Clem in the bottom left side of the map. What a exciting matchup this has become. Of course, we've seen it many times, and Clem has been coming out on top, but Solar always gives him a run for his money. He has stolen the occasional series, but the best of fives especially are difficult, and that's because Clem is so good at making comebacks in this matchup, man. How many times have we seen Clem get behind in this matchup, and we go, oh, the opponent has Lurkers and Banes and equal upgrades, or sometimes even better upgrades. They should be able to push and win, and then Clem just hits them with drops from the left, drops from the right. He's on a pure Marine Widowmine army, but he just keeps them so busy with his multitasking. And then suddenly there's 12 ghosts on the map, and he's got Marauders on the front line, and his army just can't get killed as easily. You know, the Lurkers are trying to move forward, and they just can't get in there without getting sniped. And he's so good at sliding past the points in the game where he's behind or where there's really serious danger. And that's what's so impressive about Clem. And it's not just a him versus Solar or Shin thing or Rogue. Or Raynor, he does it against everyone. He has done it to so many times, and that's why you'll hear the kind of panic when I see a Zerg starting to beat Clem, and you hear me when I'm commentating Cyril, and I'm like, Cyril still needs to do this to close this game out, because there's always this kind of fear that Clem is going to work his way out of trouble. Ryung, YouTube, subscribe, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it here first. If someone could put a name in the Twitch/comments or of the Ryung YouTube channel, please, and subscribe there. Apparently he's been on YouTube a lot. Clem says, Austin YouTube, unsubscribe. All right, guys, remember, just like with StarCraft balance patches, we can only add something if we take something away. So you guys need to go and unsubscribe to Harstem's YouTube so that you can subscribe to Ryung and subscribe to Shin as well. Shinhee Biom, absolute legendary Zerg player. I actually love Shin's YouTube as well. Lots of passion there. He's been putting out videos for many years and doing little fun like highlight compilations of his fellow Zergs doing cool plays and stuff. I've always said that the most inspiring thing about Shin is he is the people's Zerg. He is the Zerg player who is an actual fan of all the other Zerg pros and yeah, is able to take maps and series off them all the time, but plays a lot of strategies that I think are a lot more approachable for your average Joe. Uses a lot of intelligent play to avoid the very difficult mechanical parts of the game, whereas guys like Solo will often just lock horns with their opponent and say, I can match you in the multitasking. I don't care if this is difficult. Shin will often try and go, well, this multitasking is really hard. How can I make this easier for myself? Now, he's being blocked on the left side, and I do think Solo's opening here is probably a little subpar because you really don't want to take this third on the right towards the Terran. But this third on the left is blocked, so what's he going to do? He's just got to delay his third for a long time here, and that's very awkward. Two queens trying to move out. He's going to send 4 lings to the left. Drone is going with them. I think the best build on these maps, and we're going to see people do it a lot. Speaking of Shin, he's the one who does it and has made it popular, is take the third on about 20 supply. Even if you're doing a hatch gas pool, delay the queen in the main, just build the queen on the natural and 4 Zerglings and get a 27 or 25 second queen, whatever it is. Just basically make sure the third cannot be blocked because the top Terrans are doing that SCV scout so consistently and trying to block your third base. So I think the Shin build order is going to be more and more popular because I've seen Clem win so many games recently with that. Surprised Clem didn't go for the creep tumor. I think he must have already looked away. And he's playing... Oh, he's playing double gas! Guys, I was trying to bait Clem the other day in the weekly tournament into playing... I was saying, hey, dude, you know, do a Hellbat Marauder cheese. Do a Battle Cruiser opening because he was going to a match he was favored in. And he was like, nah, don't worry, dude. Like, I'll make the game fun anyway. He said, I play double gas every game now. You know, I don't play 3cc anymore. And I didn't realize, I thought he was kind of joking, but it really seems like he's playing this as his main style now. This is an old school, early legacy style. This is what we did in 2016, 2017. By 2018, third command center builds have started to take over. With this build, you get much faster Hellions, much faster Banshees. That being said, so Zerg has to build spores earlier, build more queens, build more Zerglings to be safe. But you need to do a bit more damage because that third command center is delayed almost 2 whole minutes, which is a big, big, big delay. Has anyone tried asking the turn players nicely not to block their third? I don't know if you guys have tried that. That's, I'd say, a similar idea, Twitch chat, to asking a Protoss player to not pylon block your natural or stand the probe there. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of, like, what is the best analogy to describe this? You guys ever pick up, like, a severely traumatized shelter dog and it just keeps crapping on the floor? This is like just asking it nicely, being like, excuse me, Mr. Puppers, could you please not crap on the carpet? 2 problems, he doesn't speak English, number 1. Number 2, he was raised by animals, just like every Terran and Protoss player, and therefore, yeah, he's going to keep blocking your expansion, isn't he? Anyways, Zerglings are going to try and cut off the Hellion dive. He's got to spread. Ooh, Solo with a good spread of Zerglings, but he goes too deep. Solo gets too greedy. He wants to trap the Hellions, and that means the Hellions will get in. Okay, only 3 left, but that's enough to one-shot. Oh, doesn't get the Evo chamber down. No, watch out for the flamethrowers. Oh my gosh, I know that seems like a redundant statement since hell flamethrowers are the only weapon they have. You know what? Only 4 drones go down. It does shut down the Hellions eventually. Oh, does he get one more? Nope, not quite. Banshees go to the left side. They managed to grab 1 drone on the transfer. Good pull away by Solar. Does only lose 2 more drones there. These spores are placed kind of a bit far on the edges of the mineral lines though. Almost like he was worried about Liberators more than Banshees. Drone's gonna pull to that left side. Guys, you heard it here first. Terrans are abandoned, emotionally damaged puppies. Yeah, pretty much, guys. Sorry, guys. Having flashbacks to the time we had that shelter cat IKEA. You guys remember IKEA? I think we still have an IKEA emote in the Twitch chat. It's one of the most angry-looking cats you've ever seen. I tried to break down those walls. She responded by crapping on the couch and pissing on my exercise shorts that I'd left in a pile on the ground. She was like, this is kitty litter, right? And I was like, this is not kitty! Why'd you pee on my shorts? Cats, man. Anyways, I think she's got a nice, lovely home now. Someone much more patient than us. 14 more Marines there. We were just fostering. We weren't adopting. Just taking care of her for a bit so the shelter had a bit more space until she found a home. Hopefully she's more comfortable. Some cats just don't respond well to the stress of being in a shelter and all that and all the upheaval. Oh, Queen, get out of there. Queen, get out. Pull back, pull back. Pull, 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 pull. Okay, good surround. Good pullback by Solar. As the dust settles, guys, let's talk about this game. You've killed 24 Lings, 8 drones. You've lost your 6 Hellions. Your Banshees are still alive, which you can see he repairs with just a single SCV. And he's going to keep these on defense duty. This really weakens any potential counterattacks. Now, against most Zergs, this is such a big bonus, keeping the Banshees alive, because it just gives you map control, gives you this supporting unit. Problem against Solar is Solar hasn't done a counterattack or a run-by for the last 7 years. When he plays Ling Bane, he basically likes to turtle, defend, and not counterattack at all. He is the most defensive static player. I've always said that when it comes to pure defense, Solar's stat is a 10 out of 10. The problem he has is that he's predictable, and predictability hurts. Doesn't matter how perfect you are. We've seen it so many times where Maru says, oh, I can just leave no defense at home and purely attack while being super greedy and play Biomine every game because you're always going to play Ling Bane. And that's why Solar started to mix in Roaches to try and be a little bit harder to guess what he's going to do. But he's definitely still one of those guys who leans into, I will play this style better than you, you know? And it's funny because he's kind of like 2018 Serral in that regard, right? Serral's much more dynamic these days. Solar, not so much. Hive, is it going to start up? Does have 150 gas. His infestation's done. There we go. He's going to go, yeah, Hydra Den as well, so we can unlock the Lurker Den in a little while. Good creep denial for Clem. Clem's only on 68 workers, though, so he is looking for these trades, and so far, it's only, what, 50% more efficient, 1,500 to 1,000, nothing crazy. Solar actually dancing around down here. I thought he was going for a run-by, but it looks like he's just looking for that drop. Clem's doing a good job of keeping the creep controlled behind this. 4th command center started. I think he's on 5 barracks, 2 factory. He is. 2-2 upgrades are roughly a little bit ahead of +2 carapace. It's +2 melee not starting that is potentially going to hurt Solar the longer this game goes. Anytime the Lings are actually just straight up fighting the Marines, which, to be fair, is not that common. Often it's the Banelings that you are relying on, but there are those rare times where you've just got pure Marines fighting pure Zerglings, and suddenly those melee upgrades really do matter. Something like this. Let's pick up. 1 Banshee goes down. They've been an annoyance, though, really slowing down Solar's 4th from exploding, but the fact that his 5th is untouched and fully saturated... Oh, and those Marines unloading in a bad spot. I mean, there are still 6 alive. Here we go, though. Clem's gonna punish. Clem just dives right up the guts, and he's gonna grab 6 drones and a hatchery. That's a massive snipe there. Pure Marine mine right now for Clem. 9 Widow Mines, 54 Marines. He's got 2 Siege Tanks, but he's leaving those at home as his insurance in this game. 5 is now done. Widow Mine doesn't land on the Marines, and you can see how powerful those Marines are. 2-2's about to finish. When these 3 more barracks come in this main, they will, of course, build tech labs. I don't think he's in any rush to go Ghosts just yet, Clem, but he will naturally be heading there. A few Marauders, a few Ghosts start to mix in, and he's going to try and play that mobile game that Clem always does. Tanks and Libs keep you much safer against things like Lurker or Hydra pushes. Clem doesn't like those units because they're less mobile, and it takes away some of his aggressive power. He likes to be dynamic out on the map. He does not mind playing a riskier style. On the defense, he feels like he can defend by attacking, and that is really what his whole style is predicated on. If Solar can catch a bunch of Marines with Banelings or something, he could explode across the map with Lurkers, but right now he doesn't have the gas to really invest in those early Lurkers. Just going to be Adrenals. Oh, good Widow Mine drag! Good Widow Mine drag. Right side, the Marines win the right side, and the Marines kite back on the left. Oh, I think this might be too much now, because look at this. Clem now can just keep picking at you. There's no Banelings on the right side, which means he can stand and fight. Oh, it's a disaster for Solar. The Baneling cocoons go down. Solar has to tap out, and Clem, to be fair, this is Mothership. It's a tough map to defend. I thought Solar was doing such a good job. And then it's like, you know, his army's distracted on the right, distracted on the left, and that's when Clem just dives the middle. And that was actually really clever, because a lot of the times as a Terran, you just kind of get used to this mode of like attack the flanks. Obviously, you don't attack down the middle. That's not going to work. But if you look at it from Solar's point of view, he's dealing with the right, he's dealing with the left. And there's this ramp here as well. He's dealing with the right, he's dealing with the left. This middle kind of feels protected, right? And there is a few Marines there, but he's not really sure. The Banshees are distracting him. The Ling Bane is kind of monitoring this center area, but then he sends it back to the left just for a moment. He's out of position. That lack of map control, that one moment's all you need. His 5th bases are really hard to defend. GG, well played. Nice play for Clem. Takes game 1. My kitten digs through a litter like she's looking for gold. Yeah, they're very comfortable with it. They smell themselves on it, and when it kind of calms them down playing with their shit box. It's really annoying. Yeah. I can understand that kind of cat. I'm an angry pisser too. Yeah, dude. All right, Clem's up one game. Let's play a very quick ad break, and then we'll be back in just a minute. Pig, could you link the YouTube channels in the description when the video comes out? The YouTube channels? Which YouTube channels? Yeah, which ones? For like the people organizing these tournaments? I don't know if they put these games up, the original tournament organizers, so that's the thing. I know Wardy probably would eventually on WardyCast for his cup, so these ones probably are up on Wardy's channel either already or soon, I would imagine. But yeah, it's a lot of people don't necessarily do it, and you never know which series they've cast and which they haven't. So I think I'm going to be a lazy fuck and say no, but if you could clarify exactly what you mean by that, Cayman, that would be cool. One warning for Southern New Zealand, it won't be that hot, but the sun is far more powerful. If you're fair skinned, you're spending time outside, take the warning seriously. Yeah, yesterday I was not in the sun for very long at all, and I was so paranoid, man, because we were there at midday. I like to go to the beach in the morning and go swim and blah, 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 when you've got that like 9 a.m. morning sun in the middle of summer is still very hot, but it's hitting so much more atmosphere on the angle it's coming, so you're actually fine. Like, you don't even need to wear sunscreen. You probably should, but 10 a.m. And then I like to get the heck away from the beach, back to air conditioning around the middle of the day. My waifu, that is an impossibility for her, though. She's like, nah, let's fucking get there in the middle of the day and and endure the heat. But no, it's not too bad. My Twitch broke. How did Clem win that one? He sniped the hatch in the middle when Sol was slightly out of position, and then he just started kind of picking him off from all sides. Just good Marine Widow Mine poking in from all sides after he got the middle hatch, and he just caught him without banelings on one side, or not enough banelings, and got in there, and the Marines just kind of won the game. Don't go anywhere, guys. 3-minute ad break. I'll be back in just 1 sec. Okay, I guess I just don't do damage this game. It's a scouting banshee. Guys, he upgraded Cloak to Scout. He's like, this, I have an Observer too. Look at me, Protoss player. I have an Observer as well. It's just, it runs out of energy after a while. Has to go hide in the dead space and come back later for a second scout.
Talk to me, boss. Do this. I'm going in. Not a problem. All day long.
Mineral field depleted.
I'm waiting on you. Ready to raise some hell.
That's the dumbest game of StarCraft I've played in a while. This guy didn't believe in spore crawlers, man. Crazy new martial law. Yeah, the Korea's not, they weren't born today, Jake and Bake, right? I can't believe that donkey of a Korean prime minister thought they could six-pull literally a country that grew up on StarCraft. Did you guys see how quick they reacted? The moment they scouted the six-pull, they fucking instantly went in, and they're like, oh no, we're gonna wall you off from your fucking natural. And I'm like, you can't hatch block them from... They literally just boosted over the wall. And here we go, Ultralink Bane, man. The snipes are so good, though. Clem's in and out micro. He's back and forth. This is the difference, man. When I watch Clem doing this, I'm like, if I stim towards that army, I lose my whole army. Doesn't matter how much I focus on it. It all dies. There's a giant army in the main as well. I don't know. Without infestors, without any comeback units, I don't know what Raynor could possibly do here. The man needs to pull a rabbit out of a hat. He needs to pull more than a rabbit out of a hat. He needs to pull Cyril's pet guinea pig out of a hat. He needs to pull something absolutely insane out of a hat right now. Man, that'll do it. What? What? No. What? I think Gaunts can be really good. How much Luminite do they cost? Why can't we build that right now? There we go. All right, let's go. Yeah, if we can catch him, this will be great. Behind this, I'd like to get my... Oh no, I pressed the wrong button. I accidentally split my boys before the fight started. Oh God. Oh god, I meant to press the building button. I was trying to build the upgrade structure. Oh jeebs. Oh jeez. No man. Oh no, not like this. No, okay guys. Well now we get to make a comeback. This is a hype builder. That's a hype builder, that is. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Wow. Wow, that just this is what happens when you spam through your hotkeys a little bit too much. You know, you're starting to get the mechanical rhythms of the new game down. You get a bit excited, and you spam buttons a bit too quickly, and you go, oh, I might be an idiot. Thankfully, my opponent's going to hand the advantage straight back to me. Very, very... oh, very nice. With that depot timing? Oh my god. Okay, guys. 3,800. He's almost 4K, guys. I just want to remind you, this player is 4K. Activillain literally has the mechanics of a drunk lemur. The build orders of a mentally impinged doorknob. That's right. Not a regular doorknob. That's too much smarter than Activillain. That's not a fair comparison to the fucking doorknob. I'm telling you, the way this man plays games is he just takes the fucking dumbest idea ever from like a pro match, but then he does it 10 times worse than the pro could ever fathom. And fight him they will. Oh my god, 5, 4, 3, storms everywhere, 2, 1, the shade finishes, the storms are there, and Ilias with the storm adept shade combo steals the point. Nick teleports in after the fight's over. Nick teleports after the fight's over. He's like, guys, are we fighting for the point? Are we fighting for the point? Stuff and all that, but these pro gamers apparently prioritizing injecting their hatcheries and sending their lings into each other mineral lines. Virgin detected. Houston, we've detected an anomaly. There appears to be a lack of sexual encounters for the professional gamers going on, and because of that, they're optimizing their lava injects and actually winning the video game. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think probably they're just lava injecting. They're probably just producing units a little bit. Oh. Alright guys, sorry, we just took an extra few seconds. Just trying to plan my birthday. Trying to set up like a little food crawl. Food pub crawl. The older you get, your pub crawls become basically just walking between food places and then just having like fucking 1 or 2 beers the whole time. I think we're gonna do bar food bar, something like that. But probably ends up being twice as much food as bars. Should be fun. With my wife, I don't get no respect. The other night there was a knock on the front door. My wife told me to hide in the closet. Just a bit of Rodney Dangerfield while waiting. Nice. All right. Let's go, guys. Let's keep going. Sorry, we took so long talking shit at the start of the day. I really need to catch up on the cast. We've got 4 big series today. Exclamation mark bracket if you want to see them. If you guys are on YouTube, just click, well, look at the linked comment. If you look at the top of chat, there should be a linked comment. I'm not sure how it displays depending on what platform you're on, but yeah. Alright guys, we got Clem in the top left side of the map. Lovely game one. And that exact sort of game is where, if you're any other Zerg, I say, yeah, don't just play standard Lingbane defensive against Clem. He'll just maul you with Marine Mine, man. Solar, though, I think he really can do it, man. He's normally good enough to survive that. So, knowing Solar, he's not going to back away. And this is always the choice you have as a StarCraft player, where you can either say, okay, my strategy's not working, let's pivot, or I can just do it better. Now, we know from experience Solar can always just do it better. He is exceptionally good at straight-up defensive ZVT, and I actually consider his weak point in the matchup to be just a little bit, maybe a minute or 2 after where he was. Like, once the Lurkers are out, getting that army across the map or sneaking a Nidus Worm in the midst of Clem just mauling you with triple drops is really hard. And I think Solar does really well when he's defending 2 squads, but Clem's exceptionally good at splitting a 3rd squad off, and not really, there's not a noticeable decline in his micro. A lot of players, if they suddenly have 3 different squads, like 2 armies and a drop they're managing, there's a good chance Banelings roll into the drop without them watching, right? There's a good chance the drop isn't really, they forget to stim pack it or something. They just unload it in a mineral line and don't really look at it. Clem, it feels like he's watching everything at all times. He does make mistakes, obviously. He's not perfect, but It's just at such a lower rate that he makes those mistakes than other Terrans, which is why he gets that aura. Now, this is the point where, like I said, you would have already not built this queen, and instead you'd be starting a third hatchery here at about 20, 22 supply, something like that. 20 to 22 supply. And that's kind of the build order I was thinking Solar would go for. Now, Solar did go for an extractor trick early. He's only got 2 workers on gas. He's mining a bit more minerals early. And did he go 15-15, guys, to sneak the 2 lings out? He did an extractor trick immediately at the start of the game. Okay, I need to check this build order from the start. He forces Clem to commit to the eBay block. I think at this point, Solar says, well, you're spending more money denying me. I don't mind being blocked if you're going to commit that much. I still think Solar probably should be doing the Shin build here, like I said, or maybe mix that in the next game. Because on these maps, this other third base, the alternate's so bad on this map pool. This is one of the many reasons why this map pool is quite Terran favored in this matchup over Zerg. You only get 1 third base that's good. Often, there's an alternate third base that is like very competitive with the first option that you have. This third base is awful. Way too hard to get down here to defend, too exposed from the left side, and has a cliff up above it as well. It's just too hard to get out there. So he's going to have to just chill now. And without link speed on the way, I wonder what Solar does here. I know, you know, the lower level you get, the response to this sort of thing is to go for a Roach Warren and try to do a Ravager Ling. While taking the third belatedly, but not actually looking to drone it, just trying to take the third to pretend you're doing it. Solar is, I believe, just doing a Nidus Queen Ling all in. He could be going 2-base Muta in response to this as well. That could be the other option. 2-base Muta is never been a bad build. It's always been playable, but it's always had such a narrow margin for error. Oh yeah, he's actually going 2-base Muta. This is sick. We never see this anymore. Where you would die if the slightest thing goes wrong. And Clem is so good with his aggression, so he especially would be hard to play against with this sort of stuff. But it counters Banshee Cloak really well, because the Banshees are going to be running into the earliest Overseer and Mutalisks of all time, and they will shut you down. Hellions are scouting around. He's like, dude, do you have a corner base? Have you hidden a hatchery? Like, and starting to dawn on Clem, like, he should probably be canceling this eBay soon. He doesn't have a third CC started. I think he has to play 2-base bios, because otherwise he's not got an answer to the mutas. If he drops a third command center now, Clem, you know it's a 2-base play. You're going to go third command center off nothing but Hellion Banshee. None of these units shoot up. The gall. Speaking of gall, I don't know why the way I said it then, it reminded me of Cho'Gall. You guys remember Cho'Gall? Fucking Ogre champion? Bloody Legend Man, Ogre Mage champion. Good old Warcraft 2 days, man. Anyways, third hatchery does go down. Overseer's going to come in. That's a pretty late second and third barracks. Spy is already halfway done. Clem is going to be on a narrow margin here. He's going to have to probably turtle on 2-base for a little bit, but I think 2-base Mute is better than ever against these 2-gas openings of Clem. Right? This actually seems like it's actually way stronger than against the 3cc, because 3cc is just so economic, but in this case, he's invested a lot in early tech. That tech runs into Queen Overseer and doesn't really achieve much. Doesn't achieve anything, in fact. There's no actual direct damage that's been done. Banshee rotates. Link can defend the Hellions. Double eBay is now coming up. Oh, he's taking another gas already. Oh, Solar's going to commit really hard to mutas. Oh, a little sloppy here. Does let the Banshee take a drone. I mean, not really sloppy, but, you know, nice catch for Clem. Gets himself a drone. But going 6 gas before droning the third minerals is such a commitment to muta momentum. So Solar's going to play this like, I just won't stop building mutas, and I will keep trying to find damage. I guess over the years I've had my faith in the Mutalisk worn down to think that's never a good idea. But I mean, it's something Clem will barely ever play against, and he's so aggressive. If you just come out here with like more Mutalisk than his Marines can even handle, you know, you can snowball these situations really well. Mutalisks are going to take out a few of these units. One Reaper goes down. The Hellions do escape. Queens should easily defend the Banshees. Especially, there we go. Yeah, they got the Overseer with them. Watch out. Solar pulls back from the Marines. Stim's not ready just yet. And he's got +1 air weapons. He is still droning here. Showing the 6 gas to Clem might mean Clem is actually really paranoid about the mutas. Good defense by Solar. Gets a Banshee. Yes, 3 drones have gone down, but for what? Like, what actual damage is being dealt? Pretty much none. That Banshee's probably not going to go home. And, oh, huge pickup! Huge pickup! He finds the Marine rally. This is really good because it keeps the Marine count low. If you don't let that Marine count ever get too high, that's really big. Does let an SCV escape there, which is a bit surprising. These SCVs, though, on the barracks Nice pickoffs here. And even though he's building more mutas, I'm not sure if he'll rally those across the map. Stim's now done, so he's got to escape. And you got to watch out. He always looks to trap. He always looks to trap you. So you got to be very careful of Marines trapping your mutas. Recently, a lot of people have played mutas against CLEM, and he always tries to run out on the map and catch you when you're trying to rejoin your muta rally with your mutas that were out on the map. But great damage so far for Solar. He's got a very early carapace and melee, considering how late his third was. I think 7 minutes starting is not very early. Okay, well-timed. Well-timed, I think, is a fairer way to put that. Production sucks for Solar. No fourth hatchery, like it's just started. So going for a macro hatchery, a fifth hatchery, things so that you can reactively make masses of Lingbane could really help for him. That being said, Clem, stuck on 3 base, stuck defending. He's making more siege tanks, which is interesting because tanks aren't the favored thing against Mutiling Bane, right? You want Widow Mines normally. And he's building the second factory out front, which he'll build a reactor on, start pumping mines. He'll make drilling claws out of his first factory. And the armory is timing out really well because, look, 1-1's finishing. Armory just finished. How quickly does Clem start 2-2? Almost instantly on the +2. What? The muta count's grown. 15 mutas beats 8 Marines pretty badly, guys. Does he go for the medevac or does he just A-move? Just A-moves. He's going to lose 1 mutalisk. Oh, good pickup for Clem. I can't believe he saved those Marines. Wow, I thought that medevac was going to go down for shoresies. Uh-oh, he does derp there, though. Throws another medevac away. And he's lost the reactor on the starport. Reactors, of course, take a long time and 50 minerals, 50 gas to rebuild. Nice move for Solar. Dude, this is so cool that Solar's reacted with his 2-base muta. I love this choice. You know, I really thought when that eBay went down, he didn't have a Ling speed, which meant he couldn't just build Lings to overwhelm. I was like, does he just have to walk Queens out there? Like, it felt like it was an awkward position. Queens take forever to kill an engineering bay that's half built. Lots more drones coming in. Infestation, 5th hatchery. I do think macro hatchery is kind of essential soon. He's up to 90 drones as Solar, which is a really good count. But he's going to be playing down on upgrades for most of this game. And Mutiling Bane not the most efficient. But oh, look at that. There's no repair space. He even contaminates the upgrade to make sure it goes down. Wow. Solar does deny +2. Unfortunately for him, it is +2 armor. And to Clem's credit, that is very good for him. But eBays behind the natural are always quite exposed to Mutiling Bane. And I think in the main base or over here is much harder to snipe. And that's one of those things where I think if you just don't play against mutas a lot, you forget. That's a position when there's mutas big in the meta, you never build your eBays there for this exact reason. Here comes the attack. There are 23 Banes. I like that he just rolls a few Banes forward, tries to just force Clem back. He's going to keep morphing Banes, and he's going to keep trying to bait Stims and forcing him to spread, and maybe just clearing some of these units at a time. Muta's going to go for the counterattack. Does he go for the turret? Yes, he does, but plenty of Marines there, so he's going to have to pull to that left side and get those mutas out of there. These Queens pulling back as well. Clem's main army does retreat. Remember, 90 workers for Solar. Still no macro hatcheries for him. He's done an amazing job with his injects. I am very impressed that he's keeping his money low. Of course, Mutalisks are very expensive units. He's also got 1-1 on the mutas, which means right now they're even upgrades with Marines. Not something you see too often. Uh-oh, and I told you he's always trapping you, but this time, Solar's being caught before. The previous 2 weeks, Solar's being caught 2 or 3 times by this Marine trap. Not today. Not today, mate. The Thor could try to hedge him in because it's got very long range. If he puts a Thor on the edge here and then here, I think it might be able to hit those Mutalisks. But as you can see, Massling Bane comes in. He says, I'm going to break my way out of this surround. You've got way too many units in your main base, you silly head. And Clem overcommits to trapping the Mutalisks, splits his army too much, leaves about a third of it overstimmed in the open. Mutalisks are just going to click on that command center, and surely he gets it, but the Ling Bane's abandoned him. The Ling Bane should have stayed a little bit longer so that he could take out the command center. Ah, that's unfortunate. And now he loses another Mutalisk as well. Units lost tab, though, very close to even. This is still good for Solar because he's on 5, 6 bases at the bottom coming up. 88 drones, Ultra Cav, and Adrenal. His 2-2's almost finished as well. Remember, when his 2-2's finished, he's actually going to be up an upgrade because of that deny on the +2 armor, which has just restarted not that long ago. Creep spread, though, is getting pushed back. Clem being this active on the map is quite dangerous, especially with only 8 Widow Mines. Remember, those Widow Mines often end up stuck at home because you end up burrowing them in your main, in your natural. He's also only got 1 turret on the natural. Clem is really bare bones on his Mutalisk defense, but luckily for him, Solar did stop at 18 mutas. Clem snipes a hatchery as well. Is Clem actually going to get back in this game? He's down 22 workers. But if he maxes out with Marauders mixed in now, he doesn't have concussive, but if he can get Marauders on the front to hit with concussive, to slow down the Ling Bane, to absorb the Baneling hits, there's this point you hit, 10 Marauders up front, 12 Widow Mines spread through the army, Marines and Thors spread behind. Mutiling Bane starts to fight so inefficiently. Solar needs to keep up the momentum. He can't let Clem stabilize and finish maxing out. This is a good engage for Solar. Catches a bunch of Marines. He's got to keep doing this. I think this Lingbane on the right needs to hit the natural. If he lets Clem max out and force a frontal engage, he might be able to overwhelm with mass baneling, but I think Solar right now, he's letting this go back into Clem's style of game, where Clem, one big frontal army could go well for him. That being said, there's only 6 Marauders, very few of them on the front lines, and he is going on to creep here. Widowmine's going to fire on those Banelings. Quite a few Banelings do go down, but he clears a few Widowmines, and he does buy himself time. 25 more of these Banelings are coming in. The Lingbane's going to try to engage there. 2 Widowmines do land on the Siege Tank. Thor has to pick up. I like that Solar cleared area for himself, but he's got to keep making Banelings. If at any point he doesn't have Banes, he's in trouble. This is that open natural I was talking about, guys. Surprised he didn't change targets to the Widowmines there. But he does have to back off, and that's the clutch defense of the Clem right there. The Cleminator, as some call him. No one's ever called him that, guys. That's like Sherman. I'm the Shermanator. He's like, I'm so cool. Remember, guys, the coolest thing you can do is give yourself a nickname, as Fogel taught us many years ago when he became the infamous McLovin. Mutalisks are there, 3 Overseers coming out. We've got Marines running to the left side as well. Marine, Mine, Marauder, Thor coming down the right side. Do we have to give up this base? There's no Banelings in position. Ultra Ling's going to lead the charge. Got to be careful. That's a wall of Marauders up front with a good spread of mines, but so deep on creep is Clem. Clem runs in the left side, meets a massive base, like 40 Banelings. Dude, uh-oh. I think Clem's doing really well on the right side, though. There's not much left here to defend. There's only 10 Mutas left and a few Ultras. I think Solar might have to give this base up. He doesn't want to, and he is still deep on creepers, Clem, so Solar's going to try and take the fight. It's 2-2 against 3-2 right now, though, and all that Ultra Baneling from that left side needed to be on the right side. Solar, oh, he loses a pretty important hatchery. It's not like the end of his economy or anything, but these Banelings need to find those Marines. They're looking for them. Watch out for the Widowmines. Watch out for the Widowmines. Widowmine does land, but only on a few Banelings. And the Banelings, oh, a great final Widowmine. Dude, how is Clem taking such good fights this deep on creep? When I'm this deep on creep, it is so scary. It feels like every fight is a foregone conclusion where I'm going to get wiped. But as you can see, the tail end of that fight did get slippery for Clem as his units started to crumble. Widowmine Bio moving in on the left side. He's going to try and snipe the hatchery. Widowmines are going to try and take out a few of these drones. He's still got some Widowmines on the right side as well. In the intensity of what's going on, there are no Overseers with the army, it looks like. Yes, there's 2 on the map, but I'm not sure where they are. Hatchery goes down to those 3 Marauders and 2 Marines. Where are the Overseers, guys? We've got 1 there. Okay, 1 is with the Mutalisks. He just doesn't have 1 with the ground army. So these Widowmines are going to run forward. Takes out a few more Zerglings, just causing a nuisance. He's also... Does he block the hatchery? Yes, he does. Very annoying here. Clem, that multitasking, finding him a bit more control in this final, later stages. I say final, but the late game, the early late game stages that we're in now. There are still only 3 orbitals. There is no extra mules. Clem is getting a 5th base, though, and he's maxed again. But he's up against Ultra Bane, so there's no spellcasters for Zerg. If there was, I'd say Solar's still ahead on the tech, but as it is, I think the tech's evening out, right? 3-3 against what's going to be 3-3. Ghosts are just now coming in. It is hard to deal with Ultras, though. Oh, the Mutiling Bane. If he could chase the drop down, that would be good, but at what cost, man? Too much of his army's on the right side of the map, which means he's got to give up the hatchery on the left. The Medivacs do get chased down on the right side, so that's a good catch there for Solar, but can he get back and defend this next hatchery? Oh, Widowmines. Not getting any good Widowmine shots. No good Widowmine shots for Clem. His army had to stim and stutter step too far away. There is a Baneling landing on top of the Marines, and he does have to pick up and get out because he knows those Mutas aren't too far behind. Solar loses a hatchery but cleans up a vast amount of army. He's only down 5,000 resources in the units lost. That doesn't... I mean, I know it sounds like a lot for a different matchup. For ZVT, that's really not so much. And now trying to rejoin his forces. The Widowmines do get a few shots off, but the Ultras cleaving through, man. Ultras with that beautiful splash damage attack, starting to chop everything, man. And he's on the basis. He's on the 3rd. He's going to make the Bio come to him. And that's the thing. Normally, if Bio can just retreat and start a step back, it's in a better spot. But he has to run forward and then run back. Run forward and then run back. His 3rd's getting mauled. The command center just went down. And Ultralist does fall there, but Solar, 2 base Muta in response to Clem, blocking his 3rd. The absolutely disgusting man that he is, saying, I mean, we said it at the start of the series. Terran players, they want to block your expansion like that untrained dog wants to poo on your carpet. And that is exactly what Clem started the series with. Solar has found the counter, though. He has got some of that bloody carpet cleaner foam stuff you spray on there. He's cleaned up. You can't even see the stains. And he has somehow used the momentum of rushing 2 base Muta against the Banshees to just take complete control of this game. He's got his bases rebuilding there as well. He doesn't have much gas income right now, I don't think, but it's enough. He's got gas bank anyway. He did lose quite a few drones, but 77 against 57 I think is plenty, and with 20 mutas overhead, 5 ultras. Lots of Zerglings. Not many Banes right now, so he's going to try to make a few more. I think if he can clear this base or this base, he knows he's got this one in the bag. And Clem is right now trying to defend 2 distant points. Remember, Terran is their strongest when they've got an uninterrupted line of mines and ghosts and planetaries and all that. But when you're defending the far right and the far left with this map control, he has no idea where Solar's army is going to come from. He does sneak a drop down the right side because he realizes I've got to kind of try to keep my opponent on the defensive. Otherwise, I'm kind of screwed. Solar a little slow on the drone pool here. He's going to lose at least 5 or 6 drones. This is a great sacrifice, this drop, to distract the opponent. Comes in with mutas, doesn't get too much there. And you can see Clem's just trying to distract as much as he can with this. Keeping Solar back, lets himself max out again. Another Spore Crawler goes down, but at least the Marines are mostly cleaned up. Here we go. Mutas on the left side. It's a distraction. His army's here chasing the Mutalists, which means Solar's out-positioned him, and Solar is going to dive on that Planetary on the right side. Ultra Baneling's going to clear that. No problem whatsoever. Clem too far out on the map. He thought he was going to be able to do a big frontal push, but he was wrong. Ultraling Bane tries to ambush the Terran as he moves down the ramp. Good micro for Clem. Loses a ghost, but he cleans up a lot of the stuff. He also dives in with his own drop down here. Is 3 medevacs enough to pick up most of those units? Can definitely save most of them. I don't think all of them. Mutas come in from this left side. Oh, the turret goes down! The turret goes down. It was enough Mutalisks with 2-2 there to take down the turret. Dude, he has 2-2 on his Mutalisks. He didn't stop upgrading them all game. Solar, the mad lad, playing really well. This bio is going to try to pull back. He doesn't even save all the units. He leaves a bunch behind, tries to boost to the right. He knows those mutas are coming right from behind him. And there's no Widow Mines. There's no Widow Mines in this army, which means the Banelings are a real threat. There's a goddamn drone in there, guys. There's a bloody drone in there. Oh, and the Banelings are rolling in. The drone is still here. Gary the drone wants to be one of the boys. He's attacking the SCV, repairing the planetary. Oh my gosh, the mutas are there. There's too much Ultraling Bane. Gary is still in the front line. Gary! 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 He survived till the end. One of the boys. Man, that's so cool. Someone needs to make a bloody Disney film. It's like Mulan, but instead of a lady pretending to be, you know, the warrior man to pretending to be her dad, it's just a drone going, I'm totally a Zergling. Look at me. 30. I have even more hit points. He has 35. I have 40. Hats off to Solar. I love the 2-base muta response. I don't know if that's always amazing, but I think especially because Clem went eBay block into the Banshee tech, and that just, you know, runs into immediate Overseers, pretty quick mutas. It feels like that matchup of builds was really tight for Solar. I really wonder, though, is he going to let Clem block his third again on the next map? Or are we going to go into maps where the third bases are equal and he just takes the other third? Because I think we've had 2 maps in a row where the alternate third base really sucked. Let's see what happens in the next game. He's role-playing a crab bot from Battle Aces? Yeah. It's like I'm a crabby boy. Let's go. Do you know how heroic one Battle Aces unit would be in this game? A crab has 2,400 hit points, man. That thing's like 4 Ultralisks, you know? almost 5. Almost 5 Ultralisks. I like how the mutas can catch the medevacs on the retreat. They get 1 boost, and then they have to unload the units and fight. If Zerglings are chasing with mutas, it's going to be tough. Yeah, exactly. It keeps it interesting. It probably also does like 100 to 200 damage. Yeah. The stats in the stats in Battle Aces would go hard in StarCraft 2. We had a guy named Sherman in my high school class. We sometimes called him the Shermanator. Nice. This is a fun series so far, dude. I really feel like Solar has been stepping up. There was a period, remember, where we had no Zerg, and ever since the patch, Solar has been hard carrying the Zerg race. I gotta say, other players are gonna be looking at Solar. Like, I want Rogue, I want Shin, I want a Laser, Lambo grinding these tournaments. I know Lambo's been playing quite a few of the European ones. I know he doesn't really like playing the cross-server ones with lag as much, but I've been enjoying seeing Solar just smashing so many tournaments, man. I really hope he keeps it up. Thank you Fabrizzi with a big 36-month resub. Appreciate it. As well as Kaiserbrot. Party out, alles gut zum Partner Jubilaum. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate you. Hope you guys having a good one. They gave me Soapy as a Zerg, saying Clem get clammed. It was pretty cool to see the mutas take a bit of control. And like I said, it's so often the mutas get caught, or then he just shoves with Marie in mine. The fact that Clem didn't go 3cc, I think, opened up that opportunity, and that's why 3cc is a bane upon our game, guys. This is why I want that 8-worker start. This is why I want that 8-worker start. I want more games like that last one, just to be a possibility. Because it's like, it's crazy that 3 command center just counters 2 base muta. Like, it's a soft counter, but like the fact that it does, you're like, really? All right, guys, White Rabbit's the next map. This is a map where the third bases are pretty far spread. Clem's in the bottom left for Team Liquid, Solar in the top right. And yeah, does he try to go like 15-15 again or something? Let's see. Because normally, yeah. Let's see, does he's building an Overlord, so no, just a standard opening. I wonder if Clem doesn't even try to block, but if we look at this, so I think this third on the left is probably the better one, but either one is so far away. Like, it feels like if there was ever a map which is basically shouting to me as a Zerg player, you like do Ling run bys and do roach attacks rather than try to defend, because if you're just defending with Queen Ling, like, the distances are just vast. The ramps are wide open. Hellions can come from any side. Getting through the early game on this map, I'm going to be studying what Solar does to not let Clem just drive in the base and kill 20 workers. I'm also wondering if after that last game, Clem's like, not packing up the double gas. We're going back to 3 command centers. I hope not. I hope not. There's like the double gas, it just raises the intensity of the interactions between the players, and just keeps the economy a little bit scaled down from that insane legacy economy that we normally see. How many pros are even able to play so many build orders so perfectly? Yeah, well, I'm really impressed with Solar's range lately. I gotta say, yeah, Solar used to be, you know, he didn't have too many different opening variations for ZVT. But lately, he's mixing it up a lot. Oh, he's gonna do the Shin build! Guys, he's doing the Shin build! He's gonna take the hatchery on like 20-22 supply. He could build 2 more drones, but he's just gonna go for the hatchery now. He's like, yep, I'm done dealing with these blocks. Let's just take it. He sees the SCV. Builds another drone. And he's like, the moment that SCV moves left to block me, I think he's just going to start it, right? So he starts 2 queens. And he's looking. Yeah, you could actually see his screen was looking at the SCV. And he's going to go hatch before Overlord, or does he build Overlord? He builds another drone. Oh, he's trying to be as greedy as possible. He's delaying his hatchery. Now he's like, okay, Reaper's going to be here. I need to just start this as the SCV goes over. So he starts the hatchery. Okay, I love it. I love it. This is really cool for Solar. He's avoiding getting blocked again, because I don't think 2-base mute is going to work that well in the next game, where Clem expects it to be coming. Nice gas to protect the worker. 1 Zergling does go down, but that's okay. Should be double injects coming in. 3rd queen starts up immediately. A few more drones. I love it. This it's such a scary point. I've seen so many Zergs fall behind to that opening block and then just get overwhelmed. Solar's like, nah. Take a leaf out of Shin's book. Avoid having to deal with that. Because that sort of situation where Clem's Reap is twice as annoying as normal, it allows him to exert his APM, his multitasking, because then if he denies your creep tumor, or just kind of catches the drone a second time, like it snowballs. This time it is a 3 command center build, guys. So after losing that last game, Clem has gone back to the Omega Verge opening. Basically just wants to make his 3 command centers. He is going to go Hellion Banshee again by the looks of it. He could go Viking or Liberator, but I would imagine it's just Hellion Banshee. He's been doing that a lot. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Got lots of new viewers tuning in recently on both Twitch and YouTube. I don't know what's been going on. I guess maybe just there's this thing where you have fun casting StarCraft and more people tune in. I do apologize to people. I haven't been commenting as much on YouTube recently. I've been, you know, we went to Canada at the start of November, then we went to Melbourne for a family trip late November. But I've been back reading everyone's comments, just you know, liking them and stuff. Try to comment on the YouTube a little bit more as well. But I've been really appreciating everyone's comments, and yeah, once again a reminder, if I'm ever harping on about something too much or I make an incorrect analysis, just chuck a timestamp in. Always open to feedback and criticism, because we aren't too big of a channel where it's just white noise of crazy people shouting. There's actually There's always a few crazy people shouting, but it's actually really useful to hear everyone's comments, and I actually do. I don't always comment on them, but some of you guys write essays in the comments, like actual essays, and I always read it. And sometimes I throw it a like, sometimes I don't. You just theory crafting, but I just love people thinking about the game, engaging with it, thinking about different strategies. It makes me happy. There's something about people obsessing over StarCraft that makes me feel a little bit less alone in this world, you know? Sometimes people come to my Twitch chat or my YouTube comments and they ask like an ultra detailed question that's like a giant paragraph, and they're like, oh god, am I being weird? Like, I'm sorry for spamming a paragraph, that wall of text, I'm so sorry. And I'm like, don't be sorry. You've made me happier than you would ever know. Someone else overthinks video games as much as I do. No, it's just cool. I just like people thinking about games and trying to improve it, and that's the best part about community, is theory crafting together. How many lings have we got? Only 11. You notice he's building 2 more. I wouldn't be surprised to see Solar build 6 more. I think he's gotten away with some pretty good greed so far. He's got a quick layer to deal with the Banshee. He did Overlord sack, right? So yeah, he saw the cloak, he saw the 2nd and 3rd barracks. 3rd command center is already landed, which is just seems crazy, but that's a good efficient build order that Clem's done 1,000 times. He knows how to do it. All right, good defense for the Queens so far. They're getting a little bit damaged, but with the Overseer about to come in, it's okay. 4th hatchery timing is good. If he can defend that 4th hatchery, that's massive. And notice he's got 3 queens on the left with an Overseer, 2 queens with a separate Overseer on the right. So this is his anti-Banshee. This is like his secondary queen hotkey. So often you'll have main army as Zerglings on 1, and then you'll have your main queen / creep squad on 2, and then that secondary squad on 3. He did pull his secondary squad out of position, so his Lings had to go forward, but actually a great fight for the Lings. Gets 2 Hellions, gets a 3rd one now as Clem stands his ground. Another one goes down. It's really good, man. And he pulls the drones back in the main. The offlane squad gets there. If he targets the weak Banshee, he can kill it. Oh, he targets it just in time. Both players were, of course, distracted on the left side, but really good D. Guys, Solar got away with early droning. He's at 70 workers at 6 minutes, and he's going high. Oh, he's doing the Hydra build. The Hydra build is something Clem's really struggled with, because Clem has been playing Widow Mines almost every game recently. Yes, he'll build 2 or 3 siege tanks early, leave them on the cliff, and then he almost always goes Widow Mines. So if when his first bio mine gets across the map, you've got a wall of Hydras to greet him, it's amazing. And interestingly, Solar's not going the full Hydra style. He's going Hydra Baneling, which is inferior in many ways. It does give you the ability to have a more mobile army that just throws itself at your opponent, but it means you're going Banelings instead of Fungal. You guys know I love Fungal, especially because Hydras outrange Marines. I feel like if you Fungal them, Hydras ruin them. Whereas what happens with Hydraling Bane is sometimes the Banes just kind of get stuck behind the Hydras and they trickle in, and the Marines can just stutter step away. And if the Marines are stutter stepping away from Banelings, your Hydras aren't really getting any attacks in. So I am a much bigger fan of the Hydra Infestor style, especially when you're opening with this 1-1 range upgrades, but amazing economy. 80 drones, it looks like 7 gases, and he's already got movement speed. He's on 9 more Hydras, so it's going to be 16 Hydras momentarily. Marines are doing a good job of clearing creep, but it's getting respread, and these Lings are going for a counterattack. Maybe? Something Solar doesn't do very often. Oh, he clicked them on the rocks. He meant them to come around the left side to break these rocks. You just don't want there to be any wall-offs. You want as many wide open areas as a Zerg as possible. Now, we're still building siege tanks. That's number 2. But you can see he's already going drilling claws and a reactor. So he should be stopping a mine production now. And even though he's seen some Hydras, he's not going to expect Hydraling Bane. I think he'll probably be expecting Hydra Infestor into the hive, right? He's still building Widow Mines, not tanks, because Clem's a crazy person. He often just tries to outposition the Hydras rather than countering them with siege tanks like most sane people do. I do think this is one of the areas you could criticize. And normally, against a Ling Bane style, I think this makes more sense. Just keep them at home and keep the lurkers at home until your ghosts come out. Against this style, it's very difficult to pull off, but we'll see. Clem's going to split push. Main army on the right side. And, of course, the double drop on the left. Attacks both sides at the exact same time. Hydras. Oh no, the Hydras! Solar's in trouble! But Banelings might come in for the rescue. You can see the Ling Bane doesn't really get on top. Good angle for the Hydras, though. Pretty good angle. Whoa! Oh no, he messed up. Clem messed up his multitasking. Guys, that drop on the left is not meant to be traded out. He lost the drop on the left. Dude, if Solar can break this position, this is huge. He's got his whole army now coalescing from the left over to the right side, grouping up in one area and shutting down Clem's position. I will have to rewind that at the end of this game. I'm sorry, guys. I can't watch every fight at once. Neither can Clem, apparently. If anyone wants to insult my observing, just remember, Clem also wasn't looking at that fight. Otherwise, those Marines would not be dead. So, all right. I apologize for not moving my screen around as quickly as Clem. Oh, wait. Even Clem didn't do it. Get wrecked, hater. I like when I argue with imaginary people. It's called preemptive arguing. 4th command center is coming up for Clem. He's still got a good economy, but that was a huge swing, right? Solar trading pretty evenly, staying up on now 85 workers, a few more coming out, +1 melee, +2 carries. He's also got a hive, right? So we should see Vipers, adrenal glands, lurker range, and he's got a Viper on the way. Dude, so much going here for Solar tech-wise. Has he split his army correctly is the question. This right side army is a little fragile. I think he needs a few more units over here. I think more Banes over here. Because if he loses the Banes, and there's enough Marines to just headbutt through the Hydra Ling, that's where things get scary. He's finally going to clean up these Widow Mines, which is very good, but, oh, that Widow Mine's going to get a boom boom. Does get 9 Zerglings. They're only Zerglings. Zerglings are free units, remember, guys. Not literally, but not too far off from it. 25 Zerglings a pop, 25 minerals a pop for a Zergling. Coalescing is, oh, I always say coalescing. I overuse that word. Coagulating? Can I use coagulating? Would that work? I mean, it sounds wrong for that situation, but kind of makes sense. Quick synonyms, guys. Someone get on thesaurus.com for coalesce. Widowmine Marine coming through the middle, but he's got lurkers. Lurkers with range already. Get the queens back. The lurkers are there. Oh, that hatchery's defended. Clem's still trying to hit the workers because he's a greedy bugger. Does get maybe 1 or 2 drones. Most players run away from lurkers. Clem skirts the edge and tries to abuse their slow projectiles and the fact that they have to burrow and unburrow to move around. Marine Marauder moving up the left side. Libs are coming in, but only 1 so far. Widow Mines. Dude, so many Widow Mines! There's not many Marines on this side, though. Dude, he's got so many Widow Mines, though, and Solar kind of walked into that. This is the situation in the game where I think Solar is in a really good spot. There's no answer to the lurkers. I truly believe he needs to grab lurkers and get a lurker here, a lurker here, a lurker here. I think if he could get a lurker across around the edge of the map, or even just 1 or 2 burrowed randomly in the middle of the map, because Clem has so few scans at this stage, I truly feel at this stage you can make so many lurkers per minute. That is the one thing Solar I'd love to see add to his game. No way! How does Clem always find hatcheries when Solar has the better army? Oh! Every single Marine died to his own Widow Mine as he got the hatchery snipe, though, so Clem does have to pay a hefty price. He gives up map control on the right side. Even though he gets the hatchery, it instantly starts to rebuild. The Bio trying to start a set back. 1 of those units did go down. Hydra Lunge is being upgraded right now. The Banelings and Hydras coming in. Can the Marine Marauder get back? Here comes the counter thrust. Oh, the Lurkers are going to hit the natural. Clem, his army on this side gets caught. He does pick it up, though, gets it out of there. Parasitic Bomb lands on top, but while he was doing that, Clem's rally just walked to its death because he was trying to save that drop, and that was a fantastic counter punch. This is the textbook Solar. We always talk about this version of Solar. Defend, defend, defend. The opponent's just punching him in the face the whole time, and Solar's just like, Adrian! Adrian! And he basically is just shouting Adrian. He's making weird, you know, doing some training montage stuff, and then eventually he gets mad and knocks the other guy out. Great trade there. Let's go back and check the fight at 8 minutes. Alright guys, so here's when that fight starts. He shoves the right, drops a tank up, or moves a tank up here. He's already got 1 sieged. And of course, that's the fight we were watching. Let's watch the fight that we weren't watching, and Clem also wasn't watching. Oh. Oh. That's my move. That's what happens whenever I try to fight in 2 places at once, guys. Damn, that was... I thought there'd be more to it than that. Nah, it just... Solar engaged both sides at the exact same time, and Clem was sweatily focus firing and stutter stepping on the right. Just a rare mistake for him. Solar takes the lead 2-1. Honestly, I cannot credit his early game macro enough. The fact that there was quite a lot of Hellions and Banshees roaming the map, but he got up to 64 drones very early, got the double Evo and the Hydrogen at a good time, and avoided taking any significant drone damage. I mean, this is really big. At the end of the whole early game, he was at 1 drone, 10 Zerglings lost. That is a super clean early game. Well played, Clem. What are we doing, guys? How are we doing? You guys talking about the universe, expanding and then contracting. Some recent inconsistency and findings. Kurzagast, whatever, did a video on that. I think I watched the other day. Cosmic Bid, is that what we're talking about? I can't say I was fully paying attention to the video when I watched it. Did sound very interesting though. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, that influenced my input actually. It was a good video. They always do great videos. Yeah. Pig, what should my next move as Syria be in HOI 4? Hearts of Iron 4 grand strategy war game focusing on World War II. You're playing as Syria in World War II? Not sure how historically accurate this one is, but I don't think you have a chance to win as Syria in World War II. I'm playing a mod that puts it in modern day, and I have highly modern equipment. Okay, I mean, if we're looking at Syria geographically, we're gonna come up with a strategy using basic StarCraft strategy. Okay, guys. So if we're in Syria, the goal of the game is, I imagine, world conquest. Okay, Turkey's probably a bit too strong to your north. You want to try and ally with Turkey as much as possible, and then find your smallest neighbor that's weakest, that doesn't have good allies, and invade them. Lebanon, sorry, Lebanon, it's like Lebanon or Jordan. You got to go for one of those, and you got to turn the countries next to you against each other. And then, yeah. I don't know, if Cyprus is independent in this game, you go for Cyprus as well. I can't imagine it is. But yeah, go for it, man. That's basic strategy. Is like, this is basic free-for-all strategy. Make an alliance with the strong guy, try to get more resources from ganging up on the weaker guys, and then backstab the big guy when he's fighting someone else. So if there's a way you can egg on Turkey to be like, get in a big ground war with like I don't know, maybe there's like a Balkan alliance of like Bulgaria and Serbia and stuff. If you can get those guys in Turkey fighting and all their resources stuck on the Western front, and then you backdoor them. That's like just basic, yeah. You can't egg on Turkey in this game? What? Turkey is a bird? Turkey's not a country in this game? I've never played this game. You're asking about. We're trying to apply general free-for-all strategy, okay? Yeah. This is a good game? Can I ask your opinion on third-party SC2 ladders? Dude, SC Evo is so fun. Apparently there's stuff like SC1 Shield Battery or Warcraft 3 Champions.com. Oh, like alternate ladders are really cool, yeah. Especially with games like StarCraft 2 that don't get a lot of love from Blizzard. I've never really tried them before, Machu. And they're pretty hardcore. I don't know, any of those, I imagine some of those are built pretty damn well. I think it's cool, man. I think it's amazing. Like, I think if you look at like gaming, and you can be very, if you look at art, gaming being a part of it, I always give the film example because I think that's very popular, is basically, so with filming, with films, you can just watch the stuff that gets advertised to you and has the biggest stars and gets regurgitated from Hollywood and thrown in front of your eyes. And you can be constantly depressed by how bad cinema is. You watch every superhero movie from DC and Marvel. You watch every Godzilla and King Kong movie and you go, movies suck now. Why do movies suck? Why are they all bad? I'm going to watch the 37th Star Wars movie. Or you can go and watch the things made by people with passion for a few $1 million a film, or sometimes less than that. And you can go, damn, there's some real fucking awesome art out here. And you can watch some like awesome animated Japanese stuff and go find some weird fucking films and you know, go find like the film movie Reddits or YouTubers and take their recommendations and find some awesome movies. And it's kind of the same with games, right? So my feeling is you can basically wait for the big companies to do everything you want and then be eternally disappointed, or you can get involved in one of these hardcore little communities. Like, I think of like I watch a little bit of that Herson on YouTube, the Civ 6 guy, even though I have no real interest in playing Civ 6 multiplayer. And I'm just like, I love that they have their own little Discord, like, ladder tournament communities and stuff, and these people, like, you know, actually organize this stuff. And I love that SC1 Evo creates this very fresh version of StarCraft 2 where you're playing with StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2 units and it kind of breaks everything down. And it's just cool when you get these hardcore communities. Also, what's especially nice about it is if you think about the modern age of gaming, it's you go in game and you just basically go, cool, I'm in the game. Let's click find match. And it matches me with some random person. And that's fine. That's good. It's easy, right? It's convenient. What do you lose with convenience? You lose human connection. If you're playing team games, it means you're playing with subhuman garbage. And they're on voice chat, and you have a voice that sounds feminine, and they're like, wow, it's a girl! Yeah, do you want to see my dick? I'm gonna send you pictures of my dicky, you know? And like, it's just, and they're like, you're fading, you're playing the game wrong, and you're in low level of some fucking MOBA, and they're telling you you're playing the game wrong while they're being eternally stuck in bronze, and it's just like, is this convenient? Yes. Is it better than going through, because the thing is there's filters. If you go to a custom ladder like the SC Evo ladder, you need to join a Discord and put in like 3 solid minutes to set up just a queue, and then you need to commit to that queue, and you're probably going to play a pretty decent person. Even if it's not as even a matchmaking experience, you can always have a chat with that person, you can make friends with them. Like, there's a filter that filters out the subhuman trash of the internet, whereas the convenient mass-produced thing that's meant to go out to everyone and is the most popular, that also is going to have more of the subhuman trash on it. So, yeah, I think custom ladders are amazing because you find people who are passionate about the thing, and generally there's just less douchebags, losers, and weirdos, which is really cool. So, does it take a bit of extra effort? Yes. Is the matchmaking going to be as even? No. Are you going to meet friends and communities and all that sort of stuff? Fuck yeah! Like, that's cool. So, human connection is good. Thank you, Feardrag, for the 183 bits. Hi, please see dickfic in DMs. I genuinely sent you one. Let me guess. He sent me a picture of someone called Richard. Wait, who's that? Is this Robin or something? Why? I mean, I guess he's wearing a Speedo. Was that actually what the old Robin outfit looked like? That is interesting. Or was his name actually Dick? Oh, Dick Grayson. What's Dick Grayson? I don't know what that is. Dick Grayson is Robin's name? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Yeah, why is he wearing a fucking Speedo and a cloak? Like, there's a lot of... Like, I've seen dudes trying to expose themselves in the bushes before to, like, random people walking past. Shockingly similar outfits. Replace the little eye mask with like dark sunglasses. Replace the cape with a trench coat, and just remove the Speedos entirely. It's shocking. It's a shockingly similar outfit that superheroes wore in the 60s to what modern perverts wear. Yeah, Dick Grayson, nicely done. Thank you for the 183 biddies. Lilyhammer says, hey Pig, how's your 6'7"? Oh, whoa, Lilyhammer twisted up there. My mum's not 67 yet. Thank you very much. Actually, shit, how old is my mum? Quick maths. I think like 63, 64, I want to say. I'm not sure. Not 6'7" yet. Get wrecked, Lily. Thanks for the hang, guys. I appreciate you all chilling with me today. We've got game 4 between Clem and Solar. Can Solar keep the momentum up, or is Clem about to Ruby rock his ass? He's gonna rock his world. I don't know how long the game's go when we're behind on ad breaks. I've got to play a very quick 3-minute ad break. We'll be back with that later. Keep in mind, if you want to know what's up next, we've got that bracket command there. Clem Solar, Classic Cure, Rainer Classic, and Solar Clem. We have 4 big series to get through today. We'll be back in 3 minutes. I'll see you guys in just a moment. I was randomly bored one day when I was like 18 years old, and I decided to pull some things out of my cupboard, throw them together into a sandwich, and I accidentally made the best thing ever. The best sandwich known to man. This is it, guys. Peanut butter to start out on some nice hot pieces of toast, then smother some Nutella on top of that. Put them both on pretty quick so that they both melt nicely together, and it just becomes this peanutty, chocolatey paste. Oh, God. There's no such thing as too much Nutella there. Next, you're going to top on some Special K. Bring in that cereal, just spread that over the top. Not too much, just a thin layer. Add some beautiful crunch in there. Next up is banana. And make sure you slice this real thin. And you only want to use probably about 1/3 to half of a banana, depending on how big it is. Slice that in there, spread it across. Next up, bring in the ice cream. Slice it up real thin. Just like scoop out a real thin slice of just plain vanilla ice cream. Get that going across the top. Now, you might want to wait a minute or two until your toast has kind of cooled down slightly, the peanut butter and Nutella, so it doesn't melt too much. I actually left this ice cream out just a little bit too long, so it's starting to melt, but it's still going to be absolutely delicious. You throw that bad boy together, and you are ready to have the time of your life. I have to eat this really quickly. Best sandwich in the world. Oh my god, it's falling everywhere, but it tastes so good. Oh, shit. Oh my god. I was randomly bored one day when I was like 18 years old, and I decided to pull some things out of my cupboard, throw them together into a sandwich, and I accidentally made the best thing ever. The best sandwich known to man. This is it, guys. Peanut butter to start out on some nice hot pieces of toast. Then smother some Nutella on top of that. Put them both on pretty quick so that they both melt nicely together and it just becomes this peanutty, chocolatey. Meow, 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 meow. Adorable. I miss those kitties. I hope they're doing well. Can't remember where they got adopted to. I don't know, Pig. I think making friends with 50-year-olds in Roblox is a good time. Oh, yes. Oh, geez. Yeah, yep. Don't be letting your kids, your nephews, your nieces play on that Roblox, man. Shit's scary. How we doing? My name is Stu Pedasso. Can you wish me a happy birthday? Happy birthday, Stu Pedasso! Yep. That one's like, Pedasso is such a dumb last name, Hikosen, that it's so obvious, but kind of like Ligma, I like to just, I like to be like, what's Ligma mean? How do I fix my sound, guys? I have to turn down the full what setting? Ooh. I like it. I enjoy those. They're dumb, but beautiful at the same time. Yes. Yeah, you guys wonder, like, Pig, how did you gain 15 kilograms in a year? I surprisingly didn't eat any of those sandwiches in the last year. But hey, we're losing the weight. We're getting down. We will see how much my birthday combined with Christmas counteracts things. My calf's getting stronger every day, I feel like. It's still sore sometimes and shit. I still don't know what the fucking underlying issue is. Hoping it's just friggin' muscle strain. But I'm like, I think I should be able to get enough exercise in. I can't really do any like half marathons at the moment, I don't think, without exacerbating it. But we're doing pretty good. What are we doing? 40 Mondays, CLEM vs Solar Part 1. All right, let's make sure we hit record for that next bit. Let's go. What's your Christmas dinner? No idea. Normally we do breakfast. And we do like scramble, hollandaise eggs, croissants, asparagus, and just a fucking billion other things. There's always lots of beer. There's always lots of mangoes. There's champagne, as we call it. Yeah, and then I don't know if we'll have like an Arvo lunch or something after that as well. I'm not sure what I'll bring. I've recently been enjoying buttery sweet potato mash. Has been something I might make some of that. I do enjoy me smashed potatoes as well. Maybe I'll see what I can do, because we normally do it at my parents' place. They don't have much space, so I'll be like, what can I bring there that I've prepared at home? Maybe I'll go for the extra mile and make a pumpkin pie. We don't really get to eat pumpkin pie in Australia, and I love it. It's just extra work because you got to fucking cook the pumpkin yourself and then mash it all up, which is just so much more work. But it's been a long time since I made a pumpkin pie, so I might do one of those. I like to make one with like a ton of spices in it. Too many pumpkin pies I found in the US, if I just got a random one, had like a bit of cinnamon in it. And I was like, what the fuck? Guys, where like for me, chuck cloves in there. I chuck in like all the Indian tea spices, you know, get cloves, nutmeg, throw some cardamom in there, fucking like go hard or go home. And tons of cinnamon, you know. Let's go, man. You don't need, no, not garlic. Not garlic. Alright, guys, we got Clem in the top left side of the map for Team Liquid. He's down 1-2 against Solar, who's on fire. Does Clem go back to the double gas aggro opening on Ruby Rock? It's another map where the third bases are quite spread. I would say not as extremely spread, and both thirds are very playable options on this map. So I think Solar probably not too afraid of getting blocked here. I think if he does, he just goes and takes the other base, and you can't really block both of them. Ruby, 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 Ruby. What's that song, Halcyon, that you're typing there in the chat? It rings a bell. Anyways, hatchery goes down. It's barracks gas. I don't know why. For a second, I thought that was a second gas. I was like, what? Double gas one base opening? You know, Clem's the kind of guy who could probably make a like 3 Reaper 2 Hellion opening work against Zerg, right? Into like a proxy liberator or something. Proxy a starport here, rally a super early Libin. Kaiser Chefs, that's the song. I was trying to remember what the name of that band was. Are we going to SCV scout, or do we build a command center straight away? The moment of truth. Clem's going to SCV scout. Yeah, he SCV scouts every game now. Interesting. Surprised he never cuts that corner. Command center does go down. Gonna move out for the second depot. Look at the timing on this bad boy. 100 minerals. Immediate depot. And then the moment the command center finishes, he's gonna drop a mule, probably on this patch. And he's gonna queue up an SCV. Oh, he goes for the right side of the mineral line. Random tip, try to spread these mules. Always go on the close patches, but spread across this one, this one, this one, and this one, so that the whole base mines out at the same time. It's not super duper important, but just allows your mining to last a bit longer. Whereas noobs will always drop mules on the same patch repeatedly, and then that patch disappears very early, and you just have not enough room for your SCVs to mine, and you end up with like 40 workers on your third base mining from 8 mineral patches. Alright, Reaper's getting in here. Solar did take a relatively quick third base, but not crazy fast. It was just third hatchery into Overlord. Did go double queen. We're just talking about Christmas foods, guys. I've been watching a few YouTube chef videos on like different Christmas lunch and dinner preparations. Oh, let me know what you guys' favorite thing is out of the Christmas foods coming up, the holiday food. I don't even know, man. I have so many different things I enjoy around that time of year. I think it's just generally getting fat and bloated is just fantastic. I'm not even sure what would be like the most favorite thing. Prime rib every year? Sounds yum. Yeah, prime rib's not like a very common thing in Australia. That's where you kind of like, you kind of slow cook that prime rib, right? Like as usually when you do the prime rib dish. Kind of like cook it slowly and then it's kind of like fall apart by the end. It's kind of like a roast essentially, right? When you call it prime rib, I think. Talking to my friend about this the other week and I've already forgotten. Are there actually no squirrels in Australia? Not that I know of. Maybe someone's introduced a few, but if so, I've never seen one in Australia. We have possums, brush-tail possums, which are kind of like a murderous squirrel that makes sounds that, I kid you not, are scarier than the alien from the Aliens films. The, what's the alien called? The xenomorph? Yeah, they basically make xenomorph noises. Despite looking furry and cute, they also have pretty vicious claws. And if you're an avid gardener in Australia, you'll get to hate them because they will like go and do, they'll decide that they have like a loop in your garden they like to walk in, and they'll just rip every plant out of the ground on their way just for, like, they don't even eat it. They're just like, this is in my way, bro. Oh, Hellbat timing. Big Hellbat timing. Sorry, guys. We're distracted talking about Christmas. Well, Christmas came early because it's time to light a fire under Solar's ass. Let's go. Only 6 queens. 2 more are building, but they're not ready just yet. There's a lot of tumors which went down, which means he doesn't have any transfuse. But the Lings do buy a moment that the high energy queen pulls back. He needs time for more transfuse energy. He needs time for more transfuse energy. He's got a little bit. He needs more transfuses to go down. Nice transfuse. He's trying to focus the medevac. Clem's medevac tanks really well. Another queen goes down. The Lings, though, got a pretty decent surround. Only 3 drones have fallen. These drones did run away from that Reaper there. Dude, pretty good defense, I think, for Solar. That could have gone a lot worse. That was a hard-hitting 420 timing. He hit right on 420. This was the old school 420 light him up build. Yeah, following up with the Liberator. Dude, Clem has actually... He's actually literally been doing builds recently straight out of the Book of Filth. He's just picking all the old openings from the old days. This is all like old Pig Daily build orders, man. Like, which aren't builds I invented, just ones I did videos about, because this is how we played Terran back in the day. And Clem, unfortunately, Solar is really shutting it down. He's done so well against the early aggro. I've always said, when Maru plays against Solar, when he tries early aggro, Solar crushes it and just gets so ahead. And you have to play greedy against Solar and only get aggressive in the mid game because his defense is just next level. I think Clem's learning that lesson the hard way right now. Maru and Solar have such a history playing, and I remember every time Solar's beaten Maru in a best of 5 or a best of 7, it's because Maru did like 70-80% Hellbat timings and crazy fast battlecruiser rushes and just all sorts of different aggro. He's so good at handling early aggro. This is one of the reasons Solar's so good against Protoss as well. Is because if you don't do a Glaive Adept timing, he'll be greedy and get ahead. But if you try to do something like a Glaive Adept timing, he shuts it down so hard and just wins the game with a Roach counterattack. Okay, the Lings are now defended with that tank on the high ground. This Hellbat's a bit of a hero. Does hold the front line. Queens will push back the lib. 1-1 Roach as well? Oh, he's going to do a 1-1 Roach all in. And he knows he's ahead. That's a sick way to finish off. There's 2 reasons you want to go Roach Ravager. Number 1, you're ahead, so he won't expect it. Number 2, this is a very sexy tank map. I don't know what other word there. Sorry, probably not the best word, but there are so many tank corners where you can't surround them with Zerglings effectively. There are so many of these little edges where a siege tank is just hard to deal with. Nice shutdown in the lid. 4 drones is okay, but I don't think Solar cares. Point being, if they try to do a tank marine push, you just run up and corrosive bile the siege tanks. So siege tanks, as good as they are against Roach Ravager, they have to be used quite defensively, or the Roach Ravager could cause them big problems. Solar all over this early game so far. Units lost tab, almost dead even. But the fact that he's leading in workers, he doesn't have Roach speed in 1-1 yet. If this push can kill the 4th, Clem's just straight back in the game. There's no Ravager. There's 2 Ravagers morphed. 3rd one's morphing. It's not ready just yet. Only 12 Roaches. No 1-1, no Roach speed. Then again, it's only Stim and Combat Shields. No 1-1 for Terran either. Massive tank shot. Oh, another great tank shot, dude. Really good tank shots for Clem. And this puts him on the timer. You just got to click that hatchery as Clem here. Oh, he goes forward for the Queens. A little bit dicey there, but here we go. Roach Ravager comes in, all spread out. The Marines are going to turn to fight. It's equal upgrade. 0-0 against 0-0. There's not enough Marines, though. There's not enough Marines. Can he save the tank? No! The tank goes down. Solar holds onto his 4th, and guess what? He was probably already planning to do a 1-1 Roach all-in. He got to trade 9 Roaches and a few Queens. The Queens weren't going to be useful offensively. He's now killed 2 siege tanks and 15 Marines and a medevac this game. And this is a massive amount of damage that he got to do without even committing to the push. Now Clem sees the push coming. He knows this is a threat, so he has to protect his tanks. He needs as many tanks as possible at the front. He needs bunkers, and he needs to pull the boys. If these tanks get sniped... Oh! Solar literally just did a poo on his factory! He just contaminated the factory right before the 2nd siege tank popped out, bugging out the production tab in the process. That 25-second delay is massive. Oh my lord, the brutality. He's in the natural mineral line. You've got to fight this. But Clem can't. He can't. It's equal upgrades. He's trying to bait him into the siege tank. Solar's not taking the bait. And now he's got to rally to that high ground. He does have another tank up there. The Marines try to come forward. That tank on the high ground, not quite there, man. I feel like he should have sieged on the ledge already. The Marines getting gunned down. The SCVs get pulled in. The tank's already gone down. Solar with an excellent engagement. There is a lot of Marine tank coming from that top left side. He pulls back with his left flank. He doesn't want to lose all these Ravagers. I love the pullback away from the enemy tank, making sure he's got the good positioning, not just shoving into a choke point. Biles come down. The tank should be falling. He doesn't get the third bile down, though. The tank finally does go down. Solar's got to protect these Ravagers now. He's got to wait for the Roach rally. He's got 15 more Roaches coming. 2-2s on the way. CLEM has lost all of his tanks, and Solar with a decisive 3-1. CLEM sticking to aggro builds today. I love it. It's so much more exciting to see. And once again, guys, I have to say, Solar, I'm a big fan. He has been the hard carry of good Zerg games recently, but I have to give a little bit of hatred towards Solar. I don't know if you guys know, but a few years ago, ZVZ was the most exciting it had ever been. Lots of Mutalisks, lots of Lingbane, lots of Roaches, Warlocks, so many different build orders, and lots of tech switches that would go up to the mid-game and the late game. A few years ago, Solar dominated Serral in 2 back-to-back big tournaments with ZVZ all-ins off of one base and then off Roach Bane timings. And since then, all the top Zergs are like, Roach Bane is like the best way to play. And it is so hard to tech up without someone dying to Roach Bane. So it's almost always like Roach Bane wars fighting. And then eventually you might get to the lair tech. But by that point, it's too late to get a Spire and you're both stuck in a Roach war anyway. So Solar kind of made ZVZ boring by being so good at killing people when they tried to do cheeky mute attacks. I feel like here, Clem's playing double gas, interesting styles, and Solar's too good at shutting them down, and I'm worried that Clem's going to stop doing them and going back to 3 command center. Solar, please let a few more of these fun 2-base openings with the delayed 3rd command center work, so I get to see more build variety. Don't push Clem back into doing 3 command center. You got to give him some wins here and there, okay, buddy? Chat, hats off to Solar. Breaks the lose streak against Clem. GG, well played. Legend. Good series, man. Nobody is going to click on that link. Oh, from many.no, Obskrifter, Pinkejot, Medvoskov, GG, Karl Rabistapa. What language is that? Is that Norwegian, is it? Which one was Swedish? They all look the same to me. You all look the same! You bloody Scandies. I like speaking to my Scandinavian brothers as if they're, you know, I'm using like racist words. I'm like, oh, you dirty Scandies. It's fun. It is Norwegian. Nice. It's a link to a recipe. All right, so we've got the most boring potato I've ever seen in my life with a bit of like parsley on it there. Plain boiled potatoes. That does not look good, no offense. The rest looks good. Is this like a, is this lamb? What is this? Either way, these like lamb ribs or whatever they are, or this like on the bone meat looks really nice. This sausage looks pretty nice. Oh, it's dried salted lamb, nice. The potatoes is good. It looks like they could be a bit crispier. I'm gonna go out on a limb. There's a lot of cultural ways of cooking potato that's much more boring than it could be. Just potatoes should always be crispy on the outside, fluffy on the inside. It's always better. What's this in the back though? I need to know what this is and what this is. I need to know what that and that are. Yeah. Tomorrow is Krampus? What's Krampus? That looks like... I don't think it's mashed potato. There's no way you'd have mashed potato on the same plate as plain boiled potatoes. I think it's... It could be? Maybe? Crispy, dumb Aussie sauce, I'm Scandinavian. Dude, I've eaten like the Swedish like traditional dishes before, and they're like, here we have unseasoned fish with unseasoned boiled potatoes. And yeah... There's some unseasoned something else, and I'm like, oh no, it's European traditional food. What's kohlrabi again? It's cabbage. Oh, it's an apple mash. Ah, yum, 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 yum. Yeah. You ever seen an Irish roast dinner if you think 2 different types of potato is too much? I mean, it's fine. Mashed potato is good. I just hate, to be fair, mashed potato would be better than this. This potato just looks very plain. That's all. It just looks like a boiled potato. Maybe it's not boiled. I can't see it too well. But I like my skins on my potatoes where possible, depending on the type of potato, of course. And I like my potatoes crispy. Crispy on the outside, fluffy on the inside wherever possible as well. Just so nice, man. Potato starch plus fried crispy bits. Oh, yum. I'd say recently smashing the potatoes has been my favorite easy, lazy way to do potatoes, where I just microwave them till they're cooked, and then I just fuck them up, and then I just chuck them in the air fryer to get them nice and crispy. Very nice. Could be horseradish with apple as well. Nice. Rutabaga mash. Oh, okay. Very nice. Dude, like, any Irish people in the chat? Type 1. You guys know you have Irish spice bags. Do you guys know what an Irish spice bag is? Because my city has done the most evil shit to this. So this is like a fantastic street food kind of, you know, it's like a drunk late night takeaway. It's basically just chips and some like fried chicken and some like chilies and shallots and like maybe some capsicum peppers or whatever, you know. It's just and some spices in there, right? Just some Chinese 5 spice or some shit. It looks fantastic. And then you get your curry sauce with it, so you can fucking smother your curries. Like, you know, it's for us, we'd have a halal snack pack. We used to just call it a meat box, but now they're called HSPs, halal snack packs. It's just like chips and meat and sauce. Like, this is also killer when you're drunk, like amazing, but, you know, disgusting. Like, you're gonna take a nasty shit the next day. But it's beautiful. I was talking about how I was like, oh man, I wish I've never tried one. And then Dot was like, she's like, oh, let's see if you can get it in Sydney. And I was like, there's no way you can get a good one of these in Sydney. She's like, look, they're everywhere. And I was like, what the fuck? And I looked. It's always like a pub, like a fancy fucking pub, and they have like a $30 spice bag. And I like looked at the images, and it's like a few chips and like a bit of chicken and some shit like arranged on the plate nicely. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? The fuck are you doing? You're taking like shitty late night drunk food and you're like trying to turn it into a fancy dish. This is like the stupidest thing ever. But I feel like a lot of that street food stuff gets popular on social media now because it's just comfort, nice food that anyone can go, that looks tasty. And then they go and they just fucking try and turn it into a fancy thing because people see it on Instagram and then they want to go pay stupid amounts of money for it. And you're like, why would you do this? So I was like, no, we are never eating that from one of these fancy places. That's a crime, that is. Why would you season your potatoes? Do you season your rice or bread? Put some butter and salt in your potatoes and you're done. Good quality potatoes have a taste of their own, and the goal is to bring it out. I mean, seasoning's pretty nice, Halcyon. But yeah, I mean, butter and salt is seasoning, so that's totally fine. Butter and salt is fine. Yeah. But definitely, I mean, you can add a lot of seasoning as well. I mean, seasoning is really nice, like cumin or cumin fried potatoes. But yeah, but there's much better things you can do with texture. I'm also very critical of boiled seafood. Whilst it can be nice, like a big boiled prawn can be nice, I'm pretty critical of like the let's just boil seafood, because I think there's so many nice ways to prepare seafood. Usually, I just think most things are better fried. Like, let's just be real. I like most foods are just better fried. Like, because you get texture change, you get crispiness, you get Maillard reaction, which you can't get when you're boiling things. This is a big Chinese people unsub right now. Hot pot is so overrated. Like, I love the hot pot sauce that you make your own little dipping sauce. I love the social aspect of hot pot. Holy shit, though. Why are we boiling this meat? It's just like, if you just took all of the sauce and things, but then you just Korean barbecued the meat and things instead, it would just be better. It would just be better than hot. Like, hot pot is okay, but especially for the price you pay, I'm like, just like, if we just barbecue this meat and vegetables and things, it's just better. Don't get me wrong, like, I do like the processed fish balls and like all the weird things that come from some Chinese food processing factory. Those things probably you want to boil. I don't know what happens if, I don't know, even them, if you fry them, it probably gets a bit of nice browning on it, kind of like frying a dumpling. It's probably still nicer if you know, do that on the barbecue or whatever. Yeah. I don't know. Fried broccoli and batter? Dude, the Scottish person in the chat just spoke up, eh? Deep fried broccoli. What savage eats this? I spelt broccoli wrong because I'm smart. I mean, that does look kind of nice, but so unnecessary, man. That's so funny. Gotta deep fry our broccoli. Peanut butter in your hot pot dipping sauce? I mean, normally not straight peanut butter, but yeah, I don't mind. I do like peanut butter sauce. Can be nice. I'm more of a tahini fan, pure sesame. You know, the mashed up sesame. I'm a big sesame stan. So tahini is one of my favorite things. I used to eat tahini like peanut butter, where you just, you know, spread it on toast and shit. Tahini makes me very happy. If you guys have never had tahini, that shit is, oh, so nice. It does get stuck in your teeth even worse than peanut butter though, because it's just pure mashed up sesame seeds. But tahini is really good. Not Tahiti. Tahiti is a country. All right, guys. Next up, we had what are we casting next? Classic Cure. You know what? I want to do Rainer Classic first. I'm moving the schedule. Pray I don't move it again. I'm making changes to our arrangement, guys. We're gonna do Rainer. I just feel like doing Rainer Classic first. What can I say? It's from RSL. When was this from? I have no idea. This one? And these replays this morning, and then I forgot to take them out. One sec. Oh yeah, you gotta open those ones to make sure. Okay. Okay. Hero Rainer, we don't want that one. Okay, so it's not this one. This one. Found it. Sorry, guys. Took me a minute. Isn't a lot of the meat used in hot pot and a lot of Chinese food not necessarily very tender and can easily get dry or chewy if prepared on a grill, pan, or fire? No, hot pot's super fucking fancy, man. You're getting like really, really nice meat. That's what I'm saying. It's all like beautiful fucking meat. It's so expensive as well. Yeah, I think maybe you're thinking of Chinese food from like 40 years ago. Maybe not even that long, maybe 20 years ago. But yeah, no, like Chinese food's usually, there's a lot of cashed up Chinese people these days, my friend. How many Scots in Australia? Dude, there is a kilt store down the road from me. I was getting we were getting some manoosh across the road from it yesterday, and I was like, oh, I forgot there's a fucking random kilt and bagpipe and Scottish Highlands shopper, spelled SHOPPE, store. I imagine there's also, I don't really know, I don't know how many. There's definitely a lot of British heritage in Australia, as you can imagine, Scottish included. They're also every New Year's Eve at my old house, my old neighborhood, there would always be a Scottish guy playing the bagpipes alone at the train station at night. Like, I think just a few hours, I don't know what this tradition was. This guy would go, he wasn't like he'd go full kilted up and everything. He's got the full Highland gear. He'd go and stand outside the train station, which is like, you know, the main like town area. And he'd just fucking play the bagpipes for like 3 hours till midnight and then go home. Never asked him why. I really should have struck up a conversation with the guy. I don't know if he still does it. But I was just like, every New Year's, I'd never seen him otherwise, but every New Year's Eve, he comes out and just plays the bagpipes. And the area's deserted because everyone's either gone into the city or gone to people's houses, parties and stuff. But, you know, and he's just there alone playing the friggin' bagpipes. And everyone's like, okay. Very random. So there's definitely a fair bit of Scottish heritage. We do love our meat pies. Just, Scottish are pretty obsessed with them as well. More curry than ketchup? That's nice. Spam and eggs? Spam's not the worst thing ever. If you brown up the spam, it's not terrible. I'm not the biggest fan of spam. Some people go crazy for spam, and it's not bad. I don't hate on it, but Definitely overrated. Yeah, I remember I freaked out the first time I saw, what's it called? The like army man, Korean army stew or whatever it is. Where you're just like, what did you put in that stew? It's just like spam and eggs and instant noodles and whatever vegetables you can get your hands on. So random. It's like the funniest dish. I love that army man stew. I first time I came across that was we were at the Korean joint and there was always the old guys. There was this crew of old guys in my neighborhood and they'd always be doing the army man stew. And I was like, what is that? It's like it's like an English breakfast and a hot pot joined forces together in a hot pot. It's super random, but it's actually pretty nice, man. It's actually pretty nice. It's bizarre, but the Korean army man stew is actually pretty fun. It's an experience. I wouldn't say it's the best food ever, but it's like a fun, unique food where you're like, oh, this is like a historically oriented food. Favorite seafood? Oh, probably lobster. Lobster or like lobster varieties. So like Moreton Bay bugs are pretty good here in Australia. Bugs as we call them. Which is kind of like a mini lobster, these guys. But I'd say lobster's normally better than this. I think marron is actually a little bit nicer than this guy. I've only had marron once, but I remember it was like a sweet lobster. It's like a small lobster that we have here in Australia. Small freshwater lobster. And yeah, they're from Western Australia, but you can get it here. My friend got one of these once. We did like a seafood day, and it was like a slightly sweet lobster, which was really cool. But I love deep fried salt and pepper like lobster. I don't like lobster in sauce as much. I think it's like, I love just like really simple salt and pepper deep fried lobster. To me, it gets me going. With like some chili, just some fresh chili and salt and pepper. That's all I want with my lobster. And if it's good fresh lobster, it's bloody delicious. It's also very expensive. So I haven't had it in a few years. Last time I had it would have been one of Dot's birthdays. A year or two ago, we went and just got a full lobster between us down at the fish market. Speaking of which, new fish market's about to open here in Sydney, so... Or has it? Or maybe it's already opened. Drove past the building yesterday. It looked finished. All right, guys. We've got Rainer in the bottom left side of the map for Basilisk. Classic in the top right. Is he still playing for Twisted Minds, guys? Because I don't see a clan tag next to his name. You guys let me know if Classic is teamless right now, if he's still with Twisted Minds or another team. I know sometimes they're just playing on a different server where they don't have the clan tag there. But this is, of course, the RSL, which means it's the Korean server. You'd think you'd have those clan tags. Anyways, it is the RSL. It's upper bracket round of 8 here, guys. And of course, best of 5, Classic versus Rainer. Always an exciting one because Classic was the god of the late game last season. But his Storm has been nerfed. Nerfed in cast range, nerfed in damage output. Buffed pretty heavily in that it's about double the duration and extra overall damage when you count the total seconds. So it's a better zoning tool. Obviously, less cast range, less impact at storming air units, that sort of stuff. And he's going up against Rainer, who... Energy Recharge also got nerfed. So I think some big nerfs to Classic and his very defensive style. Rainer hates late game. Rainer likes mid game. He likes running around with units. I think that the messier the game is with lots of multitasking, the better Rainer will do. But it is hard for him to force that style of game against a defensive king like Classic. And that is why this match is so interesting to me, because it's very much for me, how does Rainer do against a Protoss who is willing to just sit at home and work his defensive advantage? But not only that, he will mix in Glaive Adept timers. He will do very good Oracle Adept pressure as well. It's not as hectic, not as chaotic as Hero, but Classic has been very good. If you show you're just going to play Hydra Bane every game, for instance, he will just Glaive Adept you 3 times out of 5 games in a best of 5 and put the fear of God into you. We were just talking about lobsters before this series started, and someone has just announced in my chat, I'm sorry to get distracted this early, but they've said, I just found out there's a place near me that serves lobster rolls, $35 a pop. Yeah, I've never had a lobster roll. Every time I've looked at them, I've been like, that looks like there's maybe 30 grams, maybe like an ounce of lobster. And it's always so expensive. And I'm just like, yeah, I will. Because we were talking about how someone was asking me what my favorite seafood was. I was saying I love lobster. I think it's fantastic. And I think there's some like kind of similar creatures to lobsters like marron here in Australia or bugs, Moreton Bay bugs that are fantastic. But I think lobster, and I love it just deep fried salt and pepper with a little bit of chili. Just gets me going. I love it. I don't like the lobster doused in sauce. I don't like the doused in sauce style as much. It's still good, but I love just really, really simple like that. And the texture is really nice between the deep fried outside and then the kind of buttery flesh. But yeah, lobster rolls, I've always looked at the price, at least here in Australia, and gone, yeah, that's a no for me. I mean, lobster itself is crazy expensive, but if I'm gonna dish out the cash on a very special occasion, we're going for the just give me a whole lobster, share it with the fam, smash it. All right, Adept's gonna come forwards. Ooh. Good defense. All right, Rainer's all over it. Third hatchery's up. He's already got the third queen building from the third, so he didn't actually send the queen down from the main. But I like this early tumor, so we can try to connect these bases. Does he go inject or creep tumor here? I think creep tumor on the front makes more sense, because this tumor is going to connect and go out this path. This tumor wants to go that path, and then you'll eventually need a tumor going north and a tumor going south. It's not a tumor! That was not how he says that at all. You know when you say something and you just like, ugh. Maybe you guys don't have that because you're not compulsive at saying dumb things like me. Very wide wall off there. Classic's going to fix that up with an extra pylon. Looks like he messed up his building placement a little bit here. Not sure how he managed that. I feel like that cybercore should have been further forward itself, but it is what it is. It's not the end of the world. Adept at the third base. This is a straight glaive adept opening, guys. It's 4 gate glaives. He has pulled 1 worker off each gas. No Roach Warren started just yet. It's 4 minutes and you haven't seen an Oracle. It's 4 minutes. Rainer still has not started the Roach Warren. Rainer's defense has been pretty sloppy against surprise attacks recently that he hasn't played against. And, dude, still no Roach Warren. He's building another spore. He's just on autopilot. He just thinks there's an Oracle. There's no third base, mate. There's no third base and no Oracle. Roach Warren only now starting at 4:15. Incredibly late. The Adepts are already moving across the map. He has to defend with Queen Ling against Glaive Adepts. 4-gate Glaive Adepts, mind you. Oh my lord, he's in it. No, this is really bad. Fighting with the Ling's not going to work because the Prism's there. It can just pick up any of those that get weak. This is a really big problem, man. Oh my gosh. Okay, 4 Queens, and it's going to be 34 Zerglings against 11 Adepts. If he gets a 6 round, there is a chance to defend this. But if those Adepts can get in the right corner, they will massacre these Zerglings. Does he go for it? Yes, he does. Of course, I think that's the right call for Classic. Even though the Lings get a good wraparound, can they actually kill many of these Adepts? Because the Ling count is disappearing. There's still 7 Adepts left. Only a handful of Zerglings. Those Zerglings are gone. And the Adept Shade goes into the main. Drones go for the surround. Oh, I mean, it's a good surround, but it doesn't matter. Drones don't do enough damage. 8 drones go down. The Queen's taking a lot of damage. The Zerglings do take out a few of these Adepts, but man, the Adepts are just massacring right now. More Adept Shade into that third base. If Classic could shift-click the drones, it would do big damage, but he doesn't. Bad micro there for Classic. Bit of a misstep and a rare one at that, but the Adepts are still active on the natural, now shading into the main. There's nothing there to defend. A few Lings come out to try to defend this. I think the drones probably should have fought in that case since those Adepts were almost dead. More Adepts shading into this third base right now. 26 workers to 41, and this is just Rainer not dotting his I's, not crossing his T's, and playing dangerous in game 1. Rainer is famous, or I should say infamous, for being a slow starter. Even when he won his world championship, he was down games in almost every series from the quarterfinals forward. He always had to make comebacks, and being a slow starter is just such a big handicap in StarCraft, because you're so often giving away a series with a very sloppy defense, forgetting some basics early on. You gotta play from behind. That being said, he's called the comeback kid for a reason. It's because he has made those comebacks so many times. And no doubt we'll be able to again. An Immortal rallied across the map, had to recall there, almost lost it. Rainer is so good mechanically, but he's having to play from such a deficit here that any more drones going down is not good for him. These 2 Adepts are well worth the shade. Oh my gosh. It's just too much damage, man. There's an Adept Immortal timing attack coming out of 2 base behind this. It's going to be a mass Adept Immortal with a single sentry for Guardian Shield. And this Adept is going to go down finally. Prism. Wait, the Prism just died. He just flew the Prism into the Queens. Big mistake for Classic. Oh god, I missed it, guys. Sorry, I just assumed the Prism would fly away. Huge mistake. He's got an out chrono a Prism. Does that give Rainer room to recover? That is massive. Prism just flying to the Queens was a big derp. I think maybe he'd left it on the same control group. Classic's moving out to pretend to take a third base. Rainer is not even scouting. He's just making Ravager Ling. He knows He saw an Immortal Rally across the map. He knows there's going to be an incoming attack, and there is no way he builds any more drones. He should just be building Overlords, Ravagers, Lings. He's on 2 gas mining, or 3 gas, I should say. 48 drones total. He's going to see no third and confirm what his suspicions had already told him, which is, yeah, you've done crazy damage. You're just going to try and win. Would have been good if the Lings ran in the base and actually caused a bit more havoc. There's only 2 Ravagers and 4 Roaches. There's 3 Immortals, 6 Sentries, and 8 Adepts. The Adepts will ruin the Zerglings. The Immortals will ruin the Roaches and the Spine Crawlers. It's a disaster, mate. Raynor, how the heck does he defend this one? Well, he traps the Queens there. He says, let's take those Queens down as best I can. Adepts ruining the Ling surround so easily. Those Biles do get dodged. Most of the force fields have been used up, but I think raw numbers that are left over do favor the Protoss player. Still ahead, 10 army supply. Another Queen goes down. Spinecrawler does cancel. The Ravager micro needs to be excellent here for Raynor. Does land a Bile on an Adept, which is nice, but really the Prism is what he needs to take out. There are a few Adepts and a Sentry working their way into the natural there. You can see 4-5 workers going down very quickly. The Bat Ravagers is looking for the flanking Bile. Raynor's special move. Does he get it? No, Classic too quick on the dodge, man. The Ravagers get trapped. Raynor has to tap out. And this is a, I would say, rather basic mistake for Raynor. One which he's going to be kicking himself for. This build is rare these days. And Raynor was on autopilot. At this point in the game, guys, I think he already should be realizing what happened. Why? Because no third base by 350, and you haven't seen an Oracle? I mean, this is the point. The Oracle should have either showed up on your side of the map or secured them starting the third Nexus. Neither of those has gone down. You should already be raising alarm bells. And that's a big issue here, because he's just like, okay, well, you try to send a probe. That probe was already going to take the third after 4 minutes. And look how late this Roach Warren is. It takes him so long to put 2 and 2 together. That should have been at least 10 seconds earlier, preferably even before 4 minutes, in my opinion. And then he might have been able to defend. Also, should have built it in the wall off, so then he could have potentially walled off with 2 more Evo chambers just to have that option available. I do think at the start of the game, he was tricked by the warp gate. Let's take a look. If Classic doesn't even fake out the warp gate, then Raynor has no excuse for this. So one of the things you look for is, do they start warp gate? And you want to be checking, does he start that the moment that's finished? And you can see Classic delays warp gate starting to pretend it's a Stargate build. So that's a good move by Classic, where he delays it, pretends, oh, I've put my Stargate down, now I'm starting warp gate a little bit later. But realistically, that is because he doesn't care about the warp gate timing as much as he cares about giving off the image that he is playing an Oracle opening. So a small bit of deception for Classic shouldn't have been enough to sell the story as well as it did, but he gets a nice game 1. Raynor's coach needs to make him play before the series to get him in the zone. Yeah, maybe. It's always interesting, yeah. It's like, you're gonna do something psychologically, some habit, some practice to like get past that initial slowness at the start of the series. I think an easy way to do that without any actual practice is just open up with a cheese of your own, but you only want to do that if you're on their map first. If you're on your map first, you want to play standard, probably. And that's Raynor's weakness, is probably playing standard and like playing that very passive scouting and reactive play. Raynor's better when he's going first. He's better at leading the dance, so to speak. Whereas Cyril is an example of someone who's very near perfect at the defensive style of StarCraft. You okay, computer? Dude, my fans are going hard. Hopefully that's all right. I hope so. How are we doing for ad breaks, guys? Unless this is a 50-minute game, we should be fine. Fingers crossed it's not. All right, guys. Raynor in the bottom left side of the map, now going to Celestial Enclave, and that was his map pick. We were just talking about how, because he's a slow starter, someone was saying in chat, his coach needs to get him to like warm up beforehand, so he like gets the rust off and stops having a slow start. I think the other problem here is because it was his map choice, and now we're in Classic's map choice, you don't want to do a cheese on your map choice. You don't want to be too aggressive or assertive. You want to play standard. And that is just, Raynor's probably not as strong at playing standard as he is. If he's got a timing attack in mind or some sort of plan, he's so good at making that work. But now is the map where you probably want to do that. Map 2, because this map's really good for Protoss. Why? Free base in the back. Really hard to attack up this ramp. Hard to take these rocks down as well to open up another entrance. It's just one of these maps where you feel like you got to play a little defensively. I do feel like these maps, they polarize the Zergs, but they polarize every player. Most players play either more all-in or more greedy. The reason is because you can defend so easily, Protoss might play crazy greed, drop a 2.5 minute third base. Because of that, Zergs might want to do crazy all-ins, where they just ravage a Ling, flood the ramp, or they rush a Nidus Worm, or try to maybe super fast rush Mutas. There's a lot of things, you know, that Zerg might try to do to punish that, and vice versa. A lot of Zergs might try to be crazy fast 4 base to keep up with the fast Protoss 3 base, and therefore the Protoss player actually does a cheesy 2 base or 2.5 base push. You know, whenever we've had these map pools, Acolyte, you know, even Moondance had an in base more recently a few years ago. Like, if you think of any map pool where you get free expansions in the back, you always get very polarized strategies from the players, just a much higher range of all-ins and ultra greedy build orders. So sometimes you have the craziest rush to 4-5 bases you've ever seen. Sometimes you see someone's trying to do that crazy rush to 5 base and the other guy just gets a free win. It's probably funniest when both players try a cheeky all-in and they smash into each other in weird ways that we don't very often see. Big, what's your preferred brand of cheese you should go with? Oh, I mean, it depends what for. Like, I make fun of people who like don't know what good cheese is, but at the same time, dude, if I'm at a friend's house and I see some like Kraft singles, you know, the individual plastic wrapped cheese that's barely cheese in their fridge, I'm stealing a slice. Like, that's so nostalgically satisfying. There's something about peeling that plastic off that cheese and eating that immediately out of the fridge just on its own that's so satisfying, right? Wouldn't say it's the best type of cheese, but like, my point being, there are different types of satisfaction, you know. One of my favorites is usually a Roquefort. Is really, really good. Is one of my favorite blue cheeses. Usually it's quite a smooth blue cheese. It's not as aggressive. I mean, I don't mind an aggressive blue cheese for the experience, but like, you can only eat small amounts of it. It's kind of like, you know, it used to be the thing, if you ever got like an IPA like 10, 15 years ago, it was always like, hey, do you want hops multiplying with other hops to the point where there's like 4,000 hops on your, and like, I love hops. But like, there was a lot of IPAs that were like, IPA just means like 4,000 bitterness rating. It was like, you know, people trying to make the hottest chili pepper ever and just trying to hit the highest Scoville number just for the reason of why not. And I'm like, you guys need to calm down. But I feel like a lot of the modern IPAs, they've balanced it out and you get like a nice hops flavor without it literally just being a competition to see who can make the most bitter beer, which I feel like it went that way for a while. So I'm kind of the same way, like blue cheeses. Like I even those crazy strong bitter ones, I love like a few mouthfuls or a very small version of it, but I don't want too much of it. I love a good camembert. I love a, you know, even like just a simple creamy brie can be nice. I mean, I just love all cheeses. I don't eat that much of them, to be fair. But dude, I eat. I'm losing weight at the moment, so I eat a lot of cottage cheese at the moment. Cottage cheese is a good snack. I like to just drizzle a bit of honey on cottage cheese, and that actually is a very good protein-heavy, low-calorie snack. Oh, 2 drones go down. Classic with a nice dive in here. 3 drones, 4. Very nice. Dude, this drone in the base. Dude! Raynor! You literally just sent a drone in the back door and got a full scout. He just got a full scout. Not only does he know that it's a Void Ray opening because he's already seen the Void Ray, it's only got 1 Overlord. He just got a full scout with a drone. Captain D had the drone. This is something people need to do more on this map. He's like, oh no, it's a full wall off. Most Zergs would be like, oh no, I can't scout. Literally just runs a drone in the back door and sees, oh yeah, this is a very standard blink follow-up. So Raynor knows he has a free pass to Hydras in this game. And he's going to take the garbage hatchery. Oh, why? Guys, I hate this hatchery so much. You only get 5 minerals and half of the total gas. Yes, the gas mines at double the speed, so you get an effective 3 more drones mining. I just feel like it's hard to defend. You're not going to have creep in front of this. I guess it's a wide open area. I don't know. I like this base. I like this base. I hate this base. I hate it so much. Isn't it good for getting creep across the map? No, the creep's already past the hatchery. The hatchery doesn't help at all. This is the good thing is it's not exposed to warp prisms. If you take this base or this base, Zealot run-bys are actually quite annoying, whereas this base will get defended by your units rallying across the map. So I think Rain is basically saying, I'm going to swarm Hydra Bane this game. I'm going to be the one attacking. I will be the one who knocks. And yeah, he's going to say, I want to just defend easily, pushing through the middle of the map, and he will take this 5th base here anyway. I think Raynor and a lot of players just love the purple gas anyway for the extra, you know, efficiency bump up on that early mining. But I hate losing 3 mineral patches on my 4th, personally. And he's actually not going Banelings. He's going to go Hydras into Infestation. Classic's taking an early 4th with Cannon Battery. That's a really good scout, because normally with this build, if he can see the Cannon Battery, it tells him he's safe. If he doesn't see the Cannon Battery, he's very vulnerable to an early timing. Oracle comes in, gets a few creep tumors, doesn't get any drones. So often when we see players do this like 85, 90 drones straight to Hive, Hydraling Lurker style, they die to a 66 to 70 worker Storm Stalker push. But if he could scout soon with an Overseer or something, Cannon Battery, a big tell that Classic's playing late game. Both gases on the 4th, big tell that Classic's playing late game. And an even bigger tell, second Stargate. Now, second Stargate's kind of nonsense this early because he hasn't got a Fleet Beacon yet. I think Classic's build is kind of exposed to just dying. He's building a Fleet Beacon now. I think Classic seeing the gas on the 4th feels like Rain is being greedy enough he can get away with this. But to stop it just 4 High Templar, 3 Stalkers, and 2 Cannons is wildly greedy. And this is the sort of play where if you can transfer drones to your 4th, act like you're being greedy like Raynor is, but actually maybe only be at 66 workers and then just shove, you sometimes can just win the game with wild attacks. Speaking of wild, it's not Hive. Hydraling Swarm Host? Who plays this? Oh, this is so cool. So he's going to go Hydraling Swarm Host Siege. He's going to go straight to free units. Wow. Raynor is playing a wild man style, guys. I am so excited to see how this plays out. He's got such good creep. He doesn't need a Nidus Swim. He can run up, just throw a Locust Wave. He's just got to spread his Locusts out a little bit. So something against Storm is you actually want to spread your Swarmos out, not go in a giant clump, because otherwise they all die to one Storm. If you can just spread them out in a line and then throw them all at once and land them in slightly different areas, this could be amazing. Oh, good links around on the Stalker. He tries to catch him when he blinks back as well. The Hydra Link comes forward, bullying Classic back into that base, baiting a Storm. These Locusts are a little clumped. He's got to watch out. Yeah, good spread, good spread. He does a reactive spready, though. The Swarmos are going to force a lot of Storms. They're not going to do any damage. And that's a problem. Hydra Ling runs up this ramp and... Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh my gosh, guys. He's traded 9 Hydras, 56 Zerglings, and his 4 Swarmhost Wave for 2 High Templar, 2 Stalkers, and a Void Ray. I mean, I get Classics being greedy, but that might be a little inefficient there. That's almost 3-to-1 efficiency. Raynor's got to calm down. I do think this left side is still decent to attack. I do wonder if the new Storm is actually better against Locusts than the old one. Baneling Nest is on the way, as is a Hive. Raynor has a massive supply lead, but remember, 14 Swarm Hosts times 3 supply each. They're not really worth that supply. They are free units. He's got to try and find that damage. Let's see what he can find. He's going to try and get in on top of those High Templar a little bit. Those Stalkers as well. A few cannons going down. The Hydraling shoving. Dude, he gets an Archon Bust. Oh my god, he just man modes through. Stalkers trying to warp in. Energy recharge on the Storm could be really huge here. Classic has not used another Storm yet. He finally gets it down. Energy recharge still is not being used. Shockingly for Classic there. And that was a really good fight for Raynor, because he got rid of the front defense, and now he just masses Hydras to stop any counter, and his Swarmos just need to stay close enough that they can throw another wave. If his Swarmos get in position and throw another wave right now, I don't think the carriers can deflect that. Oh, dude, 5 base, 82 probe economy. Swarmos need to throw right now. You can't be waiting. Every time, the moment the Swarmos off cooldown, you have to throw it. It's all about tempo with these Swarmos. You cannot let Classic max out, and he's not going to give him time to get much Storm energy back. Hydra Ling running in right now. The Lings and Hydras trying to gun forwards, but the Interceptors is killing Interceptors good enough here. I think it's okay. There's only 14 Interceptors left. The Locusts and Lings do crazy damage. Dude. Does he go for a carrier? Okay, he's going to get a carrier here, I think, but he will lose a lot of Hydras. Oh, the carrier survives. That's why it's so dangerous running forward with the Hydras. Raynor needs to pull out. He's going to lose quite a few Hydras for that dive. Dude. Okay. Wow. Only 65 workers left for Classic. He's on 4 bases, but of course, Raynor's on 5 bases and could easily take a 6th base behind it, but he's got to pull back. He cannot throw this game. I love the Swarmo staying on the front. Yeah, the Swarmos flank around. You don't want to use the Swarmos defensively. He just needs to get like 30 Hydras together so he can beat the Interceptors again with hold position micro. And that Nexus is toast. Would have loved to see him send a few of the Locusts to kill the probes. That's still crazy good damage. Hydras are going to come forward. He should hold position the Hydras. He's trying to run forward with the Hydras to focus the carrier. I think he should not be doing that. The Hydras are kind of wrecking themselves by running forward. You want to be hold position there. Now he's actually fighting just Interceptors. And with the Interceptors gone, the carriers are dead weights. They can't fight. Classic's fourth is dead. And Raynor, with a very clever play that I didn't even think of. Hydra, Ling, Swarmos. Not something you see every day. Massive storms come forward for Classic. Surprised Raynor didn't focus those High Templar down. But of course, Raynor realizes even just trading with Interceptors is good enough because he's got a massive economy advantage, a massive rally. Every Intercept that goes down, a disaster for Classic. Classic's going to tap out any moment now as the endless rally of Zerg takes him down. I mentioned Hydraling Swarmhost a little while ago, says kind of an inbound. I don't think it's a good strategy normally, but on this map, genius, right? Like, this actually makes a lot of sense, dude. So that's a really cool idea. It's always good to think outside of the box because there's always a situation where you're just rushing late game. You're trying to get Tempest or carriers off 120 supply. I'm rushing to like 80 drones without building any units. I didn't need to build roaches. I got to skip banelings. And it's like this weird thing where, yeah, the last thing you're expecting there is swarm hosts, but you can get away with it on maps like this. You might, and the difference here, so it's not that long a map, which is really good. That's why the creep was able to get so far out, right? So it could creep spread, number one. A map that's not too long, so you can spread creep across it. It's also got like the way it's so defensible from ground attacks makes it good for swarmers because they can wall off. Locusts can throw over the wall. They can try and defend this side. If your swarmers get here, you can even throw locusts into their backdoor base. So there's like a lot of cool stuff you can do with swarmers on a map where it's really annoying to attack normally because you're running up these tight choke points and these cliffs and ramps. Swarmos can just throw locusts over those. So Swarmos are always kind of good on a map that's more turtly. They're also really good for this, like, I'm just going to run forwards and throw locusts into your base if you've got good creep dominance on the map. And I think Classic just a bit too passive there. But we know Classic's the late game defensive master. Raynor found a really good counter to it here. And that's probably going to push Classic more towards going, okay, I need to actually pressure with Stalkers and Storm, and take a few more risks. Otherwise, if I just hand him map control, let him cover the map and creep, Raynor's going to be able to pull off moves like this. Really good game 2 for Raynor. Good luck, have fun. I'm gayer than Alan Turing. Heck yeah, dude. Good on you, man. Yeah. Yeah, you get to share upgrades, which is really nice as well. Just not enough Stormies and Stalkers there. Stalkers are meant to be good against Swarm Hosts, but because he just went straight to carriers, way too greedy, got punished. I love to see a bit of a punish. Silly Dobby, thank you for the 62-month resub. Oh, Piggy Smalls, oh, Katie, hi. Hi. Hey, what's up, Dobby? Hi, Cameron, thanks for the YouTube sub. Guys, please do click the sub button, the tip button, the cheer button. If you guys enjoy the best games of StarCraft. Oh, I haven't changed my title. I'm sorry, guys. Raynor vs. Classic. Sorry, I forgot to change the stream title on both platforms. Let me fix that. But yeah, thanks for hanging. Please do click the sub, the tip, or the cheer button if you guys want to support the channel. We've been a little light on subs today. Big thanks to Fear Dragon with 180 bits, Lilyhammer with $3 tipperino. So we're not completely flaccid. We got a little squirt in our twerk. You know what I mean? But if you guys want, you can also support for free. Pig, I don't have money. I live in the modern world where the cost of living for people who don't own millions of dollars of crypto and property means life is hard and expensive. I hear you guy in the chat. However, since you are an American, at least 50% of my audience, as my statistics and demographics have shown, you are born with a pet bald eagle they give you when you turn 9 years old. The 12-gauge shotgun they give you when you turn 12. I love that about American culture. And of course, when you turn 18, you get that Amazon Prime subscription as part of your citizenship package. And that means you get a sub for free. So if I went over to someone's stream, say Zesty, or even my own, who knows, I could click the subscribe button right here as an American citizen. And you could click subscribe, and you might be like, well, I don't have $9 Australian or $6 US, $5.99 or whatever they charge. That's some bullshit. That's okay. You can get a monthly free sub with your Prime Gaming. Oh my gosh, you click that button, guys. It'll let you. I don't have Amazon Prime. But you can go over here you can get Amazon Prime and you'll get a free sub each month. It costs you nothing. It will give you an ad-free experience on Twitch. But you're like, oh, Pig, but I watch on YouTube. Oh, do you guys just not want to give me free money? Guys watching on YouTube who have Amazon Prime, do you not want to give me free money? There's a link in YouTube. I just put it in YouTube manually because I love you 71 people watching there so much. It costs you nothing, gives you an ad-free experience. Amazon gives me money for it. Click the button. It will not auto-renew. You have to do it every month. Make sure you use that on a streamer of your choice who you feel like giving a free $5 to and taking those few dollars away from creating Jeff Bezos's strangely phallic-shaped penis rockets, which for some reason he likes putting Katy Perry inside, and then she has to kiss dirt afterwards because she's an astronaut. Thanks for hanging, guys. Ghost answers the call with the Prime Gaming sub, a 20-month resub. NTRS Pig, that's a fantastic name, that, with the 4-month resub. Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate you. I appreciate the love. I like the commercials. I like your mum. And I'd still give her my Prime sub if she asked for it, Nightcast, because I'm a nice guy like that. I'll go above and beyond. Thanks for watching so much, by the way, XOX Prime. Yeah, subs, tips, cheers, all appreciated. We'll be back in 3 minutes, really quick ad break. Game 3 between Rainer and Classic coming right up. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. Boy. So remember, guys, when you do take a call, you got to say to your opponent, why? Don't just pause with no reason. Sorry, my cat stepped on the stove and caught fire. All good now. Go, go. Who you think you're about to play? Let's say the game is table tennis. That's the analogy we'll use, okay? Table tennis. So you're like, cool, we're going to play some table tennis. Yeah, I love this game. So you go there, you get your little bat out, you start warming up with yourself, just bouncing the ball against the wall. You come out, and then you go, okay, let's go. And he's like, all right, I'm serving first. And you're like, okay, cool, no worries, that's fine, I'm with me. He literally detaches his scrotum from his body, and you're like, what the fuck are you doing? And then he serves it to you, it bounces, but then it bounces really funny. If you guys ever played ping pong with a ball that's fucked up or a table that's fucked up, it just doesn't bounce right. And you realize as its trajectory goes straight towards your forehead that it is literally, it's guided. It's like, when it's veering, and it fucking slams into your forehead and it sticks there like an unbreakable magnet. And then you're just stuck walking around with your opponent's scrot on your fucking forehead for the next 2 weeks. That's what the last 2 weeks of playing against Void Rays has been.
We have met the enemy in combat. Mutation completed. Mutation completed. We have met the enemy in combat. Mutation complete.
Sounds like a Brood War queen. I don't know. It's like a viper then? That was a hive. Okay. That's an overlord. That's definitely an overlord, right? There's a spine crawler? Fuck this game. This game's stupid and wrong. Fuck this game. I don't know Zerg sounds, apparently. He had 45 burrowed banelings here, guys. With +2 melee. What the fuck? My observer was lagging just a little behind my army. Because it was on follow command. Hello, friends. Welcome back. I had to just go get changed. I guess we need to fix up the camera so you can truly revel in the fucking glory of this terrible, terrible shirt. Guys,
This is stylish. For those who don't know, this is a men's shirt. People say, oh, you borrow Dot's shirt? No, no.
And we're back. Hope you guys enjoy that t-shirt. It's been a while, hey, the Eunuch shirt. Did you break your nose? Or was that one of those nasal opener thingies? Oh, when I had the bandage on my nose? Or band-aid or whatever? I think it was just a band-aid. I ran into the glass door of my building. You know how glass doors and walls and things are meant to have like marks on them so you fucking don't walk into it like a dumb pigeon? I was just like looking at my phone and I was hurrying out and I fucking like face planted into it. Yeah, that was a few years ago. It was like really painful. It was hilarious. I think I was like slightly concussed. I was like, damn, I'm actually brain damaged. Speaking of which, guys, any Aussies here? Did you guys see the pale supermoon from yesterday? Cold supermoon, sorry. Cold supermoon. Oh my god. I'm chilling out. I'm playing some game yesterday. I hear Dot scream from the other side of the house. Holy fuck! Jared! Come now! I thought someone was dying. I think there was a guy with a knife in our house. I come running out because I hear sirens as well going crazy. I get out into my balcony where Dot's there. She's like, fucking look. I hear like tons of sirens. I see this like, there's a drone near our balcony. There's also a plane flying overhead. And the fucking moon is like 20 times bigger than it's supposed to be. Bright orange. And it's kind of like low. And I was like, is the sun collapsing into the earth or something? Is like the moon about to fucking collapse in its orbit and like we're gonna not have tides and society's gonna die? It was frigging wild. Apparently it's just basically at the, is it the perigee or the apogee? The one where, you know how it's not like an even circle the way the moon goes around the earth. It's like an ellipsis or whatever. So it was at the close point yesterday. The perigee. Perigee, whatever it is. It was at the close point yesterday, and it was fucking orange and just huge, and it looked super cool. So yeah, here's some photos, I guess, that people with actual good cameras took. It looked insane. It looked really cool, man. Yeah, it looked beautiful. I was like, what am I looking at? This is insane. Dude, that photo's insane. I don't know if that's real or not. But yeah, it looked, he like, I was just like, what the fuck is this, man? It was very cool. It was very cool. Looked great. If you guys didn't see it, you missed out. It was epic, man. Yeah, you saw a moon yesterday? Was it a guy dropping trousers, sticking his ass out of the car window? Because those, I see a lot of moons in Australia. That's the most common one, if I go to be honest. I don't know. I haven't seen one in a while, but I feel like growing up, maybe it was more of like a 90s, 2000 thing. I feel like there was a lot more dudes hanging their bare asses out of car windows. I don't know if I've seen one in the last 5 years. Is that like dying? Did that get Me Too'd maybe? Or like, did it get cancelled? Are we not allowed to hang our bare asses out of car windows anymore? Big Gay Bob, thank you for the 3-month resub. Appreciate it. Sure it wasn't just Jim Carrey pulling the moon closer and tying it to the balcony? Oh, it might have been actually. You never know, man. How come I don't wear cool shirts like that anymore? You guys just, normally, I used to just set goals for it, where it'd be like, hey, if we hit 50 subs today, I'll put the fucking shirt on. But I'm too lazy to do it. I can put a goal up. The problem is, I feel like for a long time, our sub goals haven't really worked. Like the sub tracker just never worked. So, I can do it. We can go basically Eunuch goal. I can look, I don't think we've had many subs today. So we can go, okay, we've had 20 subs today, it says. Have we really? And we did have 5 from Kush earlier. And then a few people resubbed. It's more like, I think it's like 12, 15 subs at most. Let's say we start at 20. Let's say we start at 20. If we get to 69 subs today, then I will put on the Eunuch shirt. Now the question is, does that sub goal even work? The answer is probably no. But there we go. I will dig that shirt out of the cupboard and I'll get my man tits out for you guys if you give me a bunch of subs. Yeah. Twitch subs, not YouTube subs, just so you guys know. The ones that cost money. Oh. Do I even fit it anymore? I mean, it's meant to get my tits out, so yeah, of course. That's like, the bigger my tits get, the more I fit it, you know what I mean? Very elasticy. It worked! Deranged gives 5 subs. Thank you very much. That is absolutely deranged. I'm telling you guys, Twitch always want to see my hairy man boobs. They're like, ooh, we get to see a guy with white. I have like a big tuft of white chest hair, and I've got big man boobs. Part of why we're losing weight. But you know, the internet likes to see man boobs. They're like, Pig, we want to see those titties. Get him out. I appreciate you very much, Deranged. Thank you very much. All right, guys, going into game 3, Basilisk Arena in the bottom right side of the map after a nice punchback. And I think now we get to more, I should say less extreme maps, right? I think now you're like, okay, Winter Madness, pretty balanced map. Probably get like a Ruby Rock, or do you think maybe like a Taito Citadel? What other maps would you expect for games 4 and 5 in his EVP? I'm still not up to date with what every player's vetoing on these maps. But I imagine like a Taito or a Ruby Rock is going to be a pretty common map. Winter Madness as well. A lot of players are saying pretty balanced. We'll see how this goes. It is hatch first for Reina. Gets it down with no delay. Classic is going to go Gate Scout. Now, we've talked a lot about how Gate Scout is the least optimal PvZ opening. For some reason, Classic and Zaun insist on doing this every game. It happened to coincide with Protoss being favored against Zerg last patch. Protoss, I don't think, is favored against Zerg at the pro level right now at all. I don't know. I could be wrong, or it could never have been Protoss favored if you count guys like Serral, who obviously were never unfavored against Protoss. But I just think it's an inefficient opening. He does do well with his probe harass, and I've noticed sometimes this tilts Rainer, so it might be worth it. Interesting that he doesn't build the choke point straight away. I always feel like walling off with the choke point and then building your third building behind to wall off is the easier way to wall off, but everyone has their own technique. Notice he only pulled one worker off minerals onto gas and now saturates the minerals. He's going to build the pylon here. It's going to allow him to build his Stargate down here. Very easy to scout. Basically, Classic's not trying to hide what he's doing at all. He's just trying to do it as efficiently as possible. What's great about this pylon is you can fit so many buildings around this. I see a lot of low-level players fit like 3 gateways, but if you build your units flush with the pylon, you can fit a gateway here, 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 here. You can fit 8 gateways on either side of it, and a bunch more buildings above and below it as well. So it really is, if you place your buildings correctly, a single pylon can build almost all the production you need in the main. Obviously, you want to build extra pylons later on so that it's not an Artosis pylon. It's easily depowered. Now, Rainer does see Warp Gate start spinning, but remember, that was a trick last time around, so he won't completely be sure it's an Oracle build, though we'll play under that assumption for now. Who is this Taito guy? Taito is a neighborhood in Tokyo, guys. It's where Akihabara is. Oh, Adept comes forward, let's go! Almost gets a second Zergling. Classic, good start though. And yeah, drone as well. Rainer cancelling that drone was very risky. Really nice first Adept, guys. 1 drone, 1 Zergling. Massive start for Classic. Should be chronoing this Oracle as he's hitting 50 energy right there. And an almost instant chrono. Beautiful play. And of course, he's got a 3rd Adept building. So he's got 1 Adept there shading forwards just to see what's going on. Sees a creep tumor, not much else. 2 Adepts still going to roam the front. Rainer is building 8 more Lings. If he could surround these, that'd be really nice for him. Spore Crawler in the main does start. No Spore in the natural just yet. Second Oracle is on the way. Now, no, he's not staying at home. Classic's playing a diving man style, guys. He's going to dive the mineral line. Wow. Okay, very aggressive. It does delay his 3rd base. These Lings should be able to get a cancel. Problem, there's no Lings left at home. Oh, Rainer. This is every Zerg's worst nightmare, is those Adepts coming in when you got nothing at home. That being said, free cancel on the 3rd is every Protoss's worst nightmare. He's got to get big damage with the Adepts to make up for this, does Classic. Now he's got an Oracle there, but he's slow to send a new probe out to his 3rd. Finally, it's coming. These Adepts are coming in. Most of the Lings will go home. I love that he leaves 3 Zerglings on the front, hoping to get the probe. Classic with a quick reaction, though. Will keep the probe alive. Nicely done. The Adepts come in. 3 drones do fall. Can he get a 4th one? Yes, he can. Delicious micro for Classic, and he takes 5 drones with those 2 Adepts, which I think redeems himself. if this probe went down to the 3 Zerglings, I think I'm happy with Rainer's spot. Because the 3rd Nexus started, I think that's good for Classic. He's got the Forge on the way, the Twilight. He has paused probing momentarily here, which I'm not a big fan of. Is he going... You're not going Glaives here. That's stupid. You have to play Blink or Charge. Okay, he's going to go Charge +1 timing, maybe. If he chronos +1, because you can see +1 takes 120 seconds. This only takes 100. So if you chrono +1 twice, these upgrades time out. He did cut probes to get 6 gateways down all at once, which means he'll definitely run across the map with Zealot Oracle and at least poke. +1 melee. Good upgrade, but not as good as the +1 Zealots that are going to cause him troubles. Another gateway goes down. Is he going to drop a Templar Archives? Yeah, he's chronoing both of them now. Oh, Ling's coming in on the 3rd. Okay, great angle for Raynor. Really good angle. Gets an Adept and a Pylon. He'll have to back away, I think, before getting the 2nd one. Stalker in the open. Could be a juicy pickoff. Lings are going to run away, though, knowing the Oracles should be back by now. It's really good for Raynor. He's going to start a 4th base on the right side. That's the 5th base we were looking at just before. Lair comes down. It's not an early Lair. No Baneling Nest, no Roach Warren. Raynor, there's greed, and then there's what you're doing in this game, mate. This is so greedy, especially after denying his 4th. No Roach Warren, no Bane Nest. 5-minute 30 Lair. Like, this is... like. I worry that these Zealots are just going to get massive damage done. We'll find out. He only sees 1 Stalker. He has to have... His hackles should be rising, guys. Hair should be standing on end. There's clearly something being hidden right now. You need to run home and build a Roach Warren or Baneling Nest. Why has he only got 2 Stalkers at 6:15 and 2 Oracles? There's something missing. Immediately, Baneling Nest Spine do go down. Raynor probably not going to have those in time, though. 15 Zealots with +1. Oh, gee whiz, man. Oh, geez, Rick. Oh. At this point, this is where you send Zerglings across the map and hope the Zealots are on a move and chase them. Because you know you can't defend this right now. Raynor playing so greedy here. Oh, if he just had the safety Baneling Nest, he could have morphed 10 Banes. And that would hold this off, I think, or at least make it possible to hold without that, though. Drones need to run away. The Spine Crawler is going to come up, but a little bit too little too late. The Queen's coming forward. I do like the way he set off that stasis trap. Spine Crawler is going to help out. Can the Spine and the Queens do this? Oh, maybe, maybe not. The Spine Crawler does help a little bit. Zergling set off the stasis trap. He's going to morph Banes down here. He's going to have to morph some Baney Banes, is Raynor. He's trying to fight on the ramp. The Queens are doing a really good job. Lair's getting focused right now, but Classic really not working as much damage with this as I thought. These Zealots should have shift-clicked on a few of these drones, but he's not actually got any economic damage. Raynor and scrambling out of an impossible situation with barely any damage. Name a more iconic duo. I'll wait. Anyone else loses 20 drones and every Zergling here? Raynor traded evenly. Did he lose a massive amount of mining time? Yes. Is he going to lose his 5th hatchery? Probably. Still, that is actually insane. He lost an Oracle, almost lost a 2nd one. You are meant to take so much damage. He even saves the 5th hatchery. Raynor is too good at StarCraft. Honestly, I think he's too skilled for his own good. Any other player gets punished here and then realizes, like, hey, I have a hard lesson. Raynor just got away against one of the best Protosses in the world without learning the lesson that there is no reason to not have a safety Baneling Nest a minute earlier when your lair started. The 100 minerals and 50 gas, like keeping that drone mining, it's not that big of an economic advantage, but it's such a big risk. I can't believe he got away with that. Raynor is so good at StarCraft, but Zealot Archons here, these Lings need to loop around. He's not ready. Give up this 5th base and get Hydras on the high ground with Groove Spines. Oh, he's gone the wrong upgrade. He's gone Movement. Movement's better. I mean, maybe he can kite a bit. These Lings a little bit slow to loop around. He needs to go deny that 4th or get on the mineral line, one or the other. He's going to lose his 5th base. I think these Banes should keep him safe, though. And I think being on 4 bases of his own, he should be okay. Oh, Oracle's coming over with the Zealots. Not going to be in time, I don't think. +1 melee Zerglings, man. Yeah, good cancel. Raynor with a juicy snipe. Does lose a lot of Lings, though. Every single Zergling will go down here. And I think Classic with the instant rebuild is doing okay. Then again, supply 75 drones, 4 gases, 6 gas. 4 bases, 6 gas, I should say. +1 range coming in after +1 melee as well. Storm's just now kicked in. I think Raynor's army is so much better. But if Classic can keep him back a little bit, maybe he can buy some time. Problem is if he goes on creep and Banelings hit these High Templar, he's screwed. Baneling speed's almost ready. Let's go to Classic's vision, guys. I don't think he knows where the army is. He has no idea. We're on Classic's camera right now. He has no idea that Rainer's army's out here going for the counterattack. Rainer says, oh, you want to make this game messy? I'm way better in a mobile messy game than you are, bud. I don't know if that's true, though. Zealot Archon's actually pretty good at a base trade. We'll see how he does. Queens are on that right side. They're going to get taken down. Hydraling Bane's going to try to roll into the third and the fourth. This game's going to get very messy, dude. If Banes roll into these High Templar, everything falls apart. All the Queens die, Spinecrawler, and all the drones on the fourth will die as well. Rainer does kill the fourth, doesn't quite kill the third. He still has a scary army. And the Banelings! Can they get the High Templar? Oh! Okay, he gets a few of them. There's still 2 or 3 storms left. Storms are getting baited, though. If Rainer can click... If Classic, sorry, can click that hatchery, that would be huge. Baneling's trying to roll forwards. He's going after the Zealots, not the High Templar. One of the High Templars only left. They've all morphed into Archons now. The Banelings on the Zealots were absolutely massive there. The Hydra army's kind of getting overrun by the Zealot Warpins. Does pop an Archon, though. Nicely done. Rainer's got to keep his Hydras alive. He's got a lot of Lings on the other side. He just killed the third. If he can defend this hatchery, he will win this game. I think this is such a clever retreat for Rainer. He wants to bring his Zerglings back. He's going to try and pull back, let his Queens tank. If he can clear this army, look at that. Zerglings come from behind, distracting the Archon Zealot. And this is a really good fight for Rainer. Is it enough? He gets the Prism! Stops 90% of the Warpin, gets us around, and does shut down Classic's desperate Archon Zealot High Templar push. Classic on 2 base. Rainer still on 3. Rainer can drop a 4th base back up here pretty quickly. That means he's got some good longevity. And more importantly, his current army. 16 Hydras, 8 Lings against just a few High Templar, and Archon, and 4 Zealots. Classic's going to go out and long distance mine. But he is in an impossible position unless his storms... If Rainer decides to have a shower... That's the question. Is Rainer feeling dirty? Does he want to get clean? Does he want the cleaning power of that high-pressure shower? This is like showering under a firefighting hose. Put that thing right in your face at point-blank range. It will give you brain damage, much like will Psystorms if your Hydra's sit in it. But he baits the storm, calmly moves out of it. Probes have now been pulled into the army, guys. And when you're pulling probes into Hydra Baneling, usually that's a sign that you're in Dicktown. I think Classic knows he's there, and he's trying to make the most of a stinky position. He knows that Rainer's economy is not good, and he can still make gas units that are very good. This is always the advantage of Protoss in a low economy game, is the longer your High Templar gather energy, the better they get. Archons are good, well-rounded fighting units. So he feels like, hey man, maybe there's a chance I get back in this with Storm. The Spire tech switch for Rainer is incredibly devious. That's going to be so good against a guy who doesn't have anything that shoots up other than Archons. Uh-oh. 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 Hydra's caught. Those Banelings need to cover him, man. Zealots don't chase any further. Good starter step. 8 mutas are on the way. This 4th base was so delayed for Rainer. You can see he's oversaturated on the natural. Got these spores moving forward at the 3rd, just in case a Prism flies in. Double Nexus goes down for Classic. He's decided, I want to recover in the long game. I think these mutas... I don't know if they'll make him tap out immediately. I would leave the game when I see those Mutalisks. Classic. Classic is blind. He's stuck in his corner. He doesn't really have a lot of information about what's going on. And this is just something you don't have the mobility to deal with. So Rainer's going to stack the mutas up, fly in all at once, and you're going to see Classic potentially GG here. Doesn't have a good answer. Does pull the probes. I think typing good game is a very valid choice here for Classic. Does warp in Stalkers in the main. Blink is ready already. Mutas get 10 probes on their first drive-through. Not just 10 probes, he also forces Stalkers out of Classic, which is in of itself, I would say, quite a victory. And now the Hydraling Bane off 60 drones, massing up. Rainer does need to transfer workers and get that 4th mining, but he's so focused on the aggressive momentum right now. He'd like to lure some of the units out so his Hydraling Bane can surround it. I think that's what he really wants to do. I would have loved to see him kill this pylon so that his Hydraling Bane could loop in from this side and this side once the Archons move down here on the ramp, but he's going to come all from one angle. Mutas do go to the right side. They cop a storm, take out just 2 probes for a Mutalisk. Banelings will clear that mineral line. If they choose to fight, a few Hydras do stand in the storm. 12 Banes go down. Oh, I don't think engaging here is a good idea for Rainer. Oh, okay, a few Banelings trickle into the Zealots in decent formation. Another storm does get baited out. Rainer has all the advantages here in the long term. He doesn't need to force it. With all the storms gone, he says, well, it's go time, baby. Hydras run forward. Archons are getting popped, as are the Zealots getting cleared. He actually runs away. I'm surprised he doesn't try to pick off this Archon that's chasing him. It's a very fragile, very expensive target, but he doesn't want to get chased down too hard. The Mutas have just flown back in on that natural, and Classic, of course, promptly GG's as he'd F2'd his whole army to the front to chase it. He knows he can't get on top, and Rainer is now leading 2-1. That was really well done, man. Rainer's meant to lose that game to the Zealots, or at least take big damage. The Spine Crawler and the Wall Off on the natural was really good. And like, it's one of those things where you're like, well, you kind of want to split a few Zealots in each mineral line to focus the drones, but the moment you split them up, he's going to snipe these guys. He's going to just surround them in little pairs. Little 2 or 3 Zealots will get surrounded here or there. It's always so impressive to watch what pros do, just blocking it so the Zealots can't get that close in range. Guys, can we slap some bacon down and say a big thanks to Seranged, the Deranged. Kai, how you doing, mate? Thank you very much for dropping by the stream there on YouTube. How you doing? I guess, technically, what are we, second cousins, Kai? How you doing, Kai? Thanks for dropping by, dude. We will be back in a second, guys, with my camera. The reason I have to not show my camera is otherwise Twitch will ban me. They've said that, apparently it breaks terms of service if you pull your bacon out on stream. They said it's inappropriate in 2025. And I was like, what the hell, man? What are we doing? What are we doing, man? Get that bacon wave going, guys. I like Ratjar and Zarathos with the spinning bacon. Only Ale has more of a, it's like a conveyor belt of bacon, which I also enjoy. My bacon, I've been leaving this one out for days, guys. Check out how moist this bacon strip is. Oh, you know there's a nasty microenvironment going in there. Like, there's like so much mold and bacteria growing on that thing. That is gross. But how else would we say thank you to people being generous and supporting the stream if it wasn't by slapping bacon? Because that's what we do. Hot diddly damn, man. Thanks so much for the love. Big thanks to Seranged with the 5 gifted subs. A massive thanks as well. That goes for Cushburn Slow as well earlier. I'm doing great, Kai. We went to the beach yesterday. Had a good day. I was going to stream yesterday, and then it was like 42 degrees where I live, and I was like, yeah, let's not go to the beach, hey. And let's not stream. Let's go to the beach instead. It was a good day. Sounds like Pig has moist, large... Oh, Jesus, dude! Mate, too graphic. That's gross. That's a yucky dude. Dude, why are you being yucky, man? I'm just here being a super vanilla streamer, not being weird at all. And you have to go and make it all dirty. So inappropriate, dude. Oh, yucky. Dude's a silly head. Making yuckies in the chat like a dum-dum. Yeah, it was 42 degrees Celsius yesterday. That's like 108, 107 Fahrenheit, 110? I don't know, somewhere around there. It was hot. Not as hot at the beach, and there was a beautiful breeze going into our beach tent. That was absolutely delectable. It was really nice. The water was beautiful as well. The water wasn't cold, because it's like a pretty calm, protected beach, little inlet. 42s may be too hot. When it's dry, it's not too bad. So if you were in the breeze, in the shade, it was not that bad. But if you were in the sun, in the middle of the day, yes, you're going to have like 3rd degree burns within 2 minutes. 36 right now. Yeah, today's pretty hot as well. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go to my friend's gym and abuse their air conditioning later in their building down the street. Because I was like, man, I need to move around, but also it's really easy when it's this hot to just sit at home and play video games and then feel like crap. I'm like, oh, I gotta go get some exercise in when the stream's done. All right, guys, we got Rainer in the top left side of the map, dude. He's on fire this series. He's got Persephone now. Classic town here in the bottom. I think he handled the yes, his 3rd got denied, but then he got the 2nd go of it up. He got the 2 adepts in, killed 5 drones. And then he goes in with 2 oracles and, like, was it 15 zealots with +1 against nothing but zerglings? And he gets so little damage. Now, I do think he should have forced the fight a bit earlier by either jumping on the queens or jumping up the ramp into the main and splitting up more zealots onto the drones. Classic did miss an opportunity, but I think it's one of those things, it's only when you're playing the Raynors, the Serals of this world, that they're actually good enough to make that sort of defense work. And honestly, I think Seral wouldn't have done it as well as Raynor. Raynor is so clutch at wriggling his way out of trouble. And I've always said that Raynor regularly gets away with defenses that no other player gets away with. And you could argue it's part of why his scouting is not as good as Seral's. Because even when Seral barely makes a miraculous hold, you can tell Seral's internal voice is like, idiot, why did I leave that opening? Why didn't I, like Seral's, you know, he's got a flow chart in his brain. Seral is like, I saw this, I should have done this, why did I not follow the flow chart? Like, because Seral has a super optimized flow chart is how he plays StarCraft, right? Raynor is an intuitive gamer who likes to run units around, do backstabs, and cut corners where he can. He's very intuitive. He's not as crazy as he was in his younger days, but he's still at the heart of who he is as a StarCraft player. Raynor is not a flowchart gamer. Yeah, sometimes he has his best tournament results occasionally when a flowchart gamer like Lambo teaches him and helps coach him some really good timing attacks. But it's not the core of who he is when he's playing like loose, flexible StarCraft. So definitely something I think he's got to keep in mind there. He's going to delay that extra queen as Raynor. He went for the very quick third base. I'm not sure if that's just because he didn't want it to get blocked or... Like, why would you go for the quick third in this matchup, guys? I don't know what the real advantage of it is. I actually have no idea. Obviously, you get the third up faster, but then this queen in the main is later. Is it actually more economic? It feels like it ends up in the same spot. I know where you do it against Terran, because your third gets blocked in that matchup. Maybe he didn't want to build 4 Zerglings. He was worried about a pylon block on this match. It's a big map, guys. Classic, so far doing well. I like that he targeted the drone in the pocket. Nice move. The reason he targeted the drone that was in the pocket is you can't place a spore there. So the drone had to move further to place a spore crawler. And Raynor was just slightly too slow on it. Whereas if you shoot this guy, very easy for Raynor to pull him over and build a spore. So that was very clever targeting for Classic. Nice detail-oriented build order. Oracle's on the way. Dep's coming forwards. Ooh! Okay, Dep's going to shade backwards. 1 Adept for 1 Zergling. That one not as successful for Classic. Spore Crawler goes up in the main. Now, Raynor hasn't scouted Stargate. He's hidden his Overlord in case it was a Void Ray. Could poke the Overlord in to scout the third, but it looks like the Lings will go forwards. I think taking out one of the Adepts means the other Adept basically has to go home, even if he wasn't initially planning to. This Adept is poorly positioned. He needs to move forward. Classic realizes it. Classic, very different to Hero. Always fixing his little gaps in his defenses. Evo Chamber goes down for Raynor. Oh my lord! Guys, Twilight Robo after 2 Oracle. Classic is playing the European style of Archon drop after double Oracle. It's going to go straight into Archon Zealot. This is very weak tonight as Swarm Host later on. But Raynor, you usually need to get roaches against the initial Archon drop. Hits at about 5 minutes 40 usually. The Archon's hitting your base. But if you catch the Prism coming across, you can actually stop him from morphing the Archons on your side in the first place. Easier said than done. 2 drones and a queen get distracted. Lings defend that stasis. Classic's not really doing any damage here. At least he sees the Evo Chamber, so he knows, okay, as expected, it is going to be Lings again. Not leaving a queen on this base is problematic. Could have had a queen behind the mineral line there to do some good damage to them. Got 2 queens in the main. And here we go. Raynor should easily be able to respond as long as he pulls far enough away, which he does. Yeah, Oracles aren't really doing much. Lair starts at just past 5 minutes this time. Much better Lair timing. Dude, is he just going to hit him? Oh, is he pulling off? Fake gases. He's taking fake gases, guys. Classic's taking fake gases. Raynor hasn't even scouted the third. Raynor's playing purely blind right now. No safety Baneling Nest, no safety Roachhorn, and he's going double Evo Chamber. He wants to play mass Zergling with no scouting. Raynor has already been punished twice in this series from his lack of scouting. And we're in the third of 4 games, and he's once again not committing to more scouting. The fake gases weren't even needed here. It's going to be a massive 8-gate Zealot attack. Prism sees the Zergling, goes to the left side. He's going to go up here. And Raynor just refusing to make any safety structures. No Roachhorn, no Bane Nest. This is a very greedy play, and I think it's going to get him in trouble. I think Classic should have unloaded these Zealots already. But it looks like... Oh, I see what he's going to do. He's going to run those Zealots in the front at the same time as warping in another 8 in the main. Cancels the gas after Raynor sees it. Raynor didn't even see it, never mind. Raynor's going 1-1 melee Massling Queen. He's doing a gimmicky build order. I think he was hoping to run into Stalkers, and he was hoping to rush up the Hive and Ultras here. But those Zealots are going to cause him trouble. These Queens need to run. These guys should have run to the left. These guys should have run to the right, to the ramp. He's not doing this as well as he did last time. He's already lost 3 Queens, guys. 4 Queens. 5 Queens have gone down. Zealots are on the right side. Oh, sorry, Adepts are on the right side as well. Raynor does have a lot of Zerglings with +1 melee, and there's no +1 on the Zealots. So the Zerglings actually perform pretty decently here. Lings should probably target the stasis traps. Watch out, Raynor. Oh, big stasis trap. Does trap a lot of units. There's a Spore Crawler there as well. The Queens are going to try and defend the Oracles. The Oracles have to back away. The Lings will defend. Raynor and Heinous Greed. Name a more iconic duo. I can't believe he's gotten away with it again. He's only lost 6 drones. How is he this good at StarCraft, man? The way Raynor plays is like, it's everything I wish I could do when I play StarCraft. And I just can't. I just can't. Oh my gosh. Oracle gets shut down. Zealots get surrounded. Luckily, he saves 3 of them. But Raynor finds himself way ahead in this series. And now Classic is what he got a Templar Archives. He's got nothing but Zealots on the map and a single Oracle and a Prism. He's up in Workers. Raynor's building a Hive. And he actually hasn't been injecting for the last few minutes. So I was like, isn't Raynor just going to hold the drone key down? He doesn't have lava. He had to build so many Zerglings that he is actually behind in economy. The problem is that the tech of Classic, how do you guys describe this? Could someone give me some thesaurus words for garbage? What's not trash, waste, detritus? His tech is nothing. He has Zealots, Archons, no Forge, no Storm. It's a garbage man style of Protoss versus Zerg, and yet Archon Zealot's a real problem for Raynor right now. Dude, look at this crazy commitment. He saves the Archon. He saves the Archon. The Zerglings get cleaned up. Classic going for a crazy Zealot Archon attack in this main, dodging the spores. Dude. Oh my god, you psychopath. He's going to pull it off. He gets the spore. The Queens went down. Dude, this is such a crazy attack. Oh my god, it's a proper big troll-like attack, much like Detritus from Ankh-Morpork of the City Watch. But the Queens and the Spores finally get on top. The Prism Archon goes down, and Raynor survives yet another wave of desperate Protoss savagery. Detritus was the troll, right, guys? It's been a while. I've been reading to reread Discworld. Anyway, Storm's just started. 3 more Archons morphing. He's on 6 gas. He's going to get to a 4th base now. Classic's going to be able to work his way towards a macro game. Problem, he still doesn't have a Forge against a guy who's going 2-2 Adrenal Glands and Ultras. Raynor's like tech is actually so much better than Classic's, but honestly, he still doesn't have a Roach Warren. I still don't know if he has an answer to another wave of Zealot Archon. Unless he can get Ultras in time, and he's not mining enough gas right now to do that. Great Ling run buys. The problem is, he just killed the 4th no cancel, which means Classic has to counterattack. And he's not ready for the counterattack because he has no gas to build Ultras. Oh no. Raynor literally just activated the one move that would kill him. His Lings need to base trade. He can't fight Zealot Archon right now. His Ultra Cavern's not ready. He literally pushed Classic into doing the thing that beats him. I can't blame him for it. You see a 4th base, you want to cancel it. That's what you do as a Zerg player. That's the logical thing. It just turns out that in this particular scenario, that forces Classic to kill you. He just forced Classic to win the game. The Lings, can they surround the Archons? The Banes don't really get the hits he was looking for. Those Bane hits were not good. They didn't get the middle of the Zealots. Good spready. So many Archons. Queen's coming forward. Can they get rid of the Prism? No, they cannot. Classic, with the 3rd wave of Zealot Archon, finally breaks through Raynor, the greediest Zerg in the world. I think that's Raynor's new title this series, guys. It goes 2-2 here. The greediest Zerg in the world. Just absolutely hamming out like a friggin' psychopath. Just crazy greed for Raynor. Insane game. I love that Classic with that 2nd wave of Zealot Archon really got in and disrupted Raynor right when he was trying to resaturate and rebuild gases. That Archon elevated actually traded pretty darn well, even though the follow-up over here did get cleaned up pretty well. I mean, just crazy games, man. We're going to game 5. This is sick. Harstom's Cost, this was so weird. He basically said Raynor was insulting Classic by doing this build, and it was really rude. I'm sure he would have said that joking. I mean, that is it's a build that Raynor likes to troll lesser European Protosses with. So Harstem's been on the receiving end of that build a few times. I remember Harstem smashed Raynor one game in the weekly carp, and with like a really greedy build, and Raynor played a bit too safe. So the next game, Raynor did that build on Golden Aura and got like 100 drones by the 6-minute mark. It was the most disgusting greed I have ever seen from a Zerg, because Harstem was doing his like gas first, no scout, 3-minute third. Oh, I'm being so greedy. I'm a Protoss player. And Raynor was like, I will raise you even greedier. And then Raynor did nothing but build Zerglings and lost the game 5 minutes later because he like just didn't tech up. And I was like, oh, Raynor, no, not like this. He was so far ahead and he ended up losing. And I was like, I can't believe Harstem's won this game. It was like one of the weekly cups. And yeah, I remember just being like, oh man, because there's a point, like Lings are so good for run buys and harassment and buying time. And there's like a point you hit in the game where like, I have 200 Zerglings with 3/3 and Adrenal. And the Protoss is like, I have 6 Archons and a Psystorm. The Archon Psystorm wins this fight. And they're like, yeah. Yeah, he went only Lings. He should have gone to OnlyFans. No, it was a pretty fun game though. But he should have got to like Ultras or something sooner. I think he tried to go Lurkers off it back then. I do think upgraded Ling into pretty quick Ultra is good. I just don't think you need to play double ups. Then again, if you get away with it and your carapace is in line with their attack upgrade of Protoss, and the Zealots don't beat the Zerglings anymore, you do shockingly well in small skirmish trades. It's pretty wild. I think the greed I'm talking about, it's normal to delay your Roach on a Bane Nest till about 5 minutes, guys. That's pretty greedy. But Rogue will do that all the time. A lot of players will. But he's not building it at 5 minutes either, and that's, I think, what's getting him into trouble. It's like, just build it at 5. Like, when your lair starts, throw one down just in case, maybe. He's just being very greedy. I wonder if when the attack first got in his main, if those queens pulled behind the mineral line in the main, and the other queens got on the ramp, I think he could have, like, bought a bit more time. And I think if he didn't lose 5 queens so quickly in the first wave, once the Lings get back to defend, I think Raynor actually might just crush that and then, like, have a way better follow-up. Because think about the follow-up waves. Imagine if there's, like, 3, 4, 5 more queens. Or he's just got that money for extra drones and Zerglings and stuff, yeah. I hope you guys are doing good. Thank you very much for the love. Happy December, everybody. Do we have time to cast the final game of this series before playing a silly ad break? Yeah, I think we do. All right, just loosening up a bit. There's a lot to talk about in these games. Yeah, I mean, he was going 10 queens, so you're like, he could absorb it, but it just didn't buy him anything. Those queens going down, like, the queens on both sides were basically surrounded by Zealots. And whenever you're trying to defend those Zealots, it's all about try to get the Zealots stuck behind each other and not attacking constantly. Thanks, guys. I don't really care about my Twitch partner anniversary, but I forgot to turn the event off, guys, and I think now I can only turn it off once the stream's over, so... Woo! I became a Twitch partner this day. When was it? 14 years ago? I don't know. Probably 2011 or something. I don't know. When did they even... Whenever they created the partner program? I don't know. Whatever. A long time ago. Yep. Very exciting. Any plans on any mecha? I played a 2v2 the other day. It was fun. I don't have any set plans, but you are always welcome to go. I'd love to see some mecha bell. Hey pig, I'd love to see some mecha. If you want to see something, you say it enough. I'm always steered by the audience a little bit. Thanks, King Kai. Oh, we have 2 Kais on YouTube. My cousin and another Kai. Very nice. Harstem was right. It ended up being a stupid build. I honestly think, like, he could have got away with it. Yeah. The thing is, it's such a mineral-focused build, the 3-gas build. You have so many units. If you can get the 5-hatchery production up quick enough. But because he lost all those queens and he took so long to clean up the first wave, he also missed so many injects. So what should have been, like, numbers-wise, it was a good trade cost for cost, even after the 5 queens going down, because he crushed the Zealots so hard. But imagine how far ahead he would have been if he didn't lose those 5 queens and got back to injecting a little bit quicker. Alright, it's all going to be decided here, guys, on the tokamak. This is a pretty good map for Protoss to Turtle. I'm surprised Classic waited this long to pick this map. I hate this map for Raynor. I think this map's great for Classic. I think there's 2 things Raynor wants to look for here, guys. Number 1 is a potential muta swap or mass muta play. The other one would be a Nidus Swarmhost if Classic continues to play charge openings, which I would suspect he does. Nidus Swarmhost with a heavy Roach Ravager Ling army on the ground can be, excuse me, very, very good. You can throw it from over here into this base and from over here into this base. So, you know, like we said earlier on Enclave, if they've got just 2 choke points leading in and there's cliffs everywhere and stuff, and you think, oh man, this is not a good map to attack in a Protoss, suddenly Swarmhost could be effective on that. And if they go heavy Blink and they're on the map, you really can't get your Swarmhost anywhere near his base to throw them. But if they play Zealots, then you can do very well. How much Mechabellum have you played? Oh, you're talking to someone else, not me in the chat. I was like, I played many hundreds of hours of Mechabellum. Haven't been playing the last few months, though. But no doubt we'll get back into it. Auto battlers are very fun. I think the best thing as well is there's usually a lot of very low-level players in auto battlers, like, that just stay at low levels. So you usually have a pretty big population of players who are awful at the game, which means it's a pretty fun, smooth process of like slowly leveling up at whatever rate you find fun. Tried multiplayer? Wait, there's a single player of Mechabellum? I guess there is some mode you can play, yeah. I would only play multiplayer. But, it's not too hard to get the hang of the basics if you have someone who knows the ropes showing you. Oh gosh, Proxy Oracle, old school, baby. Guys, this is cool. Classic. Getting a bit of a twist in here. And Raynor doesn't send his Overlord through the main ever. Now, because Classic has never opened Stalker, this is where something like Serral's theory knowledge is so good. Because Serral, I think, would just send the Overlord through the main at some point here. He'd be like, hey, this guy never builds a Stalker. One of these games, I'm going to punish that. Sending the Overlord in, getting the full scout, and that would tell you this, but, you know, I'm not saying that's something Raynor definitely should have done this game. It's just one of those small things where, like, wait, pattern-wise, Classic has never opened Stalker first. Overlord immediate sacrifice, like, just go straight through the base, actually would have been a good call, but Raynor's done the same thing with his Overlord every game. And that now is being abused by the fact that Classic is able to sneak this Proxy Stargate up. Can you get a Spore up in the main in time? Usually the answer is no. So it's often going to be, can you pull drones away and scramble your queens to location early enough? It's much easier if you've got an Overlord that sees it coming. And he's got an Overlord heading in that direction up here, which might just barely see the Oracle coming in a little bit earlier. Every inch this Overlord moves out gives another fraction of a second Raynor will have to react to this. Oh gosh. Extra pylon builds in the main here for Classic. He's chronoed 1 Oracle. No doubt we'll build a second behind that as well, most likely. Got to wait for the 150 gas. Second Oracle starts. Let's go to Raynor's camera, guys. He's busy with the Adepts, which means the Oracle dodged the Overlord. The Oracle has dodged the Overlord, giving him even less time to respond, despite that a near instant drone transfer. Excellent control for Raynor. Made the best of this. Let's go back to everyone's camera. Oh my gosh, 7 drones, 8! 8 drones! Did the Lings at least kill the Adepts? No, the Adepts got home as well. Oh, massive damage for the first wave. That is huge. Oracle's not even going to try to defend. He wants more damage. He's going to fly right into that base and see what he can find. At least you get rid of the Stargate, which makes Muta play even stronger after this. But you need to be really focused on trying to drone. Delay putting back on gas is the correct call for Raynor. And at least he gets a little bit of counter damage here. 2 Adepts and an Oracle ready to defend the third. Extra pylons coming up to get him out of that supply block. And Classic up 6 workers as the dust settles. Here we go. Oracle's driving south. Oh no! Oh no! I find auto battlers kind of boring. Isn't it just an enhanced direct strike? I never liked Nexus Wars or direct strike. I always found those maps boring. To be fair, I never gave them that much of a chance. Mega Golem has a lot more control and complexity over what's going on, and I would say just the unit interactions feel really, really interesting and good, in the placement options on the flank and stuff. I think most auto battlers I've played, I've found very uninteresting. Mega Golem's the exception for a reason. Anyways, let's talk about this. 11 Adepts coming forward with Glaive Adepts. 2 Oracles coming out. Oh, man. Oh, Rainer. Okay, he sees it. He sees it. He's got a Roach Warren. It's not quite finished, but he does see the Adepts going down around that right side, and he can wall off his base. I think he should build the Evo early, just because this is enough Adepts. They could focus it down. He's only got 1 Roach building. Oh, no. He built a lot of Zerglings and used up all of his lava just before the Roach Warren was finished. Oh, gee. 3 Roaches coming. Evo Chamber does go down pretty early, which is really good. Okay, Lings do get a wraparound on some of these Adepts, but it's still, a lot of the Lings are stuck behind each other. Roach does come out as well. Queens are doing good damage. The Lings are trapped inside the main as well, though. He's going to have to try and cancel the Shade. Rainer needs to cancel that Evo. He needs to cancel that Evo right now and get these units outside of this base. His drone's trying to run away. The Queen Roach doing a pretty good job of defending. As long as he gets that Evo up, and indeed he does. Very good defense for Rainer. Could have been a lot worse with how late that was, but oh! I thought Classic was evacuating. I didn't think he'd commit there. He gets another drone or 2. Does it cost him too much, though? Don't think that last shade-in was really worth it. More Adepts coming forwards behind this. More gateways going up. Oh gosh, he's just going to follow up with an Adept Immortal all-in. Oh, Rainer's got a 4th base almost finished, and a Hydra Den coming? Dude, if Rainer gets, like, Ravages to deal with the force fields and just goes Mass Roach, Ravager, he wrecks this all in. But the question is, will he scout? Because right now, Rainer's so busy fixing things up. He's like, build gases, fix saturation, go towards Hydras. If he stops right now on Workers or 66 and just makes army, he can win. But he should be morphing an Overseer and flying through the base. Seeing the lack of gas is big. Seeing the Sentry Immortal, any of this is big. Even just sending Lings in would be good. Rainer, scout, 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 please. Rainer, come on. We've got a scout, man. We've got a lot of Zerglings. 12 Lings, 6 Roaches. He's just... The Oracle's keeping him busy. It's distracting him. He's already thinking about the next step, but he's not scouted the follow-up at all. He's not made an attempt to scout the follow-up. Rainer playing blind. Rainer in dark. This is a big problem for both of these players. He's going to go scout the 4th base. More important is to scout the army comp. If these Adepts clean up the Zergling, this might give him the impression that the 4th base is about to be taken. This Ling needs to see everything. Let's go to Rainer's vision, guys. We're on Rainer's vision. He runs the Ling in. He sees it. He sees it now. Okay, he sees it. He's just made 2 more drones, so he's gone a bit high on drones, but he should cancel the infestation and make Ravages, make Roaches, make Hydras, and he should be able to survive this all in. Because what is it? 3 Immortals? Oh, 8 Sentries. That's a crazy number of force fields. He needs more Ravages. He needs to actually make Ling Ravager. The problem is he knows there's going to be a big Adept warp in. And that's going to be a really big problem for him, because Lings suck against that. So the Lings are kind of going around the flank instead, which is probably the correct call. Roaches will die to Immortals pretty fast, but Roaches might still be the best frontline. And he desperately needs more Ravages. He's got 3. I think he might need more than that. We'll see if he can do it, though. Rainer's up in army supply. He's got a Spore Crawler coming in. He's trying to make a hive behind this. I think he's ready to defend this attack, though. He's got a good arc. He's got Groove Spines as well. Breaks the first layer of force fields. He's got to watch out for the next wave, though. Classic commits in hard here. Needs these force fields to break. Oh, great force field trap for Classic. Mass Ling tries to get in here, but dude, look at how many force fields he's got. 8 Sentries is actually insane. Okay, so most of the force fields have been used, but now it's just numbers versus numbers. Great Adept Shade into the 3rd, keeping Rainer busy, which means Rainer clumps his whole army on the left side. Does break that force field, but the Adept Ball's getting dangerously big. The Hydraling is going to try to come in on top. Stasis Trap's behind as well. Classic is making the most of a very low mid-tier army against what could be an army that scales much better than his. Classic needs more damage. He's got to get this hatchery at the very least here. He's trying to force a good fight. The force fields are slowly regenerating. 2 force fields at a time is enough to keep back the vast majority of the Hydras. Good force fields here. He's splitting up Rainer's force and eating up these Roaches 1 or 2 at a time. These Immortals are on 11 kills, 5 kills, and 6 kills. This elite Protoss force trying to make the most of it, but I think Rainer might have finally cracked through. 1 Immortal goes down. The pickups are good. The Spore Crawler clears the bloody Oracle. The Prism has saved 2 of the Immortals, but Rainer holds on strong. And it looks like Rainer, I don't know why, I just felt like in my heart Classic was going to steal a victory with that. I was like, dude, like, Raynor looks well prepared, but also it just felt like with how late he scouted it, and those force fields were really clean. But now you've lost all your sentries. Now you've got 3 Immortals, 8 Adepts. You're just now starting +2 a Templar Archives and a 4th Nexus. And there is already a Hive finished, a Lurker Den on the way. Raynor may not have an economic lead in terms of workers, but he's got a 4th base, gases up. If he can get up to 85 drones now and just play a standard Lurker late game, Classic's going to be so delayed to Psystorm. Tempests are out of the picture for several more, like probably 4 or 5 more minutes. This is a good spot to be in for Raynor, defending multiple waves there. Did he use any Guardian Shield? He might have. I probably would have just used Force Field personally, because Guardian Shield, it only blocks a little bit of damage. Probably used one in one of the bigger fights, but you don't want to just spam it because it's 75 more, 75 versus 50 energy, and if you're slicing their army up, they're not really killing any units anyway, or very few, so. Yeah, I used a shield early in the fight, says chat. Yeah, it makes sense in one of the bigger clashes to have done that. Alright. Here comes Adept High Templar Immortal for map control. Ling's going to go for that left base. No melee for them, so might just go for the probes. Yeah, the probes and the exposed structures is a good call here. Does run away pretty quickly. He's actually going to gather his whole army now. Lurkers are gathering on the front, guys. 8 Lurkers. Raynor did not drone up that hard. He wants to get the counterattack going with urgency. And look at that, the Lings distract. Classic gets pulled out of position. Here comes the Lurker Hydra Ravager army. Storms could be big. Classic not watching. Classic was looking down here as Adept shaded and he walked through those Lurker blasts. Raynor pulls back from the Psystorm, only really tanks it on a single guy. Lings will deal with these Adepts, as will the Spine Crawler, random Spine Crawler left over from that earlier hold. That's a good defense. Meanwhile, Classic rotating to the middle of the map. Raynor's got to pull to the left. He never made Roach speed. He wasn't planning to build more Roaches this game. He's tried to be as efficient as possible, has Raynor, and I think it's really paid off for him because he's got a good count of Lurker Hydra Zergling. These 4 Immortals, absolute veterans, 19 kills, 11 kills, 7 kills, and 4 kills on those Immortals. Not too many kills spread across the Protoss units. I think like the Zerg units. A 4-kill Lurker is probably the best one. Lurkers do snipe the High Templar before walking right back into Psystorm. Old habits die hard. Lurker Hydra Ling here is going to be able to fight this position. The High Templar taking some big Lurker attacks. Ling surrounds as well. And the Hydra's thrust forward, lunging into action. And as all the Immortals go down, so do Classic's hopes and dreams. Knocked to the lower bracket there of the Revival StarCraft League. GG, well played. Raynor with a very good series. Classic Raynor, right? Massive holes in his scouting. Doesn't take safety precautions when a lesser player would have to. Gets away with it because he's a god of StarCraft. I love to see it. You love to see it. Raynor. This is why I used to always love like Raynor hero matches as well, because you got like Raynor plays kind of dicey, Hero does random stuff, and it feels like I feel like Raynor should always beat Hero, but Hero can tilt Raynor and make him start to do like dumb stuff and play worse. It's just it's very odd to guess what's gonna happen in these series, because like even this one, you know, didn't know that follow-up attack was coming, but the initial defense was good enough. Good wall off on the natural, I think, really did so much to protect him. And got control from there. GG, well played, guys. Raynor gets the 3-2 and takes the victory. GG's. I've dropped 0.0% frames, guys. We dropped 1,300 frames at some point a long time ago in the stream, but it's not even 0.1%. It's less than 0.05%. So it's not even rounding up to that. Yeah. Probably just having some issues with your local Twitch server or something like that. Who knows? Maybe your internet. What was this, guys? RSL, round of 8. Raynor Classic. Good match, man. That was a good match. We do still have 2 more big matches today, guys. We have Classic Cure KFC. Number 3 monthly, and CLEM versus Solar finals of the Monday Night Weekly. Part of me wants to do CLEM Solar again first. I'm just bumping Classic Cure down the line. I don't know why. Sorry, Classic Cure. Because we just did a Classic game. Bumping it down the line, changing the order. I think I'm going to do CLEM Solar. We did a Clem Solar at the start. I'm keen to see the next Clem Solar. With the context of what happened in the previous one, which was Clem trying a lot of aggression and Solar slapping it down. Yeah, the Kung Fu Cup it's called. I call it KFC. I should call it Kung Fu Cup. Korean Fried Starcraft, yeah. Spelled with a C, yeah. Solar hype seems justified. Solar's been on a tear, man. And Clem's like the worst opponent for him. And he still does so good. Beat him in that other series. Yeah, I think Mechabellum's pretty easy to learn, Vijazzle. But I think it's harder if you don't play a lot of strategy games. But I think if you've played a bunch of strategy games, all the unit archetypes are pretty straightforward. I think the problem is I learnt Mechabellum and the tutorial was really good at that time. And they've patched the game since then, and I don't think they ever updated the tutorial. I'm not sure if they did to work with the current unit stats. So, like, I think you could literally get soft locked on some of the tutorial stages after I did it. So I remember being like, I remember Roddy and a bunch of people being like, the tutorial's the worst thing ever. And I'm like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Like, the tutorial was literally the best tutorial I've ever played for any game, in that it just keeps failing you until you actually engage correctly with the mechanic it's trying to teach you. Like, it'll basically force you to go like, hey, if you place this unit just slightly to the side, you know, they will split up and then you win this fight as opposed to losing it and stuff like that. Or if you position this guy in front of that guy rather than the other way, he'll tank and then blah, blah, blah. It just like, I remember it taught the concepts really well, but the problem is a lot of games with smaller, medium-sized companies do this these days, where even if they've got a single player or a tutorial or a campaign, they just basically all use the main game values, and it's kind of sad. I understand why they do it, but it means they break their tutorials and they break their campaigns as games go on. I always give the example of Northgard, where I remember going back to play Northgard campaign because I found it really just relaxing and enjoyable. I love that campaign. And it just like, there was a bunch of triggers that didn't work, and like it was all broken because they'd patched it so much. And I was like, obviously they're not checking what breaks in the campaign when they're patching things for people playing the multiplayer or the conquest, you know, co-op modes and stuff, which is what most people only play the campaign once, right? I remember going back and being like, oh, that's so sad that this campaign is just non-functional now. But that happens to a lot of medium-sized and small developers now these days. It's kind of a bummer. So I think that happened to Mechabellum. I think that's why so many people struggle with the tutorial these days, because it doesn't work. At least that's what I heard. I haven't tried it. Pig, you and I are the same weight. I'm 12 centimeters shorter. Hey, nice. Current weight or goal weight? Current weight, yeah. Yeah, get on the weight loss journey if you guys need to. I was at the beach yesterday. My gut and man boobs didn't feel too embarrassing. Felt reasonable. You know what you're good at, Pig? I'm just not good at strategy games in general. I used to suck at games that weren't StarCraft, but over the last like 5 years or so, especially probably the last 3 years, I've played so many different real-time strategy, turn-based strategy, city builder games, and there's a lot of different unit archetypes that you come across repeated over and over in these games, like the fast swarmy Zergling unit. Here's the siege tank style unit. Like, you start to see these same types of units across. Here's the artillery and all that sort of stuff. Is really good. But it's one of those things where, yeah, that you realize the more games you learn, how quickly you pick up new games. Like, there's a certain speed. I'm much faster at learning new games these days now that I've played a lot more different games, whereas I used to just grind StarCraft and nothing else. What's up, Chase Miller? What's going on in Kansas, mate? How's the weather, dog? Yeah. Good job on your work. Thanks, mate. Yeah, we're working. I say slowly. It's pretty quick. This is obviously sudden weight loss. Wouldn't recommend it to people. I'm doing it because I gained the weight very suddenly over the course of about 9 months this year. Gained almost 15 kilos. So I'm like, probably should get that off. And I don't have the patience to do it slowly. Might have been the Wait, what? My old name of Come On Me got banned. How is your name not getting banned? Oh, yeah, probably Cum got picked up by the auto mod as opposed... Vajazzle's fine. What's wrong with vajazzling? You guys know what vajazzling... Guys, type 1 in the chat if you don't know what vajazzling is. You need an explanation. Vajazzling is like the greatest thing ever. When you stick some fucking shinies on your hoochie mama. It's one of the greatest things you can possibly do. Yeah, it's pretty great. You get some little diamantes and they stick it on there with some semi-permanent glue. So you've got like, how long does a vajazzle last? I'm incognito mode Googling this right now. How long does a vajazzle last? Rhinestones glued to your skin, a vajazzle typically lasts only 3 to 7 days? Heck no. You have like a third shower and it comes off? That's ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah, it's a beauty treatment in which a woman's pubic area is adorned with crystals, glitter, or little diamantes, little shinies. Put some little gems there. Yeah, vajazzle's great, man. No, it's spelt right there. It's in Vajazzle McDilda Tits. Literally has it in his name. I don't need to do it. Oh Jesus, yeah. 3 showers in 7. It said 3 to 7 days. Con. That's what I'm saying. I bet it's the number of showers. So if you shower every day, it's 3 days. I bet it falls off. And if you're a filthy fucker who only showers every 2nd days, then it can last a week. What's the bet? What's the bet? That's the 3 to 7 days. Yeah. It's because of sweat and surface skin changing. The strength of the glue doesn't make it last longer. That's ridiculous. Why don't you just get slower molting skin? Unless you're a bloody snake person. This is just so typical, isn't it, guys? It's the goddamn reptiles who live in their pyramids. They run the Illuminati. And of course, they can afford vajazzling, but their skin sheds so quickly it just falls off and they just buy new diamonds to stick on their hoochie. Disgusting. That could be used for so much wealth. Drago Blue says, apparently Northgard got a definitive edition that came out yesterday. What? Northgard needs a definitive edition? Why does every game have a definitive edition now? I mean, it's a very fun game. If they made it so if they actually fixed it so the campaign works again, that's cool. What does it bring? I did not know this was a thing. I do really like Northgard. Very, very zen, kind of city builder style RTS. I do love this game. It does make me deeply happy. There's something just very enjoyable about this game. Dot's sister actually gave it to me for my birthday many years ago. Special promo. Yeah, so what's in it though? What's in it? Tell me what's in it, bro. Yeah. Do I have to read the reviews? They need to fix the AI. The fact they can have no economic stress, build an army instantly, and on top of that, gang up on you is just insane. I mean, this is the dumbest comment ever. They're like, I tried to play 8 AI at once, and they didn't follow the rules. This is every strategy game ever. Like, don't you guys love that in 2025, people are like, why don't you just have an AI that follows the same rules as me, but also is difficult to play against? And you're just like, just turn the difficulty down, you dumbass. Anyways, like, why don't, I mean, don't get me wrong, yes, the AI is a bit underwhelming, but you're looking at an indie studio like these guys. I guess they're not that indie now. They're probably mid-sized because Northgard did pop off and sell a lot of copies. But yeah, it's a definitive edition because it definitely works. Yeah, I tried Beyond All Reason. I've never really been into Total Annihilation style games. Yeah, no, it's a fun game. I'd recommend it. It's like $13.50 USD or something, right? I think that's a good enough price. Who knows? Maybe I'll buy it just so I can replay the campaign. It's so sad that the initial game should still work. But I never gave them any, I never bought any DLCs. So I feel like I probably could give them some money just for the number of hours I've got out of that game. Interestingly enough, a snake would actually last longer with the vajazzling. Oh, that's cool. If you own Northgard but don't own some of the DLC you mentioned above, they are now integrated into your game as a free update. Says Drago Blue, straight copy from my library. Oh, wait, even for the base version? Or only, surely that's just for the definitive edition. right? Or are you saying it's like that with the other one as well? Dude, Northgard is just such a zen game. It makes me happy. I had the base and they gave me the definitive edition? Oh, really? Oh yeah, it's showing up as definitive edition in my Steam. Oh, that's sick. Oh, so I don't even need to pay for it. I've got definitive edition? Oh, I can replay the campaign now. All right, sick. Okay, that's awesome. No, if you have the base game, you just get extra shit. Dude, I love that. Oh, that company is so cool. Who makes this? I forget what their name is. I think they also made the Dune game, which I really found terribly boring. I got sponsored to play it, so I didn't want to say too much bad shit about it, but I was like, I was playing, I only played the beta of it. Did it get good? I remember the Dune game in the beta feeling like, I don't know if I just didn't, Shiro games, I don't know if I just didn't understand what I was supposed to do in the game, but I remember feeling like the Dune game was like boring as shit compared, like Northgard was god tier, and I felt like Dune, I was like, ooh, and what do I do now? And it was like, play this boring politics game, and I was like, oh, but like it wasn't done interestingly or whatever. I was kind of like, eh. Like it didn't feel satisfying like a Civilization. It didn't feel like satisfying like a Northgard either. And it felt like it hit a point where I was past a difficulty curve, but it took forever to finish a level. I don't know if it got better, because I only played like a few times in the very early days, and I just found it a bit boring. It was a bit too slow, a bit disappointing. Okay. It's a shame. I mean, not everything can be a win. I'm sure some people liked it. I just remember having not the... I was like, eh. More like Civ than StarCraft. Not like Civ at all, though. I love Civ. I found the Dune game to be boring. I don't know, like, it felt like they tried to make Northgard a little civvy, but I don't know. Game's pretty dead. I kind of like it. Oh, you played multiplayer? Sorry, playing 4X games multiplayer is so alien to me. That's like, for me, it's part of the games that are purely non-multiplayer experiences. So I would not even think of like, oh, the population's not that big, therefore it's dead or whatever. I wouldn't even think of that. But yeah, I guess if you actually played the multiplayer Con, that matters. For me, I just wanted there to be a good play against AI, play a campaign, that sort of thing experience, you know? Doesn't have to be the best. Did I see Against the Storm in your library? Dude, that's like the only game I play. I've played so many hours of Against the Storm. Yeah, dude. I was playing a game yesterday. I got dude, I had the sickest one. I was on Woodlands, and I got a bunch of berries with harpies, and then I got the cornerstone where for every 10 berries harvested, you get 2 crystallized dew. I got like fucking 100 crystallized dew as a bonus for my berry harvesting. It was orgasmic. It felt very good. And then I was making very necessary barrels and something else out of it that basically won the game for me. It felt very good. I'd never really used that berry crystallized dew cornerstone, so I was like, ooh, juicy. Against the Storm, yeah, it's a city builder. It's like Frostpunk kind of, a little bit, but smaller scale, and just really fucking cool. It's got a bunch of roguelite mechanics, so like roguelike and roguelite mechanics with yeah, you like every game's a bit different. All the biomes are a bit different, and it's friggin' awesome. It's great. It's got a lot more resource management than like a Frostpunk style city builder. So it's a mixture of city building and resource management, with the randomization of roguelike stuff that makes every run, every level just slightly different. Everyone's just slightly different, and sometimes very different. Yeah. It's more a colony sim. There's too much pressure for a normal city builder. Not really a creative aspect. Well, it's building placement doesn't matter much compared to like a Frostpunk style city builder. You want to be a bit more obsessive with where you place your buildings, I would say. Whereas it's very friendly on where you place your buildings. Some buildings you can just move around for free or for very little cost. And yeah, it's pretty, it's like certain elements of it are very simplified, but yeah, pretty fun. 4X games take way too long to multiplayer. Yeah. Yeah, no, Beyond No Reason looks really cool. Yeah, it's not right down my alley, but I kind of wish like I had some close real life friends who were just into it enough to pressure me into actually learning how to play it. Anyway, guys, next up we're gonna do Clem versus Solar. Let's change the stream title back on YouTube. I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. Quick ad break, and this is the Monday Night Weeklies. This is one day after that previous Clem Solar series we already watched at the start of the stream. Oh shit, Ilden, when did you do that? 5, are you still there? Ilden, Ildefonso Robles. Guys, thank you very much for the support. We had Ildefonso Robles just dropped $10 dues over on YouTube. Thank you so much. $9.99 super thanks, super chat. Holy shit, dude, thank you so much. Thank you, mate. I'm not sure if you saw this or not, so time to reply to this super chat has expired. I can't even reply to it. Well, I'm going to say thank you anyway, Ildefonso. I appreciate you. We'll be back in 3 minutes. Sorry, guys. Streaming on YouTube at the same time. I'm new to it, so I don't even notice stuff half the time. Much love. See you guys in 3 minutes. Clem versus Solar coming right up. Okay, I guess I just don't do damage this game. It's a scouting banshee. Guys, he upgraded Cloak to Scout. He's like, this, I have an observer too. Look at me, Protoss player. I have an observer as well. It's just, it runs out of energy after a while. Has to go hide in the dead space and come back later for a second scout.
Talk to me, boss. Let's do this. I'm going in. Not a problem. All day long.
Mineral field depleted.
Waiting on you. Bandit. Ready to raise some hell.
That's the dumbest game of StarCraft I've played in a while. This guy didn't believe in spore crawlers, man.
Crazy new martial law. Yeah, the Korea's not, they weren't born today, Jake and Bake, right? I can't believe that donkey of a Korean prime minister thought they could six-pull literally a country that grew up on StarCraft. Did you guys see how quick they reacted? The moment they scouted the six-pull, they fucking instantly went in and they're like, oh no, we're gonna wall you off from your fucking natural. And I'm like, you can't hatch block them from... They literally just boosted over the wall. And here we go, Ultralink Bane, man. The snipes are so good, though. Clem's in and out micro. He's back and forth. This is the difference, man. When I watch Clem doing this, I'm like, if I stim towards that army, I lose my whole army. Doesn't matter how much I focus on it. It all dies. There's a giant army in the main as well. I don't know. Without infestors, without any comeback units, I don't know what Raynor could possibly do here. The man needs to pull a rabbit out of a hat. He needs to pull more than a rabbit out of a hat. He needs to pull Cyril's pet guinea pig out of a hat. He needs to pull something absolutely insane out of a hat right now. Man, that'll do it. What? What? No. What? I think Gaunts can be really good. How much Luminite do they cost? Why can't we build that right now? There we go. All right, let's go. Yeah, if we can catch him, this will be great. Behind this, I'd like to get my... Oh no, I pressed the wrong button. I accidentally split my boys before the fight started. Oh god. Oh god, I meant to press the building button. I was trying to build the upgrade structure. Oh jeebs. Oh jeez. No man. Oh no, not like this. No, okay guys. Well, now we get to make a comeback. This is a hype builder. That's a hype builder. That is. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Wow. Wow, that just, this is what happens when you spam through your hotkeys a little bit too much. You know, you're starting to get the mechanical rhythms of the new game down. You get a bit excited, and you spam buttons a bit too quickly, and you go, oh, I might be an idiot. Thankfully, my opponent's going to hand the advantage straight back to me. Very, very... Oh, very nice. With that depot timing? Oh my god. Okay, guys. 3,800, he's almost 4K, guys. I just want to remind you, this player is 4K.
Activillain literally has the mechanics of a drunk lemur. The build orders of a mentally impinged doorknob. That's right. Not a regular doorknob. That's too much smarter than Activillain. That's not a fair comparison to the fucking doorknob. I'm telling you, the way this man plays games is he just takes the fucking dumbest idea ever from like a pro match, but then he does it 10 times worse than the pro could ever fathom. And fight him they will. Oh my god, 5, 4.
That's a funny clip. I love that that's in there, just shitting on Activillain because he's my real life friend. It is true. He also, though, has an element of genius to what he does. So even though when he does it bad, he has a simple idea with some trickery or something very aggressive or some powerful combo in mind, and he commits to it no matter what, and then beats people that think they're really good at StarCraft and try to like react and scout and do all this hardcore stuff. Well, he's basically there just beating his chest, eating a banana, and F2A moving his army into their natural and getting free wins. It's good fun. It's good fun watching an Activillain game because people always think he's in Gold League when we look at his builds, and then he's like hanging out at Diamond 2, fucking people up. It's good stuff. How we doing, guys? Let's get into it, shall we? More games coming up. If you guys want to keep the stream going, you want to support it, tips, cheer, bits, all helpful. Massive thanks to the super chat, El Defensor Robles. I appreciate you, my friend. Il Defonso. Is that like... Does Defonso mean defense? I feel like that doesn't. How do you go from the new upcoming RTS to Fully Dead? How bad did they F up? Stormgate tried to get 2 rounds of funding. They didn't get the second round, and they were banking on it. So then they just didn't have money to finish the game in the way they wanted to, essentially. And they did a lot of things to try, and they did get a game out, but essentially just they were budgeted to be an $80 to $100 million project, I believe. And they only ever got about 40, maybe 50 million, so it didn't work out. It's, yeah, they were aiming high, and unfortunately they did not get the funding they needed for such a grand project. It was a very grand project. I'm sure there's other criticisms, but I didn't work there. I really don't know. Like, I could criticize things from the outside, but I really wouldn't know what I'm talking about. Other than the fact that, you know, I think they probably should have scaled down their goals when they realized they couldn't get the second round of funding, but it is what it is. Up here in the top right side of the map, guys, we've got Liquid's CLEM. And he's playing Solar again. That's right. I'm going to make sure I upload these in the correct order because this is played right after, about a day after the other match that we just cast. So we cast a CLEM versus Solar Warty Mondays match, which you guys would have seen on my channel as the most recent or upload of between those two at least. I'm not sure if I'm uploading these back to back or with a day or two between. But essentially, that was a really good series. I'm not going to spoil it. If you guys haven't watched it, you have 5 seconds to close this video and go look at my channel videos, go watch the other match. And you've had a chance to go, people watching on YouTube. Okay, now let's spoil the previous match. Solar dominated CLEM. He tried to do a lot of double gas aggression, so 1 racks expand, takes the second gas instead of the third command center, rushes Hellion Banshee, gets in there, tried a really early Hellbat timing attack. Solar slapped it down. I've talked about Solar being the best purely defensive Zerg in ZVT out of anyone in the world. Better than Serral, better than Raynor. People always get mad when I say that. And I go, dude, I've already put very strict restrictions. I said purely defensive and in this one matchup. He's a very good player. He's still top 5 in the world, top 3 Zerg in any matchup, any situation, pretty much. But especially, definitely top 5, any matchup, any situation, I'd say, for Zerg. But in this matchup, when it just comes to straight up defending, he is a king. He's so good at it. And that is why I wonder now if CLEM is just too afraid to play double gas aggro builds and he just goes back to 3 command center, maybe even does 3CC into 2 barracks, where he goes straight to the Marine medevac stage, because the aggression did not work out for him last time. I would love to see CLEM double down. Drop a factory, take a second gas, and say, I can beat you with this aggression. Because these maps have spread out third bases, plenty of attack avenues for Hellions to try to sneak in. It is really hard for the players to defend. I also wouldn't mind him sneaking in a Liberator rather than a Banshee once in a while, just to see if the Zergs are sleeping on that defense. But no, he's going back to 3 command center. We were saying at the end of that last cast, Solar, you got to let him win sometimes with these aggressive builds. Otherwise, he's just going to play 3CC every game. and make ZVT kind of boring to watch. Unfortunately, Solar slapped Clem so hard in that last series that Clem has given up on the really fun aggro style that he's been playing recently. And he's gone back to playing very basic. Hey Pig, WTF is a partner anniversary. Oh yeah, so apparently Twitch thinks it's a big deal when they start giving you money. So this is like by default turned on. I forgot to turn it off in my Twitch settings and I can't turn it off till I'm not live today. So everyone who joins my chat today, it's like, it's Pig's partner anniversary. Do you guys want to congratulate him? And it gives you like a really genuine auto-filled message you guys can click yes on and click send. And then it'll be like, congrats on your partner anniversary. And it has like a generic like birthday emote. I really care about this, guys, as someone who's been streaming on Twitch for 11 years. You know, if I think about like days that matter, loved ones' birthdays, marriage anniversaries, all that sort of stuff, Remembrance Day, whatever. I think right up there with that is the day Twitch decided to pay me for the ads and subs that I got on their platform. It's exciting. I don't know, man. Twitch culture is weird. I think for a lot of people who do have to slowly work their way up from no audience, it is a big thing early on, but obviously I've been on the platform since before it was called Twitch TV. It's not a big deal for me. It doesn't really matter. But anyways, let's talk about the commentary, guys. It's Hellion Banshee off 3cc. Clem has been sent back to the basic version. There's a lot of people out there who try to become content creators online, and then there's people like me who just like get obsessed with the game, happen to be there at the right time to get an audience without really trying that hard to get one. Not something that is easily replicated. We just, it's not like it's a huge audience either. We just have a small hardcore of people that love real-time strategy games. And so they're like, how did you do it? And I'm like, well, I played a lot of StarCraft, and they used to give you partnership if you literally just asked them. And especially if you were involved in the pro StarCraft scene, since that's what Twitch TV was built for originally. It was pro StarCraft commentary and streaming. One creep streamer does go down. Hellion Banshee's going to pull back. Second and third barracks do go down. Very just straightforward, chilled out opening here for Clem, but he hasn't done any direct damage. Solar's economy does not look great. 43 workers? He's trying to do a rogue. So he's trying to pretend he's playing Ling Queen, which he actually is, and go up to 7 queens, about 20-30 Zerglings. Dude, this Ling run by could murder, though. Oh, this Ling run by could murder. It might be worth being this low in economy. This is huge. The Lings are going to get inside.
Hey,
oh, he's going to go straight into that main. Okay, he's going to go for Stim with some of the Zerglings. The other one's going to go for the Marines and the SCVs. He does change targets off the Stim. He wants to deal with as many of these SCVs as possible. Great fight here for Solar. But dude, Clem's SCV micro is unconscionable. Look at how many SCVs were damaged, but he kept pulling them away so they would de-aggro. The Zerglings on attack move will only target other units that are attacking. Dude, that's crazy. Only 5. I mean, still, I think it's worth because it pulls him home, and he's going for a Ravager Ling all-in, which is now going to come across the map, but the Banshee's going to see it straight away. Oh, he does have a Queen drop with it. Okay, so it's a Ravager Ling Queen drop all-in. Not a bad all-in. Okay, but he's going to have to drop Queens already. Overlord speed. So did he cancel that? Guys, did he accidentally cancel Overlord speed, or was it just late this whole time? Oh my god, he either accidentally cancelled it or he just forgot to start it. Oh no, now he goes double Evo. Oh, this game's a hot mess for Solar, guys. This is not the start to the series he needed. I love that he's mixing up his strategies from the last series, but this is not it. The Marines will easily defend these Zerglings. Yes, a few Marines go down, but that's fine. He doesn't care because this is not even a committed Roach attack anymore. He's going to drone up and go Infestation Pit. Clem is ahead on workers. Has 2 Banshees to defend any sorts of Roaches that come without the Queens. And Solar, man, forgetting the Overlord. I think if he hit with Overlord speed, this would be really hard for Clem to stop. I don't know if the bunkers would have even come up in time. But Solar really having a sloppy start, unfortunately, and trying to pull off a big surprise attack. I think the Ling's getting in should have set him up well for it, but of course not having Overlord speed really ruins your ability to get those units where they need to be. Hellions are going to pick off 5 or 6 drones. Oh, last volley didn't do anything. Banshees fly through the middle there. One of them is out of energy, but he's gone past the Queens. The Queen drop's chasing him.
Of course, he should know that's hot in his tail. And he's about to lose at least one of these. But wait, why'd the Overlord turn around? Okay, he does get one of the Banshees. Not too bad. Whew. Fuyo. Okay, Marine tank's coming forward now. He should unsiege that tank and bring it. I think he can go for a push. Stim's done. 1-1's finished. Shields is almost done. Oh my god, look at the tank rally, guys. This building placement is disgusting. Look at the path the tank has to take to get out of the base. And now he's going to block it with another... Dude, look at this path. He's basically one siege tank behind constantly because his tank has to take 20 seconds to get outside of the main base. That's awful. The Banshee's going to go down. I think Clem's far enough ahead. It might not even matter. The scenic route siege tank round. He's building an F1 track inside his main base, I guess. The Marines are going to try and get in. The tank's in a pretty good spot. Roach Ravager, can it defend this? No 1-1 finished for Zerg. That 1-1 advantage is massive. Only gets 2 biles on the tank. Solar just GG is out. He says, I am done with this. We need to check. Did he forget that Overlord speed, guys? Or did he cancel it? I'm so confused. So initially, it looked like he was just doing a standard build. And you're going to see him pivot away from that at about this point where he kind of stops droning soon. And he goes for like a Roach Warren and 2 gases, right? He goes Lair, second gas. Kind of looks like a Mutalist build. But then he builds a few spores. And then he goes Roach Warren. So it's 2 gas Lair. Third gas goes up in the main. He does drone pretty high here. He saw second and third barracks. He knows it's a pretty standard build. So he's like, look, I'll defend with Queens, do a big Ling Flood, and then we'll make Overlord speed and go with a drop, right? And you need a lair to morph a Drop-a-Lord. But basically, with this build, you're meant to make the lair, and when the lair's like maybe halfway done, basically this 100 gas is normally thrown into Overlord speed. But because Solar's quite late into his second and third gas, like his third gas is very late, if he makes Overlord speed now, he can't afford any roaches, right? So, I mean, I don't know which one you go for first, roaches or Overlord speed. I feel like roaches first, then Overlord speed, but maybe you just do Overlord speed, then roaches. Point being, he doesn't really have the money for both. And then his Roach Warren finishes, and he's like, okay, cool, Lings are running in. Let's build roaches behind this. And you're going to see, he just built 2, 8 more lava popped out. Makes 7, 9 roaches, spends most of his gas on it. Goes, okay, 10. So he's queuing up 11 roaches. Lings are doing damage, keeping him busy. Would have been nice if he got stim, but even without 12 roaches, makes a drop. He's just forgot to make Overlord speed. And he just doesn't realize. And then it's only here. He goes he goes an Overseer and a Drop-a-Lord. Wasted 50 gas on this. And only now does he go, oh, what? I don't have Overlords. Even now, he's not looking at it. So he doesn't even realize. Now he realizes, oh. Because if he goes straight away, he's hitting into what? 8 Hellions, 2 Banshees. There's 1 Marine, 1 Reaper. Maybe there'll be like 8 Marines at most. Does he even have time to get bunkers up? Probably not. Oh, that's so unfortunate for Solar. And he just tries to go back to macro now, but he's already wasted so much money on Roaches, Ravagers, Drop-a-Lords, Overseers, things that aren't drones, and he's already in a bad spot. Good start to the series for Clem, but I gotta say, a little bit lucky for him as well. Yeah, Stormgate did have some nice features. I agree, dude. I think people get a bit too hyperbolic because overall, Stormgate wasn't a very good product. But, yeah. Zal, I don't care if you said joke. Don't trigger me like that, you dickhead. Do you see this guy? Is it live? Is it live? I'm joking. It's fine. How you doing, Zal? Hope you're having a good day. Blood Feast Rambo, by the way. Did you guys hear the giant fart noise during that game? Blood Feast. How you doing, buddy? Bloody cheeseaholic. How we doing, Sharp Cheddar, aka Blood Feast? Returning from the bloody gulag. Where have you been, bro? Guys, I don't know if you saw. I'm gonna replay that alert. Blood Feast dropped 5,000 biddies. Hey, Peg Gino, it's your partner anniversary. It's so exciting.
Hey, did you know it's your partner anniversary? So exciting.
Thanks, Tams. I just read that out loud. You didn't need to repeat it when I've just read it.
Stupid Tams. Thank you, Bloodface, for the 5,000 biddies. I appreciate you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, can we get some bacon wave? I'm going to go straight into the game as soon as we get a big bacon wave going, but I need your help with the bacon wave, please. To say a big thank you for the 5,000 biddies. I already saw Big and Sass Screamer and Mr. Murder, but because I couldn't sync up with you guys, can we sync our bacon slaps, please? My bacon's moist. It's getting moist, and it's about to get slapped. This is how we say thanks to people like Bloodfeast, Zal with the 22-month resub, Il Defensor Robles, Seranged with the 5 gifted subs, Lillian with the $3, Fear during the 183 bits, all the individual subs, Prime subs, Steadfast with the raid, Cushburn Slow with the 5 gifted subs for you other people who are allowing me to continue doing this this stream. Thank you so much for your support, you absolutely generous freaks. And yes, the unit goal is not updating. That's why I normally don't show a sub goal anymore, guys. Thank you very much for the lovely love. I will have to manually update. I'm gonna manually update that unit goal. 1 sec. Damn, that bacon is moist. Oh, diddly damn. Thank you very much for the love, guys. Big thank you. Bloodfeast, who I think is already passed out. Bloodfeast is normally 3 beers deep. They dropped that giant chair, and I don't see them in chat anymore. Oh no. I think he might be passed out on his desk. I don't know. Actually, it's not that late in the US, Canada, is it? It's not that late yet. So maybe not. Maybe he's just in a game or something.
Oink,
Oh,
oink,
Sass
oink,
Screamer!
oink, oink.
Oink, 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 oink. Thank you for the $10. I thrust in anticipation and excitement. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. I thought you were ending the stream. No. I was just saying thank you because I wasn't... Yeah, just a good time to say thanks for such a generous cheer. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, Clem is up a game after a freebie in game 1. I've been so impressed with Sola's range of strategies recently, and I think on a strategic level, surprise level, that sort of strategy, fantastic. Did he mess up his execution? Did he make a little doo-doo? Yes, he did. But I love that he, sometimes people go, oh, because I'm not practiced with these builds, I'm not going to do them. I'm going to do the same build and just play perfectly every game. I think it's a garbage way to play against Clem. Yes, it worked well for Solar in the last series because, Clem was attacking really heavily into him, but Clem's probably going to pivot back to greedy 3 command center builds. Tourmaline, was not the best map for Zerg. I also think Ruby Rock's not the best map for Zerg. These are both maps where you want to play Roach Ravager. I think Solar's an amazing Ling Bane player. I think he's decent with Roach Ravager, but I don't think he's got the depth of experience as Serral or Arena has, where those guys played nothing but Roach Ravager openings for over a year. Serral's case, like a couple of years, he's been a big part of his ZVT play against Clem, so Solar can definitely do okay with Roach Ravager, but he doesn't have the same Midas touch that he has with Ling Bane defense. We'll see what he can do. The reason you want it is the tank spots. Remember, guys, this map has a Terran mapmaker. Who made Ruby Rock? Does anyone know? Any mapmakers in the chat? I can't remember who made it, but you can always tell a Terran player by how many of these little corners there are everywhere. And you're like, oh, Terran player made this map. What? Oh, do you want tank spots literally everywhere? For TVZ where Lings can't surround them? Where only 3 or 4 Lings can attack a siege tank at a time? It's not the worst. A lot of maps have corners like this. But Ruby Rock has like 1,000 of them spread around these ridge lines, these site blockers, things which really favor the long-ranged army that can set up around these little edges. And as a result, tank pushes are very hard for Ling Bane to deal with on this map. I feel like 8 racks down the middle of the map is a nightmare. A nightmare, mate. I think Tourmaline has my favorite map feature with the crashed mothership on it. This map's not bad in that, like, it's Ruby Rock, it's kind of red. It's okay. Some crystals. I also like the map where there's the Moopies in the corner trying to summon like a deity. Is it 10,000 feet? Where they've got like an altar and they're like possessing one of their friends. Oh, Clem! Oh, you got a free win game 1? Now you're going to be a dummy and jump up and down a cliff. That's my move. Throwing the Reaper away for no reason. Bit of a doo-doo, man. And he's delayed his Hellions massively here to go for the 3rd command center starport 2nd gas. Finally, 2 Hellions start at 317. Oof. So
Yeah, I mean, this is just, it's yes, this flows on from the previous series where Solar beat Clem, but it also is an entirely different thing because Clem's playing 3CC every game, and Clem has so much experience with 3 Command Center. And generally speaking, I do feel like the way MARU has generally beaten Solar historically, it's 3CC, go mines, attack everywhere. It's greed into YOLO aggression, holding nothing back, leaving nothing at home, no bunker on your third, no tank on the high ground, because you're playing Solar, and the man does not do a lot of sneaky backstabs or counterattacks. And as a result, you can lean into that mid-game aggression so hard. I miss Crimson Court. I feel like that type of map deserved more time to be explored. I really like you, Sass Screamer. Cool person in the chat. I hate you for saying that. That map pool was around for way too long, and by the end of it, I was so sick of ZVT on that map. I was like, I'm done. I'm not playing another ZVT on Crimson Court. Never again. I think it's... I just played too many games against, like, the Clems and Beyonds of this world. And after 6 months on that map pool, they knew how to abuse every little feature of that map. And every weekly cup I had to play, like, a Clem or a Beyond or a Cure on that map. And it was like, oh my gosh. I'm like, these guys are already so much better than me, but the map would just make it so much more claustrophobic. Banshee Cloak comes in. Overseer should be able to be morphed now. He's going to go Spire. Oh, it's a Spire build. You got to keep these queens alive, mate. Transfuse, transfuse. Okay. Oh, he lost a queen there. These other queens are a little bit slow to the party. But I think the Banshee died, didn't it? Yeah. It's an overcommitment for Clem, man. Throws away a Reaper, now throws away a Banshee. Spire. About a quarter of the way done. 6 gases are up. Solar wants to take that 4th. He's got only 11 lings to stop the run by. But Clem has no way of knowing that, so running past these queens would be very scary. Is there a reason Solar doesn't do run-bys? I think he just focuses on the defense. He feels like they're low percentage. And he's like so busy doing everything on the defense already that he doesn't want to spare the units. Oh, or his focus either. Hellions roast the Zerglings. Clem with a very good drive-by. Look at that queen though. That queen is perfect. She is placed exactly in the middle of the ramp. These queens are going to get these Hellions. Oh, he moved off the ramp in order to inject, but lings are out, so he's fine. He builds 20 Zerglings here. The big problem is not only did he lose 10 drones, he was playing a slightly lower economy than normal and his Spire gets scouted. So now, what is Clem's response? Triple Widow Mine, Marines building. You'll notice he's not building turrets. Clem will delay those turrets as long as possible and will try to defend by either attacking himself or just having Marines in each base. I do think he should probably be building a turret in this main base pretty soon. There are 9 Mutalisks on the way. Solar stopped droning here to go 9 meters. And he's fully on gas, which means his mineral saturation is not all that. Here come the Marines. He's going to try and defend by attacking. Classic Clem. Hey, Pig, do you stream anything not StarCraft 2? Not much recently. I'm going to try to get back into it. I think I'm back in my groove right now, so I definitely feel like I'll try to squeeze some more in. Just been a lot of travel over the last few months, so I'm trying to just catch up on getting back in the zone of StarCraft. Here we go, Mutiling Bane rolling forward. Whoa. Clem's moved out. Here comes a Bane speed timing of 59 workers. Oh, he wasn't watching. He wasn't watching. The Marines stim back into the Banelings. Solar says, eat my Banelings, idiot, and smashes those Marines. Can he now overwhelm this third? Gotta be careful, the Widow Mine. Splits off with the Zerglings. Clem with the burrow on burrow micro. Oh, the Mutas do end up sniping the Widow Mine. Can he get the other ones? Yes, he can before they detonate. He has to set off a few Banes to do so, though. Is it worth committing here? He's kind of all in right now. He's down 10 workers. Solar tries to take him down, but Clem just clicks on the Banelings. Like the savage D-bag that he is, Solar has to cancel his Baneling morph. He knows it's all about the momentum. The Widow Mines, they do a little bit of friendly fire, but I think Solar is too far gone. And Clem here with a quick 2-0 lead. That Hellion run by was excellently done. If
There was just a few more Zerglings, and there was slightly better position. This is an entirely different game. But these aliens just did such a good job, man. We got to give credit to these aliens. And Solar was just being a bit too greedy. Needed just a couple of more Zerglings. If he had even 6 more Lings, this is so much harder to get back here. GG, though. Great 2-0 lead here for Clem, guys. The Scout and the Spire as well. Really well played. GG's. Hey man, doing good by the way. We work on my physics engine. Oh, cool, Blood Feast. I remember you were working on that last time we spoke. It was a few months back, right? I remember you linked me up a thing. That was cool. Have you made much progress? Hey, are there any other Bronze to GMs you would suggest for newbies? I think my 2021 Bronze to GM, especially for Zerg and Terran, are actually easier to get started with as like a instant success style than my newer ones, but it's just a matter of teaching different skills. I would say if someone's actually ultra casual and never going to get that hardcore at the game, they'll probably have a bit more of a smooth flow, hanging out in the Metal Leagues, maybe eventually getting Diamond 3 one day, just playing the old Roach Bronze to GM with Zerg. So that's a fun, different style. And I think the Protoss one's not bad. I think you probably just want to skip the Platinum League section. Most Protoss players can't handle the Platinum League section of my old Bronze to GM. I mean, you can try it. Some people love it. Some people hate that section. It's the controversial section of my initial Bronze to GM is the Platinum part of Protoss. Because I kind of was like, okay, now we're doing Adept Harass. Now we're doing Oracle Harass. And I don't know if you guys have met Protoss players. They normally have about 6 APM to rub between their fingers, so it's a bit much for them. They're like, you want me to click and move my screen around? No, I'm exaggerating. I'm joking, but it was from like very basic opening into 2-bit base, Immortal Charge Lot all in. It was a big step forward from there. Let's keep going. All right, let's keep going, guys. Clem now up 2-0. Can he seal the deal with a quick 3-0? He's going on to Mothership. Man, I don't know what Solar's doing with his map vetoes. I think these maps all suck for Zerg. Not suck, but like they're just not the best. Like I expect some of these to be played out in a series, but I don't know. I think Tourmaline, Ruby Rock, and Mothership all feel uncomfortable for me in Zerg versus Terran, and I'm so curious, like, which maps he's picked and why and which ones he's vetoed. I just kind of assumed like Tydo would be a Zerg pick, Republic would be a Zerg pick. I don't know how I feel about Celestial Enclave in ZVT because I think there's actually some really cool builds Zerg can do against Terran. I don't know if it works against Clem level opposition though, so maybe it's just Terran vetoes those 2 big maps, Republic and Tydo. And then you as Solar, you want to veto, I guess, White Rabbit maybe is one of his vetoes, and 10,000 feet. I actually like 10,000 feet. I imagine if I play a few games against Clem, if I sign up to some tournaments, I'll probably start to hate it. But I've been really enjoying playing against people in my own opposition on 10,000 feet. I'm imagining those are the 2 vetoes Solar's gone for. And actually, there's a very good argument that both of those maps are horrid for Zerg, so fair enough. I think it's just this map pool's a little more Terran favored with like the awkward third bases and that sort of thing. Now, we haven't really seen Clem block the third bases in this series, have we? Whereas he was doing that a lot more in the first series against Solar. Block the third, get the SCV in there, even an engineering bay in one game. Pig, when's the next big LAN event for SC2? There's one in January for the Chinese scene. I don't know how big that is or how many players are going to be there. I know there's a Home Story Cup at the end of January. There's also the Bulgarian tournament, BSL Stara Zagora announced a tournament in, I believe, May in Bulgaria. We have no idea what's going to happen. Will there be Esports World Cup? Won't there? I would assume yes, but as we saw last year, sometimes they wait till the final hour to announce StarCraft, as it does seem like Blizzard / Microsoft, from what I can tell, probably do anything they can to not support the game and not encourage tournament organizers like EWC to host the tournament. I don't know. I'm sure Blizzard Microsoft's not that bad, but I just can't imagine they're a joy to work with. So that tends to seem to get delayed. I think there's just a lot of these kind of mid-sized tournaments, you know, $10,000, $15,000 tournaments popping up all over the place. A lot of online competition as well. Oh my gosh, Baneling Nest. Dude, he's doing a Bane Bust. Solar's had enough. He's like, I'm getting bullied, this sucks. And he's gonna snap. I always think of that one video of that fat redhead kid picking up that little crap that's bullying him and then slamming him. You're doing the full wrestler move on the concrete. And the little rat kid that was bullying him, like looking semi-concussed afterwards. Is this gonna be that moment for Solar? Dude, the Reaper, he didn't even stop the Reaper from jumping in. Oh, Solar's really not doing this well. And now the Lings get spotted coming across the map. This has been scouted miles ahead. Oh, I really don't think Solar hid this very well. Then again, third command center on location towards the Zerg player. You could not be any greedier. But you know what? He doesn't know how many Lings there are. Clem thinks it's just a handful of Lings. He doesn't realize it's a full Bane Bust, bro. Bro, this is a full Bane Bust, mother trucker. Oh, Clem was too greedy. Solar may not have hidden that he was building Zerglings, but he didn't show the full Ling count, and Clem underestimated him. That being said, his Hellion Reaper Micro is kind of insane. He's killing so many Zerglings with these units. Oh, he lets the Lings in the main, though. I don't know if he's lost any Hellions yet, guys. Hellion's going to try to drive behind the mineral line. The SCVs are going to body block. Oh, brilliant micro for Clem. He's going to repair up that Hellion as well. These other Hellions, though, are going to get exposed by these Lings. He's got a few Marines. He's got to raise the wall. Get the wall up. He does manage to get it up. Reactor's going to go down, as will the two depots. The Lings are potentially in, but I think he's got time to re-wall here. Then again, he doesn't want to lose the mining. His third base finished. He could always lift that. He's going to wall the left side. The right side is right now wide open. Two SCVs go down in the third. Solar's all in, guys. This is a 23 drone all in. He can't transition off this. More Banelings are morphing. Yes, two Hellions and a Reaper try to move to the third, but they just surrounded themselves. Big mistake. Big mistake, and he pays the big price. Two Hellions and a Reaper going down. Clem too cocky. He still hasn't walled off his base. He didn't re-wall. Oh no, he's going to have to try and hold the choke with the Marines. They, of course, get blown up by Banelings. Banelings are in the mineral line. Clem, he's up 7 workers, but he's been too greedy. The Drilly Boys spread. Scatter, 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 scatter. Don't clump, don't clump, don't clump. Oh god. He's playing it like it's a ZVZ right now, spreading your drones against the enemy Banelings, but the Lings are picking off so many. 20 workers go down. The Lings are having a ball. Baneling finds the center of 5 SCVs there. 24 workers down. Clem is getting hammered by this Ling Bane attack, and yet it is not over yet, because this is an all-in from Solar. He needs to do catastrophic damage to make this worthwhile. That being said, Clem's building SCVs right now. I don't know if that's the right call. I think he's got to get back to mining right now, but he's so broke. Lings come in. Hellion's getting surrounded. Lings going for the surround of the SCVs. Pulls back from the ramp, though. Dude, this is so scary right now. Clem hanging on by just the edge of survival right now. The Marines getting blocked by the Hellions. Oh, no. Oh, sorry. The Hellions getting blocked by the Marines, I should say. He's going to try to pull back here. The Hellions trying to micro with the Marines. The Marines have stim. What the hell? They have stim. He's got 3 stim Marines. Stim pack finished at some point. I don't think he even realized. He drops a mule there to try and block the units going in. That does not work at all, guys. That's about as useful as a nothing. And Solar is inside the base. Only a 3-worker advantage, though. There is still a Hellion out. He's only able to build them one at a time. That reactor going down has been a disaster. Solar could potentially drone up out of this now, but against 3 orbitals, he doesn't want to give Clem that chance to rebuild. He wants to just go, 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 go! Up to 45 workers killed total, and I think that's it. There was just no firepower there for Clem, and he didn't want to give up the mining. The Baneling finds another one. 55 total workers killed. And Clem has to tap out. Oh, you know what he's going to regret? He actually held early so well. It was after he held the first wave. And then he sent the 2 Reaper Hellion. This was such a crucial mistake. This is such a big mistake. Because if he has 4 Hellions and a Reaper together, he's one-shotting Zerglings, he's one-shotting Banelings. He can just clear these units and then go to the third. He can cancel the orbital and lift. Like, he does not need to protect this. There's nothing exposed there. The SCVs are already dead. But getting these units trapped Took away his lethality. Also, his Marines are all at the front. His Marines should not be at the front. His Marines should be standing here. Imagine if his Marines were here firing every time the Ling Bane kept running up this ramp and through this choke point. He also should have either moved the barracks forward to seal the wall or had an SCV here ready to wall off with a depot or something. He absolutely could have survived if he didn't get these guys surrounded, but getting them surrounded there ended up giving Solar enough momentum to finish it off. Because right now he's miles ahead economically if he can stabilize. GG, well played though. Solar gets the win. How does a pro Clem at that lose to a few Zerglings? I mean, I didn't show the units lost count, but a few? I'm pretty sure there was at least 200 Zerglings that ran into that base over the course of that couple minutes. That was a few. His flamethrower cars, each guy manning that flamethrower on the Hellion had killed like 30 Zerglings and he still got overrun. That was a bloody swarm, mate. They were just splitting up really well, so they weren't stacking up for the flamethrowers. Attacking as many different places as possible to make it really hard for him to multitask against. Can't Solar just chill and macro up? Yeah, he might have been able to at some point, but it's kind of hard because triple mule drops. Terran has Stim, Terran has Hellions, and you've got like nothing really behind it as Zerg. Do Hellions friendly fire? No friendly fire from Hellions. One of the few Terran units that doesn't. Widowmines and tanks are like, ugh, we kill our own guys all the time. Thank you for the love, guys. Quick ad break. We'll be back in 3 minutes. I appreciate your support. I'll see you guys in a sec. What's up, guys? Thanks for the patience. Just had to get that one closed there. What is it? 2-1 now, right? Come on, Solar. It's possible to reversal Clem, right, guys? Right? Hey, how you doing, Activillain? What's up, Jackson? Alright, guys. Clem's still up 2-1, but they're getting overwhelmed, being a bit too greedy, driving those Hellions outside of the base. And really good Ling splitting up for Falcon Solar down here on the bottom right side. I really am hoping Solar can bring this one back, and if he wins even this map, it'd be huge, but if he could reversal from down 0-2 against Clem, I would love a stats man to go look that up, guys. When was the last time someone won 3 games in a row and made a full reversal from down 0-2 against Clem? Because that would be some serious magic. Speaking of serious magic, this is actually my first time noticing that there's like a kind of, these are like magic vines, I guess. They've got like some purple aura around them. It's kind of cool, man. I didn't even realize that effect till now. Whoa, what is this? What is this? Clem's going 2 Barracks Reaper, I think. But then a proxy hatch comes in. Hatchery first in his natural? What is this? Is this good? It's a hatch gas pool in his opponent's natural. But because the SCVs have been pulled, I think Solar has to drone now. Even if he was planning to go Roaches or something, or Queen Ling, he now just has to commit to an expand pretty quickly here. So I think he goes up. I think he stops droning now. Maybe builds 1 more for the gas. Yeah, okay, builds 1 more for the gas. Honestly, I think he should just rally that drone to his natural and build a hatchery right now. Dude, so, you're not actually... The hatchery's dead. You can't one-base this. You have to expand. Okay, phew. I was like, dude, if he doesn't take the expansion and tries to commit to a hatchery that's dying, that would be bad. But this is good. Hatchery goes down. It's a lot of lost mining time for Clem. He even pulls 2 more SCVs because he doesn't want his Reaper to stay at home. He wants to send the Reaper immediately across the map to try and punish this commitment. Second depot goes down in the wall off, so he pulls the extra SCV. Surely Solar cancels. What? Mad Dog Solar lets that hatchery finish. Gives up the 207 minerals that he would have got if he cancelled it. So he can build a few Zerglings and also get the creep here to delay that command center being taken. Clem should probably just build it on the high ground and float it down, I would imagine. Yeah, he's going to build it up here. Okay, so he's going to try and attack this. The Reaper has to stay at home now because of these eggs. 2 Zerglings are out. Broodlings are chasing the Marine. Marine tries to run away. Broodlings do expire that. And the Reaper should be able to deal with these 2 Zerglings. Solar cancelled the other 2 Zerglings. Good choice. Good choice. So he's kept the Reaper at home now. He's got Link Speed on the way and he's building a few more Zerglings. Now, there is a wall off here, right? Factory barracks. But Solar should realize this wall off is very weak to Baneling busts and Ravagerling. Incredibly weak, especially with this part of the wall off. Looks super dodgy. Oh, man. It's going to be tempting to all in again, but he's not mining gas right now, just Zerglings. And that's still not closed. There's still a diagonal there. He still needs to put a building here to seal the deal. Reaper hops in, sees drones coming out, which tells him it is an economic follow-up. There's no Zerglings at home. They are all on the other side of the map. They're going to try to run in right now. He can run through that opening. The Marines run out of the wall. The Zerglings didn't want to commit there. Maybe showing his hand a bit too early with the Zerglings. I mean, these Lings still could just walk in this base. Clem, what are we doing, mate? He just left the door wide open. Clem pats around his ankles. He leaves his shotgun in camp, goes to take a poo, and Solar, like a bear who stumbled across a very, very confusing situation, says, I want to swipe this to death. The Zerglings are going to go very well. 5 SCVs, good SCV micro, but still entirely unnecessary 5 SCVs that all Clem needed to do was either hold position the Marines in the choke point to buy a bit of time or have an extra depot building. But he was so greedy there. That cost him 5 SCVs. And Solar might have a good setup for an economic game now, maybe. Because he committed a lot early on. Like, he needed some damage. He finds something. He is up 7 workers. If he can now drone towards his 3rd without taking any follow-up damage and have the command center here, that's big. Problem, Cyclone This is going to be a Overlord hunting squad. So the question is, can Clem find this Overlord? First of all, he doesn't know it's there. Okay, that's really good. And Solar's pulled his other Overlords pretty far back, so it's only really this one that's standing out. He's hoping to catch an Overlord here, an Overlord here. I often criticize Solar for not putting his Overlords very far out on the map and having a bit less vision than most Zergs. But part of the reason he does it is so he's safe against this sort of thing. You can get a few creep tumors, but that's about it. Nice defense so far for Solar. His Overlord's going to sacrifice forward. Sees the third command and has just started at 5 minutes. Gives him a good idea of where their economies are relationally to each other. This is really cool. Pig, can you explain water science to me? It's 32 degrees Celsius today, but the water is cold. That's what you get for going to Bondi.
Thanks for the Bezos.
I went to Chinaman's Beach yesterday in Mossman, dude. The water was actually so nice. Because it's a more of a protected inlet with shallow water without many, like, it doesn't really have waves. So the water there actually heats up really fast. Like, it was really nice there yesterday. I was surprised because normally it's not until late January when we get warm water here in Sydney. Oh, Queen does go down. Nice snipe on the Queen. Hellions joining in. Clem wants to get aggro. Clem's playing mech. Clem's got an armory on the way. He might be playing mech after this. He doesn't have to, but he's definitely looking at a Hellbat timing. Banshee comes in the right side. Zergling's starting to get picked off. Hellion Marine coming in the natural. There are a few roaches and things waddling out, though. Solar, hold the line, mate. He's only ahead 2 workers. Solar needs to defend. Oh, he's gone Overlord speed. He's going to do the Queen drop this time. Now, does that heal, guys? I didn't think... Oh, that's an Overseer. Overseer morph does heal. I was going to say making a Drop-a-Lord doesn't heal your hit points, but that's an Overseer, so it does heal the hit points. Oh, Banshee gets snapped. He snaps the first Banshee. The second one's with the army. Hellion's trying to rotate. Clem is building a bunker. He's trying to build tanks. He's got Vikings as well. Now, the reason he's got Vikings is he realizes the best way he can defend this is if he can shoot down the Overlord with the Queens inside, then maybe his Banshee can save the day. Hellion's getting a good trade. Clem wants to distract the Lings from the frontal push, but that means he doesn't have many units here at home. He's going to try and pick off some more units here as well with the Cyclone, but Solar's just going to morph a Ravager to heal that up. Nice play for Solar here. Can the Vikings snipe the Drop-a-Lord? That's the big question. I don't think they'll be able to, man. It's what he's going to try to do, though. Oh, dude, he left the door. He's still not closed the door. Oh my god, he literally just let Lings run in and surround his tank. Oh my god. I didn't realize Clem and Hero were roommates, guys. Oh my gosh. That is the most botched defense I've ever seen. I think Solo was going to kill him either way. But talk about making it easy for your opponent. Clem let his roommate Hero on the computer. Hero never sealed the door and then even left the depot down so roaches could walk in, not just Zerglings. Biles landing on the Viking on the left side. Oh man, Solar taking Clem right to D-Town. Now the Overseer did get sniped. He's got to bring a new one, which will make its way across the map. I think the Queen's going to die by then, which means he will eventually defend with what? A tank and a medevac on red hit points and a Banshee. But look at that. The mule's going down is huge. The bunker is getting taken down as well. This is so much damage for Solar. I can't believe he never walled this off, man. Chat says Clem never plays orange. That's true. Did he let like a Dutch guy play on his computer? Is this Harstem? Is this Harstem off racing? Is that his way of announcing to us? Maybe. Bile's not quite able to land. Link's going after the tanks. 2 tanks in a medevac and 1 Banshee with a dream. The Banshee has 23 kills. 2 tanks get behind the mineral line. They are both so low on hit points. Dude, this micro is hilarious for Clem. Desperately trying to survive. And actually, is he going to? Spy is almost done, which is perfect as a next step. Clem survives. He's down 18 workers, and with 6 gas Spire coming in, these mutas are going to be brutal, mate. Going to fly the Overlord's home. The Overseer sees everything that's going on. First 3 Mutalisks are on the way. He's going to wait for a few more lava before he can get the next ones out. Yeah, that was crazy, man. That was Hero-esque. He knew the attack was coming for ages, and he just leaves his door down, doesn't seal it. Doesn't get any Marines inside the bunkers as well. Crazy, man. Crazy. Now, if Clem could bring this game back, guys, it would be one of Clem's most heroic efforts ever. It would be actually insane. Is it going to happen? Unlikely. He's got 2 factories. He has no idea about the Mutalisks.
Contaminate on the starport because he knows Vikings are like the only unit that can counter his air units right now. There's no engineering base. We can't build turrets. He's building a single cyclone. The Viking being halted in its tracks. The mutas aren't even going to go for the SCVs. They go for the tanks. And Clem with no anti-air is forced to GG. That was ridiculous. I gotta rewatch it, guys. There's just something bizarre. There's the thing that happens. I don't know if it's a Terran player thing, but like, I think for any Terran out there has done this sort of thing before, where you're trying to be so fancy with your Hellions on the counterattack and your Cyclone Marine drop that he loses 2 Marines outside the base, comes back in, unloads, finally gets 1 Marine in the bunker. He should have had 3 Marines in the bunker. Tank goes down to the Zerglings. I mean, just it's a disaster. Clem might have been able to defend that. Maybe. If he raised that wall so the roaches couldn't walk in, sealed it, so Lings couldn't surround. Imagine if there was a tank shelling from the start, and he's got the Vikings trying to shoot down the Overlord, and he's got 3 Marines inside the bunker. Very different fight. Either way, GG, well played. Solar ties it up 2-2. We've got a game 5, and we are the winners. That's not Clem. It didn't feel like him, did it? All right. Oh, actually, sorry. We got to make sure yeah, we've got plenty of time in the ad break. Just checking. Couldn't remember when our last one was. It was actually pretty recent. All right, it's all going to come down here. A lot of people in my Twitch chat are saying, this is not Clem. What the hell? But then they saw the Clem tank micro and they're like, okay, it probably is Clem. Yeah, no, it was wild. Orange versus blue. Solar in the bottom right. Solar making his way to game 5 on Taito. So wait, Taito didn't get vetoed? Guys, why did Solar not pick Taito? This map is big. Maybe it's really good for Terran to turtle on. But I don't know, it feels like this 4th base is pretty far apart. Maybe Terran takes the middle 4th? This area is kind of scary. Like, this area is really good for Terran to push through with tanks. I just assumed because the map's big, it would be pretty good for Zerg, especially for, like, Mutalisks. And interestingly, another drone rushes across the map. Oh, he's going to proxy hatch. Oh, okay, he's doing a Ravager rush. Hatchery on 18, 17, though. It's not a quick enough hatchery. The much better build is everything on 14, in my opinion. Then again, who did Scarlet try this against at, was it Scarlet against Beyond? She tried this at Stellarfest recently. Oh, and it didn't go that well. She crushed him one game when he went 2-Rax Reaper Wall off on Maganatha, but then she got crushed when she tried like the super all-in everything on 14 version. Because Beyond, oh, I'm trying to remember what the lesson was from that game. Does anyone remember? Because we were theory crafting, and it was like she had to do something different, but I can't remember what it was. Anyways, this is going to be a much higher economy Ravager rush by the looks of it. But only single gas. Wait, what? I mean, I love Solar's strategic flexibility, but this looks half-baked. Surely you need 2 gases, don't you, for this build? And, okay, Queen at home. And surely a Queen here as well, right? Yeah, cancels the Queen at home, builds the Queen on the front, now builds the Queen at home, but it gets completely scouted. Now, Clem, does he try to defend the natural or the main? Main is safer, but if you defend the natural, it's lights out for the Zerg. And he's going to go for the natty. Of course, no reactor. Just keep building Marines. Get them inside that bunker and then build a backup bunker while getting a very early Cyclone out. He delays his second gas here because he knows he needs that minerals for things like the bunker. Reaper already finds these 2 Zerglings. Going after them is really good because it stops him from denying these SCVs, building the bunker in the command center. Really well played. Okay, so Roach Warren's finished. 3 Roaches are building on the front. This is not a very quick Roach pressure, so I think Solar's going to go for like 10 Ravagers off of this. But I do feel like he should have taken that second gas a little bit earlier. Who knows? We'll have to find out how this unravels, and is there a transition possibility from this? Oh, wants that Reaper. Oh, so close. Doesn't quite get it. All right, 3 Ravagers morphing already. As I said, backup bunker, Cyclone, and he's even got a second barracks just to make sure he has enough raw Marine numbers to try and defend.
Oh. Okay. 3 Ravages. Roachmore in there as well. Oh, he's going to start picking off the depot first. That's cute. He's like, hey, not just going to attack the bunker. Reaper runs forward, tries to distract him. No attempt to even repair that for Clem. He's just building a new depot in the back of his base. Cyclone comes forward. He knows pushing this Overlord back is key. I would have liked to see him do that from the high ground. Would have been really nice. But already pushing it back is really nice for Clem. Love to see him start another depot. He's got Cyclones and Marines building. There are some slow Zergans getting mixed in here for Solar. Okay, lock on to kill a creep tumor, not too bad. 3 SCVs will quickly repair this Cyclone. Denying the creep spread, relatively important to try and make sure this defense is intact. Clem goes for another Cyclone right now. No siege tank, which means these bunkers have a lot of heavy lifting to do. Oh, the bunker number 1 goes down. Already a Reaper goes down. Doesn't get the last Marine inside this bunker, which means only 3 Marines inside. The Biles plus the Roaches volleying it. Oh, but wait, he did move command and kind of interrupted his own shots there. He's losing Roach Ravager now. Biles do come down, but he's not quite able to get through the bunker. This bunker doing heavy lifting. 3 Marines and a Cyclone come down from the high ground. The Queen goes down. Solar is all in. It does not work. And just like that, I thought it was a comeback, but it wasn't. And that gets shut down. Now, the reason I think this is a bad strategic choice in hindsight, now that I think about it, is in their previous series, I believe every single game, Clem went SCV scout after barracks. This sort of build, you're kind of hoping for your opponent to not SCV scout, because then the Reaper pops out, it goes across the map, you have an extra 30 seconds of surprise to get damage done. And you can often then deny the natural because they have to build the bunker on the high ground, pick off the depots, pick off the reactor, force them to build their buildings back. And off of just 4 Ravages, you can actually transition. You can go for a hatchery. And that's why I think you always want to build 2 Zerglings at home as well to clear the SCV. But I think you really don't want there to be an SCV scout. And I think Clem, many times in his ZVT over the last few months, it's been SCV scout almost every game in ZVT. And that's why I think a guy like Beyond, who almost never SCV scouts, is probably a much better candidate for this sort of build order. If you, yeah, I think so. I think you really want to catch him not scouting it. Either way, GG, well played. Oh, I just remembered, by the way, the lesson we got from that Scarlet game was you don't want to build the hatchery so close if you're doing the 14 supply proxy, because then when the Reaper's moving out, they see the creep, and it basically gives them early notice of what you're doing, which gives them time to survive. So you need to actually like hide your hatchery in the exact perfect place where the Reaper won't see it as it moves across the map. But yeah, GG, well played, really nicely done. Chat says SCV scouting versus Zerg's Terran is mandatory. I mean, tell that to Beyond. He will disagree. For me on the ladder, I always like to adjust to my opponents in the opposition. If I'm playing someone significantly lower than me in MMR, I will always SCV scout. But if I'm playing someone equal or better, it really depends on the player. Sometimes I just randomize it, flip a coin. Other times I'll do one or the other. But yeah, no, I mean, for a lot of players, for the longest time, they were never SCV scouting. Because no Zergs were doing pull first. No Zergs were doing proxy hatches. Basically, even Clem was never SCV scouting for quite a while. But because the Zergs are mixing in more cheeses again, some of these different build orders, you're seeing a bit more of that safety. But it's also the fact that Clem can usually block the Zerg's third base and force them to take a crappy third base or delay their third. So it's not only do I get the safety of the scout, I also can use this to really mess up most Zerg build orders on this map pool. That makes a pretty big difference. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed this one. Don't forget to check out the Patreon down below. A special thanks to everyone who's been supporting here, especially Peter Nen, Dragosar, and Ivy, our 3 conductors of the Dicktown Express. It's the fanciest train in town. Make sure you guys climb on top of it. Do we get demonetized for saying that word in the last 15 seconds of the video? I'm going to keep talking. We're going to keep talking, so it's not in the last 15 seconds. Advertiser-friendly StarCraft content. There's a Patreon link about here. Click on the description down below. Thanks everyone here for your support. We really appreciate you. See you in the next video. Goodbye and good night. Bye-bye. Professional YouTubing right there, guys. I'm like, wait. I don't know if dick counts as a swear word or not, but well, be careful. Dicktown shouldn't, because dick could also be a name. Dick is a name. Yeah, it's the name of my cock. To be fair, no one's really called Dick these days, right? It's not really a thing, is it? So stupid. I'm so dumb, aren't I, guys? I'm actually like impressed sometimes with how stupid I am. So next up, guys, we have a Classic versus Cure, hey? To finish today's games. Big Best Games Day. It's like saying clam is a curse word just because it can mean vagine. Yeah, I mean, most people don't use dick for anything but penis, right? In the last 20 years. Why is Zergs mixing in cheese again? Good question. Don't know. I don't think anything in the last patch changed anything in the early game, did it? Other than bunkers not being able to sell while they're taking damage in the last 2 patches. I don't think they ever fixed the Ravager morph time, did they? I don't think they did that in the last patch. They really should make the Ravager morph a little bit faster again, I think. Yeah. I think just things... There's cycles. Sometimes there's a high-profile match where some cheesy strats work. People get inspired again. I don't know. Oh. Happy partner anniversary. Thank you guys. Very important day to me when I got my Twitch partnership. Very, very important day. Important anniversary. Totally. Dan the Man, thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. Thank you to Gentleman for the big 64-month resub. Thank you, 9 Cattle Bruiser for the 61 months. My man. What are we doing? KFC, right? Cure Classic. I don't know the order of these games. Oh no, one sec. Let me make sure I got the map order correct. It's probably top to bottom, but I need to double check. It should be White Rabbit and then Tidor. Nope, totally random order. Okay. Or maybe I already labeled them just outside of this folder? Because Winter Madness. Maybe I already labeled them outside of this folder. No, I didn't. It's all good. Alright, let's go. My man. Alright, guys. It's time to see a matchup I have not seen in a hot minute. Let's bring that mic a little bit closer there, shall we? Get some ASMR intros for Classic in the top right side for Protoss and Cure for Team Liquid in the bottom left side. Haven't seen these two clash in a bit. Always interesting to see what this matchup looks like. Both players are capable of absolutely fantastic play in the matchup. Cure is an interesting one because he always plays on the slightly aggressive side, but without being all in. He always has a transition and macro behind it. And as a result, you're always kind of on the edge of your seat going, this kind of feels very committed, but if you overcommit to defense, Cure is always capable of just walking home if he thinks the fight won't be good and just going to the next step. So you have to play a balanced style. You can't just go, just shut down this attack and then I win. We are seeing Classic checked as natural for proxies, and then it's going to move across the map. Double gas for Cure. Classic's been nerfed this patch. Energy recharge nerfed. Storm changed. Many would say a nerf in many ways. I'd say it's an overall nerf, even though it's a little better in some situations. Overall, probably a bit of a nerf. And I think for Classic especially, he was the best energy recharge Storm user in the last patch. That's why I call this a kind of a nerf for him this patch, because he really utilized the defensive power of Oracles against Zerg, of Storm in every matchup. Well, maybe not PvP. Only time you really make Storm in PvP is if your opponent masses Void Rays. They stack up a lot and Storm's really good. It is kind of fun if you guys are ever playing PvP and you have Storm, because you just kind of have this spell. You're like, ha! Here's some AoE damage, which normally there's not a lot of in PvP. It's mostly heavy gateway battles and then maybe a few Archons or Colossus comes in at some point. Kind of just... It's weird. I wouldn't say it's overall worth the cost, but it is funny when you pull it off. Most effective thing you can Psystorm in a PvP is the opponent's Swerker line. Yeah, Q has been a little quiet recently, but he's still competing in a lot of the Korean events. He just hasn't been playing cross server. And he's had some decent results there. Q went from being the best TVP player in the world a couple of years ago, and now it's like, I feel like 1 month, best TVP player Q is there, and the next month, he's kind of just not quite able to stitch together the wins, falls off a bit in the matchup, and then the month later, he's back to dominating everyone. So it's the seesaw of Q dominance against Protoss recently. 3 Reaper into a Hellion. I imagine it's 3 Reapers and 2 Hellions. The Hellions are a bit faster, so they rally across the map a little quicker. Yep, second Hellion queues up. Okay, so 3 Reaper, 2 Hellion. It's going to run into 2 Stalkers and a Shield Battery. Shield Battery is really helpful for defending. 2 Shield Batteries even. I mean, Classic saw double gas just by seeing the factory timing and the guys that were mining, even though he didn't spot the gases himself. He knows exactly what to do against that, which is have 2 Shield Batteries, have a couple of Gateway units, and you can't really take any serious damage. QSC's the Shield Battery. He should immediately turn around and run away. You're not going to find damage, but you can at least delay the third. Don't know why that was so hard. I was going to say deny, which is like deny and delay. He's going to deny the third base. He's going to deny it. And I'm like, oh, Jesus. Sometimes like you subconsciously just say a mixed word without meaning to, and then you go, oh, that sounds dumb. All right, Reaper's going to come in. Shield Battery's there, though. And that's it. It's the old bounce in, bounce out. The old Abe Simpson. Classic loves the double battery against the double gas. It's really hard to find damage here. But Q doesn't overcommit. He's got a Widowmine drop behind it. We'll see what happens. Mixing words is a sign of high intelligence. I do it all the time. Yeah. I'm guessing you smoke a lot of marijuana as well. Blake in the chat is saying that. He's like, man, it's just like, I'm just like existing on like another realm of consciousness, man. We're idiots. There's nothing wrong with it. We're idiots. It's okay to be an idiot. Let's embrace our idiocy. We don't need to pretend anything else. Reaper Alien pulls to the left. Mine Drop goes to the right. Raven Tank's on the way behind this. And those Stalkers got lured. Reaper Alien doing a great job. It's going to be annoying here. Oh, I love that people attack with the Widowmine, the probes of the Widowmines now. Oh, no micro on the retarget. Q does at least save the medevac with decent hit points, but not what he was looking for. I mean, he's kept Classic on 2 base. And Classic still hasn't started a Robo Bay or Templar Archives. It is going to be, Blink into 2 base Storm. So Classic's just playing old school. I think knowing that Q is probably going to be on the more aggressive end, he says, yeah, we go for Storm, and then we take the 3rd base. Same style he was using last patch. Okay, that's a lot of gateways, though. Are we actually going 6 gate before 3rd Nexus as well? I mean, I get the Terran slowed down his own economy, so you can afford to be a bit more conservative with your Nexus timing, but 6 gate and Templar Archives and charge before 3rd Nexus, that feels a little extreme to me. I love the Stalkers hiding here. He wants the medevac to come in so he can blink on it. It's not too big a difference, you know. You cut probes on 45 either way, so the Nexus has started. The 3rd command center in line just yet. All right, we got factories and marines there. Engineering base coming up. 3rd command center started. Oh, watch out, Stim. That Stim is like, that there, dude, that's like twirling your lollipop. You know, that's the, hey, big boy. And the Stalkers are like, oh, I want to click on that so badly. It's like, no, don't, no, bad. Don't take, because you can see it's a trap. There's a 2nd tank behind. There's the Ravens, the Marines in nearby. You blink in there. Even if you kill Stim, you're losing like 8 Stalkers minimum. Classic showing a lot more restraint than Hero would. You know Hero blinks in there and loses all the Stalkers to the Stim, right? 100%. That's an anti-hero play that Q has set up there. He's like, I know how to bait the really excitable Protoss players. Oh, if there wasn't a shield battery, he might have been able to focus on a Templar or 2 down. Somehow the Reap Alien's still alive. Terran has lost 2 Widowmines and a medevac though. Medevac did get taken out. 3rd CC is not poorly timed. And you can just see, even when it seems like Q is quite committed to this push, he's still got 4th and 5th barracks, a 3rd command center, plenty of workers. I really admire the way Kua plays this matchup. No other Terran really plays quite like him. He's so solid. We had a prime minister here who was a legend of mixing words. It's a sign of intelligence. Oh, you're doubling down? I like it. Where's that, Blake? Which country are you in? I have done this. I've made up a lot of words that just sound like they describe something in mixed words since a pretty young age. I've always said I'm like Shakespeare. He made up words. He's a legend. I'm a legend. I'm really smart too. I could make a play. I've been too busy. Didn't choose to write a good play. I could though, if I wanted to. I just haven't. In Canada, Jean Chrétien, an effing legend. Awesome. Sounds like he was from the Frenchy part. Quebec. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Storm Drop comes in. Remember, with the modern Storm Drop, the DPS is a bit lower, so it does tend to leave those SCVs damaged but not dead. Zealots ran in the 3rd as well, I think. But I think it was, 3 Zealots ran in the 3rd. Got 2 SCVs there. Snap Recall's not fast enough. Oh, huge snipe. Classic's going to try and attack the right side, but he's low on units, man. He's got a lot of Storm. He's got a good worker count. His Zealot count is measly, but he's got double Forge. And, dude, he's already into double Robo Colossus. Oh, Kua might be sitting at home too long this game. This is actually crazy how quick he is into Colossus. Yeah, very passive game between these two. You can kind of see the different pace. Classic and Kua are not the fastest players. They're both old timers who are very good on the strategy side. They're obviously very fast compared to a normal player, but compared to a CLEM or Max Packs, they're both significantly slower at the multitasking. You probably see it reflected in the APM. Yeah, they're both close to 300 APM. It's not, CLEM playing Protoss with 450 APM. Raynor averaging 700 because of his weird Zerg repeat rate keyboard shortcuts. Zerg players and the things they've done to their keyboards, man. Crazy. Stalker Storm. Oh, big storms. Q, no, don't go through that. That's crazy. He's going to eat the storm. He's EMP'd every single High Templar. All 6 High Templar. Gathered up in a ball. Gift wrap. Guys, I don't know. Do you guys know what month it is? It's December. It's Christmas. Yes, Koreans love Christmas as well, guys. They love Christmas. It's their favorite holiday from the West. They love it. There's actually quite a lot of Christians in Korea, to be fair. And he just gift wrapped those High Templar for Kua. Classic is such a nice guy. 'Tis a season to be merry. 'Tis a season to gift your opponent a whole lot of units on a platter. Losing all of that High Templar energy. They were maxed on energy as well. 2 Colossus waddle in from the right side. He's got 2 more that have popped out. The Zealot run by did a bit of damage, and this army's heavily wounded. But you can't be walking Colossus into siege tanks. Kua needs to target the Colossus with the tanks, though. Storm from the left, Colossus going down on the right. One more Storm. One more Storm. One more Storm. Does not cast it, and this game fell apart ever so quickly. Classic, I think, studied Heroes Micro with the High Templar and tried to emulate it. Normally, Classic's not the guy to keep all of his High Templar clumped up, but this was just a huge map control mistake. I'll show you guys in a moment when we do the breakdown here at the end. But he just didn't see the army move through the middle of the map. And his whole army was on the left side just hanging out, expecting a push to come from the left side. I'm not sure if Kua did something to trick him there, or if that was just an oversight by Classic. We'll double check the replay and see. Kua's supply is still not that impressive, showing how good Classic's macro was before this stage. Kua needs to get out of here. Where is his medevac count? He's only got 1. There's probes being pulled. Guys, there's a probe pull. Kua needs to stim away now. He does have 1-1 upgrades, equal upgrades on both sides. He's going to grab a Stalker or 2. Does get 2 Stalkers and a Zealot, but the Colossus wave does take 3 more Marines out. Widowmine's not that useful right now. He needs medevacs. He's got 3 medevacs out now, so they can heal up. Trying to build more Vikings, and the second starport is finally building. But somehow Classic is still alive in this game. He's got 68 probes. He doesn't have the 2-2. He just got +2 attack, but he's building 2 more Colossus. I don't know how Classic's still in this game. His army was just chilling over here. I think he was hoping Kua would move into him. I think Kua's army just came up behind and ambushed him. A total mistake for Classic. But Kua
He's only now got his 2-2 halfway done. 3 more barracks, 2nd starport. 4th command center is very late for him at 12 minutes. But with mules dropping, he's got a good amount of mineral income. No tanks or anything like that. It's just Biomine, Ghost Viking. Ghost count as well is not crazy. 4 ghosts, but with 3 more building. That'll be really nice. Now we've got Immortals building. Immortals are really popular in PvT right now. I've noticed a really high correlation in my own, just observing, just estimating. I haven't crunched the numbers, guys, but estimating the numbers. When Protoss builds a lot of Immortals in PvT, their win rate plummets. Now that might be me just having bad pattern recognition because Protoss sucks in late game against Terran right now and thinking, well, building Immortals is the problem. It could just be that Protoss loses late game to Terran and they inevitably add a lot of Immortals in late game right now. So, you know, correlation doesn't equal causation. But I still don't believe in the Immortals. I think 3 in your army is fine. I think if you build more than 3 Immortals, it's a bit too hefty on the supply for units that tend to just get stuck behind each other when the fight actually happens. Zealots warping on the left side. Planetaries now erecting on the right side. 20 seconds left till that's up. Should be up in time. 5th Nexus mining for Classic. You can see he's transferred from his main, his natural. 3rd base will mine out in about 2 minutes. Half of those mineral patches. 3-2 upgrades kicking in for Protoss. Terran has not started 3-3 yet. +3 weapons is the important one, but it costs 200 gas. Used to cost 250. Remember, Terran upgrades got buffed a bunch of times to get much cheaper over the years. That's right, chat. It's a factory. Because he lifted the factory off the reactor to put the starport on it. You don't really want Widow Mines in late game. They're not. It's not like they're bad units, but it's just they're not very mobile. They can friendly fire, and they're kind of a pain to burrow and unburrow everywhere. When Bio goes Viking, Lib can kind of do the job without them. Why were Terran upgrades made cheaper? I don't know. You'd have to go back to that specific patch. There's one thing we've seen over the last years of StarCraft 2. It's a lot of horse trading. Well, if you get this buff, we get this buff. And, oh, if we've got that thing nerfed, we need another buff to compensate. And, oh, I want our, you know, sentry build time to be 2 seconds faster. Well, I want Guardian Shield to last 1 second longer. Well, I want, you know, it's these minuscule adjustments. Dude, Classic just flew a full prism into the bunker. Good force field. Really good force field. He might have to cancel this command center cure. But he's got a pretty good army, man. If he can land EMPs on these clumped High Templar, Classic's trying to do the hero dance, where the High Templar stay really clumped just behind the front line. Oh, no, and he does the hero again! Classic! Why do you need 6 full energy High Templar in one group? I just, for the life of me, I don't know why every top Protoss player does this. It's not that hard to split them up and keep them on a different control group. But it's like everyone's forgotten that you don't need to F2 every game. Oh, Cure annihilates him. Cure was happy to hold his ground and dance there. You don't think he was expecting that EMP that early, but the moment he got the EMPs and there was no storm left, of course he just stims forward, EMPs the Archons and blasts him. One-sided mauling here for Cure against Classic. Actually insane. That's so crazy, man. There's just no need to dance all your High Templar like that. I think part of the philosophy is, hey, I'm gonna bait you into coming forward with your ghosts, and I'm gonna barely dodge the EMP. I don't know if you guys have seen the speed of High Templar. It's like trying to dodge a shotgun while you're in a wheelchair. Even if you weren't in the wheelchair, dodging a shotgun's not possible. In a wheelchair, it's even harder. It just makes like what? It's ridiculous. Bio coming forward, Vikings there as well. It is turning into a little bit of a base trade. But as long as Cure stays up his ramp, he's fine. He comes down the ramp like a crazy person. Not what I was expecting. That was a bit wild. I don't think it matters though. He's going to clear all this infrastructure out. There is like 19 gateways in this game. Wait, can Classic rebuild? Dude, Classic, where is High Templar? He's rebuilt 7 High Templar. He's making Mass Stalker on the other side of the map. It's taking so long to kill this base. And he's still got mining bases everywhere. Dude, you need to supply block him right now. If you can't supply block him, like, yeah, depowering the gateways is also helpful. But dude, Classic's actually building a massive army. But now the gateways are depowered, and that's where Classic's infrastructure actually takes the hit.
Stalker's going down. I like you were kind of looking for this. Oh, EMPs could be big there, but feedbacks again! Great feedbacks for Classic. Classic, I thought was completely dead in the game. I still think he's pretty dead, just not completely dead. He's trying to build gateways on the other side. He didn't rebuild like a Hidden Templar Archives or Cybercore or anything, so he's gonna have to rebuild that stuff from scratch. This is one of the things you guys should always remember. If you're a Protoss player, always hide a Templar Archives on a distant base or like an important tech structure in a base trade. Protoss players seem to never think of this. A lot of Zergs are really quick to rebuild their key tech. Terran sometimes as well, but Protoss players, for whatever reason, I think we're just not in base trades as often when we play Protoss. We tend to forget. Like, I never remembered to do it, and I don't even know why. It's such an obvious thing. Make it so you can rebuild those High Templar. 11 High Templar have gone down this game. It's going to be a pretty big army supply advantage, but Classic has got the power of memes. He's frozen on 69 army supply. Now getting dropped below 69 workers. Command Center is going to scout his base. He's just making Zealots right now. Somehow he's still not supply blocked. There we go. That Nexus going down does supply block Classic. Classic's going to clear most of these buildings. This Command Center will hide in the dead space there. This Command Center is going to hide in the bottom right. Q is happy to go full base trade here, but there's Nexi rebuilding everywhere. Classic has split his army up. Q, if he splits these units off, could kill a lot of probes, but he also could lose them. Just got to be careful. Q does not know about the base on the left. He does know about these bases in the bottom right. He finds the one in the middle as well. Classic's warping in more Zealots. Dude, imagine if he had like 15 High Templar. I guess he doesn't have the gas, but if he warped in a few more High Templar, High Templar are way too clumped. Again! Again! I mean, he lands some really good feedbacks and a great storm, but he once again goes in with every High Templar clumped up. I know I'm hypercritical, guys. I know some of you don't like it. Classic's the best Protoss. Shut up, pig. Shut up, shut up. Guys, his best Protoss last patch. Number 1, keep coping, Classic fans. Number 2, he was the best Protoss because he didn't clump his High Templar like Hero. I don't know why he's microing his High Templar like Hero this season. Last season, he didn't do this. Like, I swear, he was like one of the best guys at just splitting his High Templar up and being chill. But today, he just keeps clumping his High Templar. Hopefully, it's just a game 1. He's a bit rusty. Maybe he's just woken up before the tournament or something, but we'll see how we go, man. This is the Kung Fu Cup monthly number 3, by the way, guys. It's played about 2 weeks ago from when I was casting. I've had this on my list to cast for a few weeks. Finally got to it. Told me it was a really good series. Oh, man. Now he desperately needs to rebuild High Templar. You know what he should have built? A Stargate. If Classic got a Void Ray out and started killing the buildings, he might be able to win. Just by eliminating the buildings, right? Because there's not that many, and you got so much money, you can just keep hiding everywhere. You're mining 1,000 minerals a minute. You can just keep building Nexi and running probes around and stuff. Which is kind of cool, man. This is like fighting against AI now, chasing their damn probes around the map, killing buildings until they run out of money. Oh, they GG pretty quickly, don't they? Once you actually kill them. But I guess if you let them get too many bases, yeah, they do run around and try to rebuild sometimes. Yeah, I feel like they're usually pretty good at GGing. Uh-oh. Can you get a ghost? Remember, these are 125 hit point ghosts, guys. Killing these with Stalkers is very tough. And that's some important infrastructure, not to mention the probes. Oh, there's a lot more infrastructure here. The probes are going to lure him into that. The Stalker Zealot comes in, catches a few Vikings and ghosts. All these Stalkers doing really well. Remember, there's only 5 medevacs. They don't have a lot of juice. Every stim is sacred. Much like Catholic people feeling about their boys in the downstairs, I think Kua right now needs to have a sacred respect for his medevacs and the energy. He's got to stop using these stims now, or he's going to stim himself down. There is Zealot Stalker building right now. Oh, good EMP. Ouchies. Stalker goes down. Stalker's going to blink forward. Does he get a ghost? He does. Cost him a few Stalkers on his Zealot, though. Oh, and these probes and all this infrastructure didn't cause a problem. He should recall to a different base. He should recall to the right side. He doesn't even have a Nexus there. Oh, he's going to recall to the left? What? Oh, because he's so damaged, he goes for the surround, but there's another healthier army further back. Oh, classic. He goes for the crazy recall surround, pulls the probes into the fight. He's got to run. No. Run. He's still got 22 probes over here. Can he do? I mean, losing these gateways means he loses his production. He could repower that bad boy though. Yeah, if he went Stargate, maybe. I mean, obviously the Vikings could have gone and killed the Stargate units, but he saw that army and he was like, wait, that army's not that big. He didn't realize it was only like 1/3 of the army that he was looking at. Oh. Oh. Making sure Terran's not mining. Very good move. Does catch the command center. Only 3 Stalkers left at this point, guys. And that is just a mauling. Absolute mauling. Don't get me wrong, guys. Especially the later you go in the game, the weaker the new Storm is. Lower damage output and less cast range are very impactful. I actually love that Classic was using feedback so well this game. I think if Classic spread his High Templar out and used feedback as well as he did, game changer. Oh, brutal, mate. Catches the probes in the middle of their rally. No money to rebuild. Another Nexus. And Cure. He's on the hunt for that final one. I almost want to fast forward from here, but I won't just because we never fast forward in these casts because I think this one's done. I don't see any path to recovery here for Classic outside of Cure's keyboard coming unplugged. Yeah, I mean, it still would have been really hard to win with the Stargate, guys, because he'd have to kill the factory, the command center, and the other command center before getting the Void Ray killed. You know, it's going to be really tough, but I think it forces Q to be a bit more defensive, which maybe gives you more room to actually macro up one of these hidden Nexuses and actually make some more army. Like I said, I do think rebuilding a Templar Archives earlier would have been really good, using that gas to make a few High Templar. But he also just needed to spread his High Templar out. Good EMPs for Cure. Good solid play. He takes game 1. Never base traded Terran. You know, I think that saying's often incorrect. I think base trading Terran's actually really good a lot of the time. But I think at low level, it's almost always correct, right? At high level, though, floating buildings are okay. They ain't all that, though. But I mean, he was already dead at that point, right? Because like he couldn't even break the production for so long. He literally had to wait for Q to come out of the main, feedback every ghost multiple times, and then he finally got in his main base. Like, it took him so long. So it wasn't really a base trade. It was, I can't fight your army. You can kill my main, and then while you're killing my main, I'll warp in enough units to finally break your main. It's surprising Classic made it that close, to be fair. He had a lot of bases, I guess, and did some good, what is it? Cat and mouse. Could he have built a battery and chose a Nexus to defend? Battery overcharge doesn't exist anymore, remember, Adeliyev? Yeah. If he spread his High Templar out, maybe, though. Maybe could have defended at a base. Potentially. Try to storm him down, land some feedbacks. Try to defend. What's up, guys? Oh, I don't know where we're at for subs. I'll update the unit goal just so you guys know. I won't cheat you, I promise. The subs are up to 32. Okay, let me update that goal because these widgets just don't work, man. I don't think we're going to hit that goal, and that's totally fine. Yeah, it's as if the bar fills up today. I have to put on my eunuch shirt. What can I say, guys? Someone was asking, like, why don't you ever wear the dumb eunuch shirt? And I was like, well, because I haven't put a goal up for it. So then I put a goal up for it. It's very dumb. All right, guys, we've got, obviously, to finish this series. Game 2 is coming up in a minute. I'm going to play one more ad break, hopefully the very last ad break for today. I don't know if there's any crazy long games in this series. This is just going to give me peace of mind to make sure no ads playing during the games. If you guys want to support the channel, please don't forget to use your Prime Gaming subs. If you have Amazon Prime, you get a free sub on Twitch. I get $5 for it. Just literally click a button. It takes no time. Come to my Twitch channel. Do that. Appreciate you guys watching on Twitch, watching on YouTube. Thank you so much. See you guys in 3 minutes. We'll be right back. Okay, I guess I just don't do damage this game. It's a scouting banshee. Guys, he upgraded cloak. Men's U-neck shirt, which when you say it quickly sounds like eunuch shirt. Coincidence? Coinky dink? I don't think so. We're doing this for charity. It's a good cause.
Who needs dignity? I'm a warrior. I'm a man. I'm a man.
Wow, these mutas doing way more than I would have expected here. I mean, it is a ton of mutas. Can Bly stop this attack from TLO? He's spent a lot of time making spine crawlers. He has a ton of banelings. Is it enough banelings? A little tough to say. Oh, goodbye, mutas.
Muta rally. Ouch.
Yeah, loses 4 or 5 mutas there.
He's got to be careful that baneling flank. He knows it's up there, I think. I think he's aware.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he saw it. Another dead muta.
Yeah, good micro there by TLO. Sends the roaches after the banes, the Hydra's guard, the lurkers. Mutas come in to deal with those roaches. But Roach is already clicking on the hatchery as well, saying, come and fight me, otherwise you're going to lose that base. Whoa!
TLO, a flank of banelings from Bly coming in for the natural. Another flank of banelings from the north side. He's killed a lot of the Hydralists here, and then the mutas can just go to town on the roaches remaining.
My god, that was a perfect flank. Curious.
Add-on is up and running.
The mobile style drops, just getting those quick pushes going, and always focusing on having an overwhelming number of bio. A lot of players like to up that factory count. They like to up that starport count quickly, but Thermal knew the secret to success was in having a ton of Marines and Marauders. I'm getting so excited, I can't even speak anymore.
That is definitely the secret, Pig. I've never had more success in that area until I started throwing a lot more Marines and Marauders.
When you hear douchebag, which pro player's face pops to mind?
Douchebag?
Yeah. It's just silly.
Sounds like
it's nothing.
Very silly, very silly. Okay, let's think about it a bit. Let's not go too rapid on this. It's too risky.
It's too risky. Oh, are you saying risky is a douchebag?
Well, he's a slightly, but not enough to go with that word.
No, he's a bag maybe, but not a douche. Okay, sure.
Yeah, he's more of a bag. Well, I'm thinking of, there's 2 guys in my mind now. I feel bad saying the other one, so I think I'm just gonna go with the more of a joke one. So let's go with Marine Lord.
Marine Lord? All right, I'm down with that.
Marine Lord is a douchebag. he was in my chat log yesterday. Completely, it was all purple. Just dumb messages all the way around.
Number one chat troll, man. Every time there's a post on Reddit of people talking about pro gamers in chat, he is always in the screenshot just saying some silly shit.
Yeah.
Hits me right in the G spot with a move command, and I'm like, whoa! For me, when I'm going to play the NA ladder, you know, I normally shower before I go to sleep, but I have a special shower before I hop on ladder in here, where I say, how can I get used to it? How can I get prepared? How can I get in the mood for the NA ladder? And I basically just climb into a garbage bin. I look for anything moist in the garbage bin. Dry refuse, not as effective. And I like to just kind of sponge bath myself. I'm like, just kind of rub it in there. Oh, is this like a moldy sock? Oh yeah, I'll just fucking rub that on my face. And then it puts me in the mindset for NA ladder where I'm ready to face anyone, man. One man with 2 pincers that doesn't give a fuck, and he's ready to nibble on your barracks SCV. His name is Captain Dickhead, and his job is to be a pain in the ass. And he's already done that by finding the fact that you are proxy barracksing me. Captain Dickhead's gonna back away. He's gonna throw a balloon on the ground to let you know that he wants to play. So. Okay.
It's all in order.
My name is Captain Dickhead, and I win a lot of games. Yeah.
Sorry guys, encoding overload, 1 sec. I think my file size is just getting a bit too big there. Let's chill this out. should. Normally if I stop the recording, that calms down. Just a weird thing that happens when my recording gets too big. Actually, that's not even... Yeah, that's the other recordings, actually. Cure Classic. One. Alright, should be fine now. Start a new recording for the next game onwards. Thanks for the love, guys. Is there an official lurker status, Seal Blue? How you doing, dude? If so, that'd be crazy. A toupee? So it's called a merkin when it goes in your crotch, Blake. What the fuck are you talking about, dum-dum? It's called a merkin. Get your wording correctly, non-native English speakers. Silly French Canadians. So dumb. How did you like the Elden Ring DLC? Dude, I still haven't played it. I bought it and I haven't played it. I'm actually like so stupid. I should go play through it all. I just got distracted by a bunch of other awesome games. Yeah, I'm actually crazy, man. I really should go play it. I got distracted by a bunch of other games. I have so many games on my list to play right now. Alright, guys. I was feeling a little low energy, so I've had a banana. Much like Max Pax at 4 a.m. when he's playing the weekly cop. We interviewed him a couple years ago and said, dude, it's 5 a.m. You just won a tournament. How do you stay focused so late at night? What do you have a snack to perk you up? Like, what do you do? And he was like, no. I had dinner many hours ago. And then there was that like 8-second Max Pax pause while he's thinking. And he's like, sometimes I have a banana. And I was like, no way. It's the secret to his success. And now, whenever I'm feeling a bit low energy, we're deep into many hours of commentary, I grab myself a banana. And I think, what would Max Pax do? The secret, guys. All right, Classic in the bottom right, Cure in the top left. Cure did win game 1. I hope Classic cleans up that storm control. I was really impressed with how Classic got to Colossus so quickly off of the back of what was a pretty late third. But then he got to 4 base, got tons of storm into Colossus. And really that first moment when his army got caught in the middle of the map and all his High Templar were clumped and he got EMP'd, it was a map control mistake. He didn't see the army move out. That was a huge error for him. And it was like, if he joined that army together, the High Templar and the Colossus, I don't know if Cure could have done anything against the first 4 Colossus joined, or even the first 2 Colossus joined up with the 6 High Templar, the Stalkers, the Zealots. I think Classic probably would have been ahead in the later stages. As long as he keeps the High Templar scattered a little bit, brings them in one at a time, I think he'd have a very good chance of winning that game. Because Q was way behind in the Viking count, but lost the first army and then 2 more times, ended up getting those High Templar a bit too clumped, a bit too close to the EMP, and blasted down. Adept does come in. Now we do see the SCV here looking for where that probe is. Oh, and I see why. It's because he's going to proxy a starport, actually. He's not even going to go for the probe. He's just trying to say, hey, is there a probe nearby? No. Okay, looks like we should be able to safely move over here and proxy a starport. Unfortunately for him, the probe is nearby, but I think they barely miss each other. Oh, yes, they do. Yes, they do. Oh, this is bad for Classic because he kind of gets the illusion of having scouted that area without actually having scouted it. Adept's going across the map. There's a shield battery in the main. There's entry behind it here for Classic as he sends the Adept forwards to try and get some scouting. Seeing the factories on a reactor, it's absolutely vital because it's going to be a 4 Hellion drop. And that is something you want a shield battery in both bases, and you want as many gateway units as possible all in your main base ready to shoot down those units. Max Pax appears in the chat and says live game or replay. Speak his name and he should be summoned. I don't think that's the actual Max Pax account though, is it, guys? Adept there. I think it's just a fan. Oh, good damage with the Adept. Doesn't kill anything, but good damage. It's going to force the Hellions to repair. So he's got to get this guy up there, repair it up. Got to join up with these 2 Hellions and get across the map. Now, obviously for Classic, he needs to keep building Stalkers right now. Oh, dude, he needs another Stalker right now. I would chrono it as well. Oh, he's just going to warp in, is he? I'm surprised he didn't chrono the warp gate. So he's going to full wall the front, it looks like. But he needs everything in the main to defend this. He's going to go for 2 more gateways and a robo. And then he should build himself something else in the wall off as well. So he's got the gateway ready, but only 3 gateway units is not enough. I feel like Classic's response is not correct here. I think Q is going to do some really big damage. The force field could really help though. Force field could actually be massive. Only buys him a second. I was going to say, it's an interesting choice to not pull the probes. It might be the right choice, because then they don't stack up. You see, when you pull them, they stack. Hellions do take out 8 workers. That last force field is actually really cute, but dude, he still hasn't killed a single Hellion. And he clumps his probes like crazy. Very subpar defense here for Classic, as Cure runs away with this game. 21 workers and this series. I mean, this is a disaster for Classic now. There's just bad defense, guys. I really feel like full wall off is the way to go. It's a good map for Cure to do this on, because you can't wall off with 3 structures. Even if this gateway was placed there, that gateway there... Actually, I think you could. If the first gateway was further north, I think you can wall off with 3 structures. But even if you don't, you have the wall off available. You should not leave a Stalker in the wall. You should leave a probe there and just build a shield battery or a pylon or whatever to wall off. You need all 3 units in the main. And you want to try and focus the Hellions as quickly as possible. But I think he was a bit slow getting to this 3rd gateway unit. I think he easily could have had 4 gateway units out in time. And it all comes back to little details in your production, right? So remember, he already lost the Adept. That's why he's down a gateway unit. But goes for this Stalker. I actually think the next Stalker is far more important to start rather than the gateway. Why? Because if you start it straight away and chrono it, it's going to take... How long does a Stalker take to build? I think 27 seconds. This will take 25 seconds. I mean, you don't even need to chrono it. It's only going to overlap by 2 seconds with the warp gate. So it'll pop, and then you transform, warp in another Stalker. It just gets you that 1 extra Stalker. And then you're going to... Yes, your extra production is delayed, but this extra production never kicks in time for the drop anyway, or it kicks in during the drop. It's more important to get that extra unit out right now. And you can see he even canceled it again because he's like, oh, I'll just wait for warp gate now. It's too late. I think if you've got 3 Stalkers and a Sentry, you kill this a lot quicker. I also think he shouldn't have moved his probes at all. I think he could have been a bit further forward with his units on the edge. Stalker here, Sentry here, sees where the drop's coming, starts doing damage earlier. Though arguably you want to keep the Sentry further back, so it's actually defending the workers. I think keep the workers there and focus the Hellions rather than the medevac. Because once you get it down to 2 Hellions, now they can't one-shot probes. So it's always a race to get him down to 2 Hellions as quickly as possible. And obviously, the medevac can shuffle them, pick them up, and drop them sometimes. So sometimes you do need to target the medevac, but this just felt a little sloppy for Classic. I think this is something we've noticed recently, is that Clem used to do this build all the time. And he stopped doing it because MaxPax and the European Protoss players got really on point at defending it. But we've noticed that against Korean players, the Korean Protoss players are often, I think, not respecting how powerful the 4 Hellion drop is, which is why we saw Clem actually try this the other day against Hero and also find very big damage. Either way, great game for Cure. Easy 2-0 lead. Thank you very much for the love. I appreciate you, chat. Tony Bravura, thank you, mate. I am not MaxPax. No, this is not live. Obviously. That's why it's the best games of StarCraft. We can't know they're the best games if it's live. Now, to be fair, I don't know the outcome of this series. I've only had it recommended, and so far it's not looking that good. Game 1 was fun, though. Alright, guys, well, I had this one recommended. I didn't check the results because I didn't want to be spoiled. I try to do that wherever possible. But if this continues the way it is, this is not the best series ever. Like, don't get me wrong, Classic had some moments, and Game 1 was kind of funny with, like, Cure playing Whack-A-Mole. But I feel like this has been Classic waking up on the wrong side of the bed. And this is his last chance. He's got to snap out of it, wake up, and start playing that clean, classic StarCraft that we know he's capable of. Otherwise, I was told to cast a series that maybe I shouldn't have. Maybe I was maybe people got this series confused. I had a few people tell me this series was a banger. I'm hoping we have 3 games in a row. Classic reversals, all barn burners, all base trades. proxy bases, corner bases, insane strategy, Tempests fighting Lib Viking Ghost, battle cruisers. Right now, I'm basically just trying to manifest. If you're wondering why I'm just shouting at the screen, I want these things to happen. I cannot promise them. Doesn't recommended imply the next 3 games are going to be sick. Yeah. The thing is, sometimes someone just dumpsters 3-0, and then I go, why'd you guys recommend this? They're like, oh, I love Cure. It just happens that like 2 or 3 people who are big Cure fans are like, did you see how good this series was? And I'm like, you mean where Classic made some mistakes and Cure just like chopped his head off really quickly? And they're like, yeah, it was great, wasn't it? And I'll be like, what? I trusted you guys. But no, it's fine. It's good. I actually like to mix in. Obviously, not every series can be a reversal barn burner. It's good to have some brutal victories mixed in there, right? Otherwise, you guys tune, oh, it's a pig cast. It's always going to be a close match because he never casts any one-sided ones. And that in itself removes part of the fun of not knowing what's going to happen next, right? So, yeah. I'll always prioritize those barn burners where possible, but yeah. Gotta mix it up, eh? Alright. So this is a Cybercore before Nexus plus Probe Scout. Very conservative opening for Classic. Would be nice to see Classic do a Nexus before Core. Cut some corners once in a while, you know. Mix in one of those super greedy builds. Command Center starting about 2:16. Stargate. Ooh, I do love a Stargate opening, guys. Yeah, even if it's a 3-0, if they're all barn burners, it is still 100% a barn burner match. I agree. It's not always the score. No. I'll often point out, sometimes you watch a real banger of a series that's a 2-0 or a 3-0. Scoreline doesn't mean everything, right? Not in terms of raw entertainment value, anyway. Q going for Reacted Marines, Tech Lab Factory. Looks like he wants to swap over here, just with the placement. But he's going to squeeze a Cyclone out first. It's going to be good against Phoenix. I'm guessing Phoenix. Ah, it is Phoenix. Okay. I actually thought I was wrong. I thought I'd guessed wrong there. He's obviously more of a Phoenix player Classic than Oracle. Oracle's a bit riskier. Bit more dynamic. Phoenix a bit more reliable and predictable. And if your opponent goes Marine Cyclone drop, Phoenix will slap that down. Now, I always love with my Stargate builds to get a very quick second gateway. But when you go Cybercore before Nexus and you build a shield battery, he can't even afford probes right now. He's literally cutting probes at 33 to build 3 gateways. So, because Classic knows he's played against a double gas build, he is worried about like a Cyclone tank push, Marine push, Lib push, all this sort of stuff. So he literally is actually skipped probes and already done such a conservative build. But still ahead 6 workers. It's not a bad economic position to be in. Just both sides are teching up and getting their production going very quickly. Reaper's a distraction. He's going to try to run up that right side. 2 Adepts are waiting for him. Cyclone Marine Drop runs in. Phoenix say hello. Ooh, he immediately breaks the lock on. Nicely done. He's going to try and get a few more shots off. Gotta be careful though. Phoenix is going to commit. Oh, is he going to? Yeah, he's going to commit. Reaper goes in the main. Probes are going to try and fight him, but Cure does have multitasking. Okay, Phoenix do take out the Medevac, and they will pick up the Cyclone while the Adepts clean up the Marines. Nice play here for Classic. The Adepts should move past to make sure he can't escape. Does pick up the Cyclone, takes care of him. Reaper's going to try and at least make him pay for this. Does get himself 1 probe. Can he get a second one? Goes for it, but does not get it. Nice micro. Classic. All right. Derpy first 2 games. Beautiful game 3. 1 Phoenix, 1 probe for that. Ooh, he's very excited. Immediate third base. Blink on the way afterwards. I love the way Classic plays Phoenix. Most players, so if I see this, I see what I've seen, I'm thinking charge. Yeah, you got a Twilight, got a few gateways, you're probably going to go charge, because I didn't see gases on your natural. Phoenix charge. Phoenix into Blink is not an opening. It's not a build. It's not a thing. And that's why it's good. Because it's so hard to predict. So this is actually, and he's completely swapped off Phoenix. So you're building Vikings and Cyclones to defend 4, 5, 6 Phoenix harassing your worker lines. You're probably going to build a missile turret in each worker line as well. Classic's already pivoted into the next tech. I love this. You guys know how some players will build a Colossus and then they won't build range or anything for it and they just go into like Immortals, Disruptors, Storm, whatever else, and they just don't even play that style, where they try to bait Vikings out of the opponent by showing them an early Colossus, they don't commit to it. And it's like, hey, if the Protoss hides their Colossus count not growing, suddenly the Terran builds 8 Vikings and they have almost no use. So I kind of love it. And we've got some really cool people in the chat, guys, saying 6-7, 6-7 AO, 6-7, haha, any 6-7 in the chat. Good to know. We have some people with very high IQs in the chat, guys. For those who don't know, 6-7 is actually the number heavily correlated with the IQ of most people who say 6-7 a lot. It's also the average age of the people who say that is either 6 or 7. Boomers stick with the 69 and the 420. What can I say? I am become meme, guys. Sorry, that clip of Elon, just every time I think about it, it brings so much joy to my face. It just makes me so happy. There's just when you're watching an episode of I don't know, like a sitcom or something, and just some comedy, it's just so it's making you cringe out of your skin with secondhand embarrassment. It's so uncomfortable, the situation they do. But then you see something more uncomfortable than you could have ever imagined in real life, and you're like, this is truly impressive, dude. Truly impressive. Excuse you, I'm 8, sir. Alright, guys, we've got 8 gateways. Charge +1. Oh, yeah, is he going... Wait, oh, he's going Zealot Storm now off of the Blink Stalkers. Okay, cool. If he can fight pre-Ghost, this would be really good. Problem is there's no Prism right now. If Classic can wait for the Prism and then do a Storm Drop, that'd be great. Oh, he sees everything. He sees everything. Classic didn't spot the Observer. Uh-oh. The Phoenix are going to go forward, see where the army's coming from. He's trying to set up an ambush, but I think he just showed the High Templar. He's going for it. Here we go. Oh, Stalkers blink forward. Good first Storm. Gets the Cyclone, the Widow Mine, and the Siege Tank in it. The Medivacs took big damage too. Great zoning Storms. Now, I'd love to see the Zealots loop around for a counterattack while the Observer continues to track the army. Would be excellent. Yeah, that'll do. Prism Zealot drop's also good. Ghost Academy comes in. Second Forge is there. Classic's going to go for that Robo Bay and second Robo. Oh, I love it. I love it. But he's lost track of the army again. Dude, this is the same problem that he had in Game 1. He's not tracking the enemy army at all. Okay, he splits a unit to the left, which is good, but he doesn't see the army. Classic with some really subpar map control today, guys. He lets the army slide past him. He does a good little Prism Harass, and he recalls. This time the Vikings will not be able to kill that, but look at that. His 4th base just got cancelled. The Prism did survive. I'll show you guys later. Phoenix does take a kamikaze shot into the Marine Mortar. Nice. But the Storms aren't really able to close the distance. Does he have the numbers to push through? Storms on the Medivacs are actually killing them, funnily enough. Medivacs are actually going down just to Storms here. Kua needs to get out to the top right. He needs to run away right now. Just save any units you can and get out of there. That was a really good fight for Kua. Classic with some very bad map control today. I'm being highly critical because I am a Classic fan, guys. He plays a solid defensive-focused style. If you just completely lose track of your opponent's army for a full minute in the mid-game when that's your main job with a zoning Storm army, that has to get called out. This is not what Classic normally does. I don't know why he's so unfocused today on tracking the enemy army, but he just gave Kua a fight that he never should have been able to take. This should have been a really big lead, I think, for Classic. Now he's got to rebuild his 4th. He's still got a good Colossus timing. He's got 2-1. It's not like he's in a bad spot. He's down in supply when he should be up. He should be way ahead right now. Instead, he's in a competitive game. Oh, not again. Okay, goes forward with all his High Templar and a clump again. Very lazy, but you know what? There's not many ghosts. He might get away with it. Okay, there we go. He does spread them, but he doesn't have many Stalkers or anything here. Zealots do go forward. Doesn't quite finish off that ghost, unfortunately. He's going to try to run away. Prism does go in the main base again. Oh, I like the Prism in the main again. That's really cute. Especially if the Prism can escape before the Vikings get there. Actually, where are those Vikings, guys? They're hanging at the front. He hasn't sent them back just yet. A little bit panicked is Kua, trying to stabilize and deal with the defense. He also hasn't started his 2-2 yet. Going to try and build 3 more barracks. He sees the Prisms in the back. Finally, the Vikings go to deal with that. But this has given Classic time to go double Robo Colossus. And even though he's down a little in the units lost tab, it's not too bad. A lot more gateways are going down. 7th and 8th gases. That Prism should now fall. No time to recall it this time, even if it was off cooldown, which it's about to be in 1 second. 3, 2, 1. There we go. That's how 1 second works, by the way, guys. 3, 2, 1. I count good. It's one observer's been seeing so much this game still set up on the front. Not even in surveillance mode. Classic's really good at not using the F2 button, by the way. Guys like Hero have become very dependent on it, but Classic, as an old school gamer, is still used to the old way of playing. Barely uses the F2. When he does, it's just to find where his units are, add them to control groups, that sort of thing. It's an organizational tool for him rather than a crutch. Now, Classic's taking a lot of bases, guys. He's going for the corners. He's building 6 more gateways. He's got also the Prism rebuilding as well as Prism Speed. So he's got a good Storm Colossus army. I think this is a good timing. Like I said, if he can just spread his High Templar out a bit better. 4 Colossus, there's only 4 Vikings. But the problem is he doesn't have a Warp Prism on the front. It's just come out. I'm not sure where it is right now. Oh no, it's still building. So he's still building the Prism, and he's not max, so he can't force a fight. Otherwise, right now, this is the timing I was saying would be really scary for Cure in the earlier game. Game 1. When's the last time you saw a Void Ray on a cast? Earlier today, Classic built one against Raynor. Just a Void Ray to hunt down Overlords and stuff. It was on the Celestial Enclave game. Void Rays will always be the king of low-level 4v4s and kind of absent for the most part in pro play. Hey, thanks, Novidrix. How you doing, dude? Hope you're having a good day. Thanks for the kind message there, guys. 2-2's almost done for Terran. 3-2's almost done for Protoss. This might be an anti-timing. If we attack at 2-1 into 2-2, we'll see. Prism goes forward. Great opening storm. Q's army, half of it's on the south. This is only a small part of his army. He's got to pull back. This allows Classic to take position. Classic needs to spread these High Templar. The Ghost got killed before it could get towards the High Templar. The Ghosts are going down to the Colossus before they can get in range of the High Templar. The High Templar are once again very clumped, though. He needs to pull them back and use those zoning storms. 11 SCVs do go down. Units lost tab on both sides. Pretty brutal fight, but it actually was like a lot of the units got finished off there on the Protoss side. He missed that time. I was talking about the window where he could push. That was a minute or two ago. Now, you can see Q had plenty of Vikings. Yes, half of his army was out of position, so it kind of worked, but I think Q did a good job of holding on. He's got more Ghosts coming out, and now he's forcing it to that late game. Got 3-3 started as well. 2 more Colossus are building here, so back to 4 Colossus. Those will get rid of Ghosts very quickly. Now, if the Terran's full turtling, I still do believe best way to take it, start building Cannon Battery out here. Go Tempest, spread High Templar everywhere. I still think it's a good style. I know it's heavily nerfed. We've only seen Hero try that once. No other Protoss on this patch. Hero did it very poorly. High Templar very clumped. Cops a double EMP. Another EMP lands. He's got more High Templar coming from his spread, though. Oh, the Vikings do shoot down the Prism, but dude, that was a massive storm. Problem is, even though Classic gets the Command Center snipe, he's got nothing left behind it. All of his High Templar did get EMP'd. He did land a 6 storm. One of them died inside the Prism. Is it worth it to kill that 5th Command Center? He's actually got a 5th Command Center here. That was a 6th Command Center. I think it was a kill as well, not a cancel, right? I don't know if that was worth it. He's going to lift an orbital, try and float it over. That is Cure. Cure's going to find a Colossus in the mid-map. You'd think Classic would have pulled back defensive, but with 16 gateways of production, he feels like he's the daddy. He thinks he can outproduce Cure right now. He's going to play Rabbit Protoss. Rabbit Protoss, guys, it's all about breeding like rabbits, man. It's about just reproducing faster than your opponent can clear up the infestation. Oh, the Colossus is going to go down to the Vikings. Stalker's trying to fall back. Q is just running over him. I'm shocked that Classic stayed that deep on the map after getting his army mauled on that side. I really thought he'd be hiding at his base and trying to recover. But yeah, he's got to rebuild his High Templar now. And obviously you can see that Storm, and there's lots of medevacs up. And now they've got Caduceus Reactor. Storm really falls off in this late game. Ghosts, 125 hit points. You need Colossus to deal with them. But Colossus are very weak to Vikings, as we've always known. But Vikings are now 25 minerals cheaper. This is essentially why the late game has shifted pretty hard in Terran favor in this matchup, even when the early and mid game is still looking very decent to very good for Protoss, depending on which stage of the game it is and which players are playing. But yeah, it's definitely shifted in that way. Energy recharge getting nerfed as well, of course. Remember, range libs do siege up a lot faster, even though they don't get full vision of their circle anymore. So if you get 10 libs up, they are so quick to siege on siege. I've been playing a lot of mass lib on the ladder. Having a lot of fun with bio libs. Skipping the ghosts to make it a bit more noob friendly for myself. Bio ghost. Ooh. Okay, this is a lot of High Templar. Not much support though. High Templar very clumped. Two High Templar and a Sentry get EMP. Good Storm. Good second Storm. Extra Storm's pretty good as well, but he does cop an EMP, and he's already used up all of his Storms to damage an army, but not kill much. Zealot count is really good, but he needs to energy recharge these High Templar and keep making more. I think that's the thing we're seeing here is you need more High Templar against a Terran who's this good with his EMP. 5 SCVs do go down. Zealot's in the third in the Natty. He's going to try and push forward as well as Classic. His main army is very small, though. He's got 27 Zealots right now. I wouldn't mind 2 Immortals in the mix just to help snipe command centers. Dark Shrine could be very effective as well. Being able to blink in here with 10, 12 Dark Templar and snipe planetaries. One of the best ways to remove planetaries extremely quickly, though you do need a lot of gas to do it. Classic's done an excellent job of transferring his work, as you can really see Classic just tries to make sure everything's clean. Guys like Hero, often you'll see many bases oversaturated at this point. Classic's really methodical in how he plays through the mid game and late game. Q is still up 7,000 and the resources lost. I hate this High Templar micro technique, guys. I really hate it. It's so risky. He doesn't leave any of them off control group in reserve. It's really sloppy. This is so silly. It's just so risky, man. Good feedbacks, like that's good, but he should always have at least 2 or 3 High Templar behind the army. So if he does cop the big EMP, he can cover his retreat with Storms. The moment you can't cover your retreat is the moment everything goes terribly wrong. He's going to make some Archons, hoping there's not enough EMPs to just clear those. There's a lot of gas going to those Archons that could have been saved for Dark Templar. He's going to try and take the middle base. His middle base is very hard to defend as Classic. Classic's on 92 workers, so he's got money for days. I like the Sensor Tower snipe. That's cute. Oh, great Storm! Massive Storms! Kua, what are you doing? Kua just ate gigantic Storms on both sides. Excellent play by Classic. I love the way Classic's bullying. Like I said, the one change is just 2 or 3 High Templar off control group behind the army. So he's not so exposed to just a double EMP catching him off guard. Because I feel like he's one good medevac drop of a ghost behind him or a cloaked ghost flanking from behind. And this whole game could fall apart so quickly. Q is not really doing that. Q is just trying to wait for him to overextend and waiting for the mistake to present itself. But Classic's been a lot better than game one in terms of like pulling these High Templar forward one at a time. The pack's very clumped now. Okay, good Storm on that right side to zone. Good Storms. Great Storms covering his retreat, and he's not exposing his High Templar. Doesn't need another one here. Dude, great Storms all over this army. Kua chasing into this. Kind of headbutting right now. One more Storm goes down. Remember, Classic has like 16, 18 gateways. Kua chases way too far. That looked a little sloppy for Kua, guys. And yet, despite that, he cleans up the army. I will not balance one. I will not balance one. That's actually like crazy. I thought his army was going to bleed out there. The medevac healing was pretty good, dude. He did get a good arc. Classic's reinforced is big enough. He might still be able to win this game because he's been mining so much more. I just don't think Kua needed to chase the army the way he did there. But despite, I feel like chasing into Classic Storms really kind of derpily. Like, I don't think it was a great fight for Kua. It still worked out good enough. No, it didn't. Problem, he's only got 3 ghosts. Ghosts are crazy expensive. He actually lost too many ghosts. He's lost 22 ghosts now to 16 High Templar. Yes, 11 Archons, 11 Colossus have gone down. But look at, yes, he's got gas there. But like just in general, ghosts are really expensive and they are spellcasters. The High Templar count, look how high it's back up high. And he's been energy recharging them consistently. This is really good for Classic. Because yes, he's a bit too far ahead on economy to the point where his army's kind of too small in my opinion. But
He's actually keeping Cure's bank really low. If he denies any one of these bases of Cure, Classic can break him with the bank. I would love to see 5 more gateways as well, but I think we want to see heavy Zealot reinforcers in the next few fights. Don't get me wrong, guys. From the Terran side, I do think mid-game spirals in Protoss' control a bit too much as well. And that has really big impacts at, like, my level on ladder as well. Oh, watch out for this! EMP across the corner could have been really nice there, but Libs are now sieging up. These are Libs with range and +3. Classic historically has been really bad against heavy Lib. It's something I criticized him for heavily after seeing MARU beat him with it a few times. But we're not at heavy Lib yet. It's been just pure Bio Viking Ghost. Now the Libs are coming out, but there's only a handful. Classic's already between him and his expansion, but Classic's army control a little lackluster there. Loses a few extra units, does lift one command center though, makes the other one take big damage as well. High Templar Zealot coming in, he energy recharges as he gets EMP'd. Unfortunate timing there for Classic, hoping that both of them weren't looking. Libs are coming forward, Stalkers need to blink forward. Great Storms here, but he goes a bit too far forward with his High Templar. The Stalkers will clear the Libs, the Colossus could clear those Ghosts, and they do. Dude, that was actually a decent start to the fight for Classic, but then the rest of the Marine Marauder comes in, and Cure does take down all but one Colossus. His Liberator faces backwards. Don't know what the heck that pilot was thinking. Double Drop's going to go in the main, but that's where the Mass Gateway really excels, is in that main base, in amongst the production, where you can just warp in right on top of those units, and the Zealot Stalker will, of course, have a field day. I can't believe this Reddit Point Colossus survived, guys. That was kind of ridiculous. The drop in the main gets cleaned up. That's what Classic needs. Classic's got 7,000 minerals. Classic can make Zealots for days. Cure needs to slow the pace of this game down, but losing control of this base, losing all those workers, that was a disaster. Classic's going to reproduce much quicker. Rabbit, Protoss love messy fights, whereas Turtle, Protoss, this is the turtle and the hare, guys. The turtle does not want rapid stuff. The turtle wants to go slow and steady. Cure just tried to get up and sprint in the first 50 meters of the marathon, or the first kilometer of the marathon, I should say, to keep pace with Classic's Rabbit Protoss. That's good for the Rabbit Protoss. That's not good for the Tortoise. Loses another command center as a result. Classic now bullying him back into a corner of 1.5 bases of really actual effective mining. Cure will be able to rebuild, but this really gives Classic room. Classic's already mining out corner bases and things like this. And does need to build a Stargate. He's already got 2, actually. Should just rally a Phoenix down here. Make sure that has to get out of the corner. Trying to rebuild this Nexus. I love that he's mining out this middle one. If you could take this base here as well, that would be excellent for Classic. Put Cure even more on a timer. I really wonder what this patch would look like if Storm wasn't changed, guys. I feel like we should just revert that Storm change. I think even with that, I think it's still very tough for Protoss with the Ghost Viking changes. Oh! Okay, medevac does go down. Because I think energy recharge has been reined in pretty well, you know? I mean, I was never an advocate for the Storm change, but it is what it is. We had a bunch of experimental changes this last patch, didn't we? Manson is there. Oh, that's enough Stalkers. Go for it. Go for it. Oh, he's going to get it. +3 Stalkers do so much damage, man. That orbital goes down. Oh, okay. Can he get this one as well? Zealot Stalker trying to run away. Can't get that one, but at least he's distracting. Remember, there's not that many minerals left, guys. A few minerals there. The alien minerals there, and it's this base over here. It's everything. He's trying to build more commands, and there's more medevacs right now as Cure. He's got to take some clean engagements. Now, there are 2 Tempests building. I like the idea of Classic building just 2 Tempests. Whenever the Libs siege like this, guys, you want to land a Storm and pull away. If you get a Storm on them as they siege up, they take so much damage. It's 110 damage if you sit in an entirety of a Storm. Zealot Stalker dancing around. Come on, try to. You want to catch the Libs when they siege. So yeah, you want it. Storm. Classic. You're High Templar. Watch out. Okay. Does pull away. At least he doesn't get shot by the Libs. And he's going to come forward with like 3 Tempests and just start chipping at him, I think. Which is not a bad move. There is a Lib in the bottom left as well. Oh, Stalkers can't reach that. Funnily enough, guys, if he doesn't scan, remember you can't see here. So you can't actually shoot these probes except when you scan.
That's the new range lib harass. It's quite funny. Oh, here we go. Colossus, Stalker, Zealot, High Templar coming around this side. Tempest going to very slowly clear up that Liberator. He's going to scan again. Classic, of course, sending these probes to a different base here in the middle to mine. Kira desperately needs this expansion. He is Max, though, and he's got a pretty scary army. There's only 3 High Templar. The trick to deal with libs is to have your libs... catch the libs sieging. Catch them on the move. The new Storm not as good at this as the old one because it doesn't do as much damage per second on those stacked air units, but still effective because it's AoE splash anti-air damage. There's only 7 ghosts in this army. That's not ideal for Cure. He should have more than that. Ghosts outside of the Colossus are a very tanky front line. Storm doesn't quite land. Remember, you have one less cast range on the High Templar, so it's harder to do this than ever before as well. Oh, big mistake with the libs. The Stalkers blink forward and punish that misclick for Cure, taking out 2 or 3 Liberators there. He's got Tempest now as well. Storms are landing. Okay, no more Storms here in reserve right now. It does just morph an Archon. He's got a Sentry in the army. Man, still thinking about Guardian Shield this late in the game. That is impressive. Bottom left base is going to get taken out. Tempests are here. It's a big man-mode army. Stalkers, Zealots, Colossus, Tempests. Big scary army, but he's going to give up his bottom left. He's going to rotate. This is the correct call. And you want to try and storm him as he comes down this ramp while you focus these command centers. But Classic says, no, I don't want to give up these bases. Problem, now Cure can dive in this base and kill these 2 bases. He's got to go right now, though. Cure not seizing the opportunity. I am shocked. Cure just saw the recall. He knew there was a recall. Maybe didn't realize how much of the army that was. He's stuck in a defensive mindset right now as Cure. Wants to pull back and just defend. I thought he'd punish by killing those 2 bases. This planetary will go down eventually, but the lib's doing really good damage on these Stalkers. And yeah, he does do a nice zoning storm, but look at that. Q is just going to go for it, and Q is going to chase right through the storms yet again. And he does eat some pretty big storms. Massive 14 Zealot warping on the right flank. The Colossus, Stalkers, Tempest doing so much damage. Tempests are rallying into Vikings right now. Those libs are going to do pretty good damage. He's going to take out a bunch of them with the Stalkers, though. The Colossus, Stalkers, Zealots getting through here. Q just chased way too far. Way too far there. Through the Psystorms. Classic does end up winning in the end. Wow. This felt like, though, if I look at this and I think about this in terms of last time I saw Classic in late game against MARU, he looked like he didn't know how to deal with range libs and stuff and how to play late game. Would this have worked against MARU? I'm not sure. I think he played really much better with his High Templar movement this game, but this one was so weird and seesawy. I'm not sure. I really wonder, should Cure have gone range libs earlier? Should Classic have tried like a Tempest Siege earlier? It's tough on this map because if you think about it, I think you have to take this ridge if you want to do that. Because if you can get Cannon Battery Tempest up here, then you can like branch right, you can go forward, or you can go left pretty easily. But it's not as attractive on some other as on some other maps. Maybe you could do it out here. Some other maps have a better high ground. In late game, I guess here's not a bad idea. But I definitely think when you see this common mineral bank we're seeing in a lot of games, there's a moment that you guys want to look for. And if you're willing to go to late game like Classic was, probably about 11 minutes here, where I think it should really be dawning on Classic. You see multiple sensor towers. Terran hasn't left his base in over 3 minutes. He's just building command centers. This guy just wants to sit there. The more sensor towers, the more command centers you see, the more he's just sitting at home defending, the more you want to realize this guy is going for late game. I either need to get in there and start denying bases and ending it soon and building a big advantage. But if it goes later, or if I want it to go later, I should start going for that Stargate Fleet Beacon and start building the Cannon Battery Tempest Storm spread somewhere outside their base. Maybe starting from here. Because once you've got that, the problem is always your supply cap. You can't have a big enough army. You also lose detection later on, which is a really big problem against ghosts. But cannons, unlike observers, don't just get scanned down. You can just have detection everywhere. Really good damage output. If you've got Cannon Storm and Tempests, you can siege them down from afar. But Classic hasn't tried it. Showtime, Arsenal, Australia, I haven't seen anyone try it this season other than Hero, and he's not good at that style. So I'd love to see Classic try it out and see if he could make it work in a game like this where you get such a big mineral bank. Even if it was after this attack, maybe around 14, 15 minutes, you could see he was kind of like, I'm on 90 workers, I'm starting to build a big mineral bank a little bit later than this, and he could have maybe started to do that. Either way, great game by Classic. He gets a point on the board. Is reality a simulation? Yes, we are living in a simulation. Can I get a refund? My simulation sucks. No take backsies. You get what you get. No re-rolling. Even if you re-roll, you keep the same random seed. So it's just Groundhog Day. Did Blizzard communicate with you guys about patches? Not much. Zoga says, yo pig, apparently I'm a top 1% viewer on YouTube. Oh yeah, apparently if you type a few comments in chat, then you're it gives you like a little tag, like, you're top 1%, you typed in the YouTube chat. And I'm like, whoa, thanks, guy. I hope this feels rewarding. Thank you, Seaweeds, for the 4 months. Alright, guys, Classic in the top right side of the map, Cure in the bottom left side of the map. It's going to be Tourmaline here. Cure still only needs 1 game to finish it off. Classic, on the other hand, needs to win 2 in a row. That last game's got to give him some confidence. I think he did much better with the Colossus Storm. I still think he missed that timing. I don't know if you guys agree with this or not, but I feel like there's that moment when there's 4 Colossus, you got 6 High Templar max on energy, and I feel like Classic should have been able to max out his army or get close to max a bit earlier and actually push with that. I think right now that's the timing he's missing against Kua, because Kua's been very, very slow into the Vikings in the second starport. Big, how have the observer changes impacted play? Well, Classic never uses it now because it reveals the observer and he doesn't want to give away that he's watching. Hero only uses it because he F2s like a madman and likes to try to get away with abusing the extra vision. I think at peak play, whenever the gameplay slows down a little bit, it's actually a big buff for Protoss at the top level. The reason being, you get so much extra vision when the Observer Siege is up. Even though it reveals itself, your opponent needs to get close to you to see that you've revealed yourself. So you can just be like, oh, you're a Terran player? You just set up the Observer like here and siege it. You just see everything. And the top players can often unsiege it and get away, even if the opponent realizes that it's watching them or whatever. Like, it can just watch from so far away. Like, normally you put an Observer outside the base. Instead, you just put it over here, siege it up, and it still sees the army leaving the base. And then they're none the wiser. So I actually think the Observer change is probably a decent buff to the Observer when used optimally, but it's a big handicap to Protoss players who are spamming F2 all day, every day. Alright, Reaper's building, factory as well. There's an extra Stalker about to come out. I like this track. This track's really good. Sorry, oh, I shouldn't talk about the tracks because I have to swap the music out usually for YouTube. Sorry, YouTube viewers. It could have been a very average track that you're hearing right now. I'm hearing the same soundtrack, but it's probably a different song. Almost certainly a different part of a different song. Stalker does come out. The Reaper comes in for a few shots. Sentry after that. 1 shield battery, 2 shield batteries. Classic says, let's play safe. Now, someone said nice minimap drawings. Oh, because of the 2 big chunkers and then the big shaft, yeah? Nice. Well spotted, Twitch chat. Good to know you guys' minds are in the gutter. Well done. Marine Cyclone Starport. It is a bit of a Rorschach test, isn't it? Like, some people look at the minimap, they're like, it's a teddy bear. Other people are like, their answer is always chode. Like, no matter what it looks like, they're like, it's a chode. You're like, damn it. Sees the shield battery. And the Twilight just now finishing up. Alright, so Q is going 1 Cyclone. He's still going to go for the medevac, but... Oh, he's building a tank. Oh, okay, okay. So he's going straight past the early harassment to the full Marine tank medevac. Question, does the medevac go straight away, or does he wait for the siege tank, guys? Ooh, Classic. What are we going to do, mate? He's got a Robo on the natural, very vulnerable. I love that he immediately builds a backup pylon here to power the Robo, knowing this one will go down if there is a frontal push. So it's 3-gate Robo Blink. And Q is gambling everything on being able... Yeah, he waits for the tank. Look at this. Tank gets inside. Medevac boosts across. Joins this Marine Cyclone Reaper move out. He's going to try and siege up here a tank very early. Get the Marine Cyclone and start in front. Does he bring SCVs? No SCVs. Got a Viking rallying. That's a budget Marauder there, guys, is what the landed Viking is. It's actually not much more expensive than a Marauder these days as well. Only 25 mineral difference. A lot more gas. Cyclone with the early lock on. Very nice here. Oh, very nice. So much energy goes down from that shield battery already. The tank is going to get focused, but at what cost? Probes had to get pulled, but you know what? Killing that tank is pretty important here for Classic. Does take out the Reaper as well. More probes being pulled in. He wants to keep those Stalkers alive. That Reddit Point Stalker on the left surviving is massive. That's a game changer, man. That is an absolute game changer. The Medevac's doing the little drippy droppy though, the hot pickup. Kua says, "Duh! My name's Clem. Look at me. I'm a Terran player. Look at me. My name's Clem." Oh, that was pretty sick pickups right there, wasn't it, guys? Now, one thing I'm wondering, guys, is why did he energy recharge so early? Was that just for Guardian Shield, was it? Ah, he energy recharged the Sentry for Guardian Shield, and then it immediately got blasted by the tank. Good focus fire by Kua to kill that Sentry. Good focus fire, because it turns out energy recharge on the battery would have been worth a fair bit more. Damn, dude. I mean, they are teammates, guys. Liquid Kua, Liquid Clem. And some nice micro to finish her off. This is the funny thing about playing as safe as Classic. This is what Kua is trying to take advantage of. Classic, when he sees a double gas, he almost always goes 2 shield batteries into 3-gate Robo, but it doesn't come up that early. He's still probing. He's rushing 4 gases, and he didn't seem to realize what was going on. Now, you might be wondering, why didn't he realize? Didn't he make a sentry? I just want to go back because I didn't highlight it very well during the game, and that is here. Oh, I think it just died. So he comes forward with his Phoenix, and this is the intercept I didn't catch. And that's why you open with this, and so now Classic's like, I don't know what's happening. It could be a super aggressive attack. I could build some more shield batteries and stuff. But yeah, let's take a look. Like this transforms. Does he warp in the moment that finishes transforming? Yeah, within a second or two, not bad. And the second gateway is about to finish. Does he warp in when that finishes? Okay, so it's just finished warping in. Yeah, he warps in again. First warp in should be available again. He's at the front knowing there could be a push soon. But despite that, doesn't have the numbers to stop it. And yeah, just gets hammered, man. Brilliant early push, hits right on about 420. And he lights him up. GG, well played. Kua with a convincing 3-1. I don't think there was anything particularly amazing about this series. Did it belong in the best games of StarCraft weekly stream? Probably not. Despite that, I like seeing Kua back on point and decisively punishing people. Amazing EMPs, good base trades, good late game, good early pushes, and hell, even that last game where Classic had the whole map for a while, he almost won that game as well. Not too far for 3-0, a 3-1. Kua's got to be happy with that. GG, well played. He hacked a Warp Prism into his game. That's it. That lovely StarCraft Master Micro, you know? All right. What do you guys think was the defining characteristic, by the way, of that series? I feel like Kua just looked really good. It was all about the High Templar versus the Ghosts, wasn't it? Pretty much. So I feel like out of the series today, guys, we had Clem versus Solar at the start. I think it was all about Clem's new aggro openings in ZVT. I think Raynor Classic was all about Raynor's insanely greedy ZVP builds. Raynor's mass Zergling ZVP was pretty fucking hilarious. I think the second Clem Solar series was just about savage all-ins and stuff, and just whether they worked or not, mostly from Solar's side, but it was mostly just savage all-ins, all-in Fiesta. And that final game was all about EMPs against Ghosts. Q's insane EMPs, or Classic's kind of disgusting High Templar stack-ups, depending on which side you're looking at it from. Big thanks for hanging out, guys. I hope you guys hang out. Enjoyed hanging out today. Sorry I didn't get a chance to chat to everyone. Lots of casting. Big thanks like Erroneous and everyone who dropped by the YouTube chat. Demanja as well. Demanager. I genuinely thought for a sec one of anything build. Yeah, pretty much, man. Kind of Enigma, Croakman, etc. Freak on a Leash. Big thanks Ill Defense Robles for the $10 as well. Big thanks everyone on Twitch, of course, as always. I know I pay you guys a bit more attention generally anyway. But especially Bloodfeast with the massive 5,000 biddies. Safscream with the $10 redos. Fear Dragon with 183 biddies. Liam with the $3 Tipperino. And of course, we had big 5 gifted subs from Cushburn Slow. Another big 5 gifted subs from Seranged, which was absolutely deranged. And a lot of individual subs like Dan the Man, Gentleman, Cattlebruiser, Suades. Thank you for the love, guys. I appreciate you all. It was a pretty long day. I have to go get some food, as my schedule is perpetually ruined by these long casting days. I'll see you guys later. Have a good one. Have some fun with Neuro. I'll see you guys later. Thanks for BGM Big. Got a plat last season on Zerg. Just got gold 1 on Terran. I think I'm going back to Zerg. TVT is unbearable. You might want to try just playing like Marines and Medivacs and tanks, Scouty, but just pick up your army. Like only play Medivacs. If you don't like the tank Viking game, just only play Medivacs and just pick up your army and just go drop in their main base. Like that's the move. It's just basically flip a fucking coin on dropping your whole army in their main off like 2 base or something. Just be like, all right, your army's here. Cool. I'm going to pick up and fly over there and unload and siege in your main. And just keep doing that. You'd be surprised how that can simplify TVT to quite consistent results when otherwise the matchup is eluding you. Yeah. What if they have a bunch of turrets? Fly over them. Don't be a pussy. Yeah. I mean, if they've got like 10 turrets on every side, then you should have already, like, it's not hard to win those games. If they're literally ringing the whole base with turrets, like they're everywhere. There's fucking 6 turrets are going to be shooting your Medivacs as you fly over it. Just take 4 bases and make like battle cruisers or something. Just do something like if someone's like ringing their base like full Silver League. I know you said Gold League only with Terran, so you might get a lot of guys still just massing turrets in their main and stuff. The moment you see someone building planetaries in their natural turrets everywhere, sitting with tanks on the high ground, you can literally take 3 bases on location, go double upgrades, and build any unit you want, you know? You can do whatever you want in those games generally, because they're going to give you all the time in the world to get it done. Have some fun with Neuro, guys. See you guys later. Bye-bye. Did the raid happen? Guys, I feel like my raid warning disappeared. Oh, no, it happened.